What if the myths you've heard whispered in shadowy corners are not just tales, but echoes of a truth so dark and twisted that it would make even the bravest souls hesitate? What if the dead aren't simply buried 6 feet under, but lurking in the corners of a labyrinthine nightmare that stretches across continents, taunting the living? Every civilization has its maze: the ancient Greek labyrinth, the Egyptian tombs, the Celtic spirals. But what if these aren't mere architectural marvels? What if each is a keyhole into an abyss where the lost wander, their secrets sharper than swords, ready to infect the curious with madness? The maze of the dead isn't just a relic, it's a contagion of fear, a jigsaw puzzle with pieces that keep shifting, tantalizingly out of reach. You think you know ghosts? Think again. These phantoms don't just float through the night, they giggle, they scream, they orchestrate a macabre dance that beckons the living closer to their eternal slumber. They don't rest in peace, they plot revenge, weave tales, and carve messages into the very bones of the earth. What would you sacrifice for the knowledge they guard? Your sanity? Your soul? A scholar once claimed to have charted the unfathomable paths of these labyrinths, his eyes glinted with a madness only the dead can instill. Beware the whispers, he said, his voice like the crunch of dry leaves underfoot. They lead you to the heart of the maze, where the truths bleed together and reality unravels. He vanished, of course. Just like the others. Did they find the truth or become part of the myth? Graffiti from centuries past scrawled across stone walls in forgotten languages, warning of unspeakable horrors lurking behind every corner, the kinds of horrors that could make a grown warrior cry for his mother. Historians write it off as superstition, but what if they're wrong? What if the dead really are waiting, armed with riddles meant to ensnare the reckless and the curious? Staring down an ancient passageway, can you hear their laughter? It's a sound that could turn your blood to ice or make your heart race with the thrill of the chase. Do you dare trespass on sacred ground, where the walls breathe and stones whisper secrets soaked in centuries of despair? Every twist and turn tempts you deeper into shadows where light barely dares to flicker. You're not just a reader, you're a player in their game, every choice a potential trap, every word a pivotal clue. The maze of the dead is alive, pulsating with the energy of the forgotten. Can you harness it, or will you be another soul lost in its embrace? Time hurries past, but the maze waits for no one. It's a ticking clock of doom, inviting you to plunge into the darkness. And once you enter, there's no turning back, only the chilling sensation of the dead breathing down your neck. Welcome to the game. Are you ready to play? The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and despair as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving a curtain of shadows to smother the land. A distant wail echoed against the ancient stones, a chilling reminder that some places hold memories like ghosts in the wind. I stood, heart pounding, as the weight of 1,000 secrets pressed against my chest, the phantom pulse of the past thumping in my ears. The maze sprawled before me, its labyrinthine paths twisting like the tortured thoughts in my mind, like my younger brother's nightmares. I remember when Lucas first spoke of the maze, a place he insisted was alive, a creature built of malevolence and sorrow. He was just a child then, his imagination as wild as the tangled thorns that choked the entrance. It eats people, he whispered one night, his voice trembling like the flickering candlelight. They vanish, swallowed whole. I laughed then, a nervous chuckle that carried more fear than I cared to admit. But now, standing at the threshold, the laughter felt hollow, a mask for the dread gnawing at my insides. Lucas vanished last summer, and the world has been a darker place ever since. I see his face in every shadow, his laughter echoing down the hollow corridors of memory where joy once lived. Don't go too far, I remember admonishing him. Stay close to me. But he was a boy, his spirit like a flickering flame, drawn to the thrill of the unknown, the very thing that now sent a chill down my spine. Behind me, Margot stood, a rock amid the chaos, arms crossed defiantly over her chest. Her eyes were fierce, illuminated by a fire that could burn the very fabric of the night. You can't go in there, she said, voice steady, but I saw the tremor beneath. You'll find nothing but despair. But despair was already wrapped around me, a shroud that wouldn't let go. I wanted to scream, to shake her by the shoulders and tell her she didn't understand. But she did. She carried her own sorrow, a wound that would never heal, the name of her lost lover echoing in every silent moment, drowned out only by the growing darkness. Don't you want to know what happened to him? I shot back, desperation clawing at my throat. The truth was, I didn't just need to find Lucas, I needed to confront the monster that had swallowed him whole. I needed to face it, to understand the unexplainable. Clarity was just beyond the reach of my fingertips, lurking between the walls of stone that stood like sentinels around the maze. Margot's gaze softened for just a heartbeat, a flicker of understanding shining through. Sometimes, she whispered, it's better not to know. Her words hung in the cold air, heavy and foreboding. I could almost see the memory swirling between us, the laughter, the warmth, and the awful silence that followed. The same silence that had swallowed my brother. As I stepped closer to the maze, the shadows twisted like serpents, coiling around my ankles. The entrances gaped open, dark mouths waiting to consume the unwary. Every heartbeat screamed for me to turn back, to flee into the safety of the light, but the longing clawed at my insides, a relentless urge to uncover the truth. I felt Margot's hand on my shoulder, a tether to reality, her warmth a stark contrast to the encroaching cold. If you go in there, she warned, you may never come back. Her voice faded as I crossed the threshold, plunged into darkness. The air turned stale and thick, wrapping around me like an old, musty blanket. Each step echoed, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence, and I could hear my breath, ragged and sharp, a reminder that I was still alive, a flickering candle amid the vast, consuming dark. Memory surged through me like a tide, Lucas's laughter, the way he always chased after the light, the way I promised I would always protect him. The walls closed in around me, rough stone scraping against my fingers, a tactile reminder that I was not alone. The maze shifted like a breathing entity, urging me deeper. The passages twisted and turned, each path branching off into uncertainty. I felt a flicker of fear, a realization that each decision could lead to salvation or doom. I remembered Lucas telling me about the legends, the myths that whispered of the maze's power to ensnare even the strongest of hearts. I could hear the walls whispering now, their secrets curling around my mind like tendrils of smoke. You're lost, they hissed, taunting me in the dark. The deeper I went, the more I felt the weight of despair pressing down, almost tangible, a dark fog that threatened to suffocate me. But I had to press on. I had to find him, or at least find a piece of the puzzle that might explain his disappearance. Then I heard it. A faint sound, like a child's laughter, echoing through the maze. My heart leaped, hope intertwining with dread. Was it Lucas? Or a cruel trick of the mind, a spectre conjured by my guilt? I moved toward the sound, driven by desperation, each footfall heavier than the last. As I rounded a corner, the laughter faded, replaced by a low murmur, a chant that curled around my mind, seductive and sinister. The words were unrecognizable, but they resonated with a cadence that spoke to something primal within me, beckoning me to surrender. You're close, the voice seemed to say. You're almost there. I stumbled forward, desire clashing with fear, when suddenly, I caught sight of a shadow flitting along the edge of my vision. Was it Lucas? Was it a glimpse of hope amid the terror? But as I reached out toward it, the shadow darted away, weaving through the maze with a speed that left me breathless. I chased it, every instinct urging me forward, as the walls constricted around me, closing in like the jaws of some monstrous beast. The laughter echoed once more, hauntingly distant, dancing just out of reach. And then, I felt it, an overwhelming sense of forsaking. The walls whispered my name, a cruel reminder of the choices I had made, the truths I had avoided. You may never come back, Margot's warning echoed in my mind, a dirge of despair. I could feel the weight of her sorrow, the embrace of her own labyrinth, unyielding and dark. The maze was alive, and I was merely another lost soul, wandering its depths, searching for a light that flickered just out of reach. The shadows deepened, the chant intensified, and for the first time, I understood, the maze was not just a prison, it was a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of our hearts. I took a breath, heavy and laden with fear, and stepped further into the unknown, knowing that the journey was just beginning, that every step could lead to salvation, or to madness. And in that moment, as the darkness wrapped around me, I surrendered to the labyrinth, heart pounding with the weight of the inevitable. A wail pierces the night, raw and haunting, reverberating through the darkened alleys of a once bustling city, now draped in the eerie silence of impending doom. I stand frozen, heart pounding, as shadows dance like specters on the crumbling walls, whispering the tales of those who perished here. The air is thick with the weight of unfulfilled dreams and lost lives, swirling like fog around my ankles, pulling me deeper into the abyss. I remember the faces, their smiles frozen in time, eyes wide with fear, mouths agape as they realized their fate. In the heart of this forgotten place, a woman named Alia kneels, her fingers tracing the cold earth, desperate to find solace in the soil that has swallowed so many. Her tears mingle with the dust, creating a muddy tapestry of grief. Why, oh why, she cries, a raw and desperate plea for answers that the cosmos refuses to grant. Her brother, Yora, was taken too soon, snatched by a relentless illness that swept through their village like a merciless tide. She remembers the last time they laughed together, a fleeting moment now eclipsed by shadows. I should have saved you, she whispers, her voice trembling as if the very ground may respond. But the earth offers no comfort, only a cruel reminder of life's fragility. As her hands claw at the dirt, she feels a presence nearby, an unsettling chill that dances across her neck. It's him, she thinks. Yora, or perhaps the ghost of hope. She glances around, half expecting to see him emerge from the darkness. Instead, she finds herself alone, engulfed by the memories of a love that was too short, too brutal. What will I do without you? She gasps, her heart breaking, each beat echoing like a drum signaling a funeral march. Then there's Ivan, a scholar of death's many interpretations, standing in the shadows, watching her. He is a man burdened by knowledge, haunted by the weight of the past. Each scroll he's pored over, each theory dissected, leads him to a single truth: death is the only certainty, yet it eludes all comprehension. He has spent years deciphering the rituals of ancient cultures, each one a thread weaving the tapestry of humanity's darkest fear. For every civilization, he thinks, death is a doorway. Some enter with open arms, while others tremble at the threshold. He recalls the ancient Egyptians, their glorious tombs filled with treasures for the afterlife, and yet, he cannot shake the thought, what if all those riches meant nothing in the face of eternity? Alia's scream jolts him from his reverie. He steps closer, drawn to her pain like a moth to a flame, yet unable to extinguish the fire that rages within her heart. Alia, he calls, his voice a mere whisper in the chaos of her sorrow. She turns, eyes wide, as if seeing him for the first time. There's a moment, a flicker of recognition, of shared anguish, before the darkness swallows it whole. You study death, she accuses, her voice trembling with unspent rage. What do you know of loss? I know it's a thief, he replies, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. It steals everything, yet leaves us with memories that gnaw at the soul. He can see the anger simmering in her, a storm brewing behind her eyes. He wants to reach out, to comfort her, but knows that her pain is a fortress, impenetrable and daunting. The echoes of the past taunt him, his own sister, lost to the void of despair, a victim of the very illness that took Yora. He has been rendered powerless, a spectator of death's cruel play. In the distance, a clock tower tolls the midnight hour, its resonant chimes reverberating through the air, marking the passage of time, a relentless reminder that life moves forward even when one is trapped in the past. Alia flinches with each chime, the sound burrowing into her mind, reminding her of the moments she cannot reclaim. Time is a thief as well, she murmurs, her voice fractured. It robs us of every breath, every heartbeat. Ivan watches her, a torrent of emotion swirling within him. He wants to argue, to present his findings, the ancient philosophies that speak of death as a transition rather than an end. But the words catch in his throat, heavy with the burden of her grief. Around them, the shadows thicken, stretching like haunted fingers eager to ensnare their souls. He can almost hear the whispers of the ancients, the Greeks who celebrated death as a passage to Elysium, the Aztecs who believed in cycles of rebirth. Maybe we are all ghosts, he finally suggests, his voice barely a murmur, trapped between what was and what will be. But Alia is not ready for solace, not yet. She stands, fists clenched at her sides, defiance radiating from her. I'm tired of theories. Tired of all your scrolls and your dusty books. What comfort do they bring me? Her words strike like daggers, sharp and brutal, and Ivan feels each one. The truth is, he has no answers, only questions spiraling endlessly into the void, and he sees it reflected in her eyes. The pain shared between them is electric, sparking a connection, but the weight of their suffering pulls them further apart. Around them, the world is alive with echoes. There are whispers of the dead, the remnants of their lives lingering like smoke in the air. The trees sway gently, their leaves rustling, a language lost to time. What if they can hear us? Alia breathes, glancing nervously at the shadows. What if they are watching? The thought sends a shiver down Ivan's spine, tightening his grip on reality. They are not alone in this moment. The spirits of the past swirl around them, a cacophony of voices reminding them of their own mortality. In the tumult of emotions, Alia breathes deeply, her heart racing. She remembers the stories told under the stars, how the ancient Sumerians revered death as a return to the womb of the earth, a journey back to the beginnings. Yet all she feels now is the crushing weight of despair. What if there's nothing? Just darkness, she whispers, the question hanging in the air, palpable and heavy. Ivan's heart aches for her, for the raw vulnerability that spills from her. Then let us create meaning, he urges, feeling the spark of hope flicker against the relentless tide of despair. Let us honor the memories, keep them alive. But the truth gnaws at him. How can one find meaning in a world so steeped in loss? As the clock strikes again, a distant echo reverberates, drowning them in its haunting melody. They stand on the precipice of understanding yet remain shackled by their fears, their grief. The night grows colder, the shadows stretch longer, and in that moment, they are suspended in time, teetering on the edge of revelation and despair. The ground beneath their feet whispers of the ancients, of their beliefs carved into stone and song. And as the darkness envelops them, a haunting thought lingers, echoing through their minds like a ghost refusing to fade. The cycle of life and death is a dance, a macabre ballet that ties them both to an eternal struggle. Will they face it together, or will they be swallowed whole by the darkness? The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something darker, something ancient. A scream echoed through the twisting passages of the maze, sharp enough to slice through the fog of fear that cloaked everything in shadow. I could almost taste the panic, a bitter tang on my tongue, as I pressed forward, heart pounding like a war drum, the rhythm driving me deeper into the labyrinth's embrace. Each turn warped reality, each wall seemed to breathe, alive with whispers of stories long buried. I was not alone, never alone. There, crumpled against the cold stone, was Anya, her breath quick and shallow, eyes wide, haunted. She was a warrior, once. The weight of her armor now lay discarded at the entrance, forgotten like a childhood toy, and all that remained was a trembling girl, lost amid the echoing cries of her own failures. I can't do this, she rasped, voice cracking like ice beneath a boot. The words sliced through me, sharp enough to draw blood. And there was me, a ghost of my former self, racing through the maze, haunted by the specter of my own decisions. You have to fight, Anya. You have to remember why we're here, I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. But the maze was more than a physical barrier, it was a reflection of our own minds, a swirling pit of doubt and despair. As we navigated its twists and turns, it fed on our insecurities, turning us against each other, against ourselves. Why did you bring me here? She shot back, eyes narrowing, fury igniting a spark in her. You knew this would break me. Her words were a dagger, cutting deep, forcing me to confront the truth I had buried beneath layers of bravado and hope. This was no mere game of survival, it was a test of our very souls. Each step felt like a trial by fire, the walls closing in, shadows writhing like serpents around us. I could feel the weight of our unresolved conflicts, the tension so thick it could choke a ghost. I remembered when we had stood on the precipice of optimism, believing we could conquer anything together. Now, that belief felt like ashes in my mouth. The maze transformed, shifting contours and pathways as if it were alive, mocking our every choice, every misstep. Why do you fight? I asked, my voice trembling on the edge of despair. What drives you? It was a question I didn't even know I needed the answer to, but the silence that followed was deafening. Anya's gaze dropped to the ground, the flickering torchlight casting shadows that danced like specters around her. Here, in this hellish maze, every ghost of the past haunted us. I fight because I lost her, she replied, voice softening, each word a weight dragging her deeper into sorrow. My sister. She was everything. The admission hung in the air, heavy and raw, a wound exposed to the world. I thought I could protect her. I thought I was strong enough. I saw the truth in her eyes, a mirror reflecting my own fears. I had lost someone too, someone I loved more than the very air I breathed. The weight of that loss was a chain wrapped around my heart, pulling me further into darkness. We can't let this place take us, Anya, I whispered, grasping her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin against my cold, clammy palm. We owe it to them to survive. They live in us, don't you see? The maze shifted again, walls trembling, revealing fleeting glimpses of our pasts, shadows of laughter, echoes of joy, moments that felt light years away. It was a cruel trick, a constant reminder of what had been lost, what could never be reclaimed. Each corner we turned seemed to mock our grief, each pathway leading us deeper into despair. But then, amidst the crushing weight of sorrow, I felt a flicker of something else, hope. Remember the stories we told? I ventured, forcing a smile through the darkness. The ones about heroes who changed their fates. There was a moment, a heartbeat, where the tension broke, and I saw the flicker of a smile dance across her lips. It was a fragile thing, but it ignited something within me, a spark of resilience. We're the heroes now, Anya. We can't let the maze win. But it was not just Anya's demons we faced. No, lurking in the shadows was another, a figure who embodied our greatest fears. Marcus, a voice from our past, a twisted remnant of our shared history. The maze had conjured him, reanimating a spectre I thought had been laid to rest. You think you can escape, his voice echoed, cruel and mocking, sending chills down my spine. You're just as lost as you were before. You'll never get out. I felt Anya stiffen beside me, the pain of betrayal etched across her features. You're not real, she shouted, words filled with a fire that momentarily pushed back the darkness. But the maze fed on our doubts, warping his image, turning him into a grotesque reflection of our failures and fears. This is where you belong, he sneered, the walls echoing his words, reverberating through the very marrow of my bones. No, I roared, the truth clawing its way to the surface, raw and unfiltered. We will not be defined by what we've lost. We are more than our grief. The maze trembled, walls shifting, and with every breath, I could feel the pressure of destiny closing in, the inescapable pull of choice. Anya's grip tightened on my hand, and I looked into her eyes, recognizing the same fight I held within me. Side by side, we would confront our tormentor, the embodiment of our pain. Together, I said, a promise sealed in the air between us. We face this together. The maze roared around us, a cacophony of sound and shadow, fury and fear intertwined. But shedding the shackles of our past, we surged forward, hearts pounding, breath synchronizing. The walls could shift and morph, but we were more than mere mortals, we were a force to be reckoned with. And as we pressed deeper, the walls began to tremble, the darkness illuminating the truth that echoed fearlessly through the passages. The maze was not our prison, it was our crucible, a test of resilience, of love, and of hope. Each step we took echoed loudly, a battle cry against the relentless tide of despair. Together, we would rise, and as the light began to break through, the maze transformed from a symbol of confinement to one of liberation, a testament to our unyielding spirit. I remembered the stars, once so distant, now a part of our story, guiding us through the shadows. We were not just lost souls in a labyrinth, we were the architects of our fate, eternally entwined in the dance of life and death, fear and love, hope and heartache. The maze would never truly end, it would only lead us into the next chapter of our existence, a reminder that even in the darkest corners, the light of the cosmos could still shine, illuminating the paths we dared to tread. The walls closed in, slick with the sweat of despair, each breath a shallow gasp of hope against the encroaching darkness. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, the rhythm echoing in the cavernous silence of the labyrinth. The air quivered, thick with memories of those who had walked before me, lost souls draped in shadows. My hands trembled, clutching my sword, a mere sliver of comfort in a world that had forgotten mercy. I remember the whispers of the city above, where life thrived in its reckless abandon. They spoke of love under the stars, of laughter spilling from taverns like wine, but down here, the light crumbled into fragments. I could feel the weight of the stone pressing down as if the very earth conspired to swallow me whole. And then there was the Minotaur, a creature of nightmares, flesh and fury, chained to its own sorrow, a beast birthed from the darkest corners of human ambition. And there was Ariadne, the threadmaker, her fingers deftly weaving hope into the fabric of despair. I could almost see the golden thread trailing behind me, a fragile lifeline tethering me to sanity as I navigated the endless corridors. "Follow it," she had whispered, her eyes wide with fear, "and you might just find your way back." But what if I wasn't meant to return? What if this was my penance, a twisted fate for a heart that dared to dream? I remember how she had looked at me, her gaze a shattering blend of love and grief. I didn't want to be a hero, I wanted to be with her. Every step I took echoed in the darkness, a heartbeat in the void. I felt the Minotaur's breath before I saw it, a rancid, primal force that clawed at the edges of my mind. Each moment stretched, the shadows shifting like restless spirits. I could almost hear the distant thrum of its heart, a steady metronome counting down the breaths until we would meet. I moved forward, the thread glimmering faintly, the only promise amidst the encroaching dread. I remember the stories, the heroes, the legends that painted me as something more than flesh. But as I walked deeper, the tales felt like chains, each word a weight around my soul. The Minotaur was not just a monster, it was a reflection of every fear I had ever buried deep within me. It was my rage, my failures, the darkness that whispered in the quiet hours of the night. Would it be a mercy to die in its jaws, or would I simply become another ghost in this damned maze? A flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow darting just beyond the reach of my sword. Was it the beast? Or was it something worse, a figment of my own unraveling mind? I felt the walls close in, the stone slick with the memories of those who had fallen before me. I remember the laughter, the jeers of my friends who believed I could conquer the beast, who saw only the warrior in me, not the man quaking beneath the armor. "Fight!" I whispered to myself, but the word tasted bitter on my tongue. Would fighting mean victory, or would it simply be another act of defiance against the inevitable? I felt the weight of Ariadne's gaze burning into my back, her faith alight flickering faintly in my chest. I had to find her again. But what if I didn't make it? What if the labyrinth consumed me, leaving only echoes of my existence to haunt the walls? I pressed on, the darkness thickening, an oppressive shroud that clung to my skin. The silence was a predator, lurking just beyond my senses, waiting for the moment I faltered. And then, as if summoned by my fear, the Minotaur appeared. It was a collision of dread and fury, a monstrous silhouette that loomed larger than life, all muscle and rage. My heart thundered in my chest, a frantic drumbeat that drowned out all rational thought. I remember its eyes, wild and deep, reflecting my own terror back at me. In that moment, time stretched and twisted, a fleeting eternity where pain and fear mingled like old friends. I raised my sword, but my hand shook, my resolve faltering as the creature charged. I could hear Ariadne's voice in my head, urging me to fight, to summon the strength that lay buried beneath the fear. But I couldn't bear the thought of becoming a monster myself. We were all monsters in this tale, bound to our fates by the choices we made. The labyrinth was not just a physical space, it was a prison for every regret, every sorrow that had shaped us. The Minotaur was no villain, it was born of pain, a creature of the dark birthed from the chaotic dance of human passion. As I faced it, I felt the boundaries of my fear dissolve, a strange sense of clarity washing over me. I was not just a hero, I was a man, flawed and bleeding, grappling with the vulnerability that made me human. The Minotaur charged, and in that fleeting moment, I saw not just a beast but a reflection of my own torment, my insecurities, my heartache, the darkness that whispered lies in the dead of night. Then it struck, hard and fast, a collision of flesh and fury. I felt the heat of its breath, the raw power of its rage coursing through my veins. I ducked, dodged, the world around me narrowing to this singular moment of survival. I was alive, alive in the chaos, alive in the fear. And in that heartbeat of existence, I understood, the labyrinth would not define me, it would reveal me. I fought not just for my life but for the desire to reunite with Ariadne, to weave our destinies against the backdrop of this cursed maze. The Minotaur roared, a sound that shook the very stones, and I took a breath, deep and filled with the weight of what was to come. This was no longer a quest for glory, it was a battle for the very essence of who I was. But the shadows whispered still, and the labyrinth, alive with ancient memories, twisted and turned, pulling me deeper into its embrace, a hug that promised both illumination and annihilation. I could feel the thread slipping through my fingers, a fragile connection to the world I had left behind. Yet, somewhere in that darkness, beneath the layers of fear and sorrow, I found the flicker of hope. And so I pressed on, heart racing, toward whatever fate awaited me at the center of it all. The labyrinth is screaming. Shadows dance, twisting and turning like lost souls searching for escape. It's nothing but a dark, suffocating haze, yet here I am, standing on the precipice, my heart pounding like a war drum against my chest. Run, whispers a voice in my head, but my feet are frozen, roots embedded in an ancient earth that seems to pulse with the weight of lives lost. I remember the stories, the hushed tones that spoke of the Minotaur, a beast born of shame and darkness, a creature of blood and bone, trapped in the heart of this monstrous maze. And there's me, Theo, a hesitant hero caught in the web of fate. I remember the dawn before I descended into this nightmarish world, where laughter echoed through the sunlit streets, children played, and life felt infinite. Now, all I hear is the silence that stretches like a taut string, ready to snap. The labyrinth twists, shifting like memories that refuse to settle. What are you doing here? I ask the darkness, but it offers no reply. It only breathes heavily, drawing me deeper into its hungry embrace. With every heartbeat, the air thickens, suffocating my anticipation. I can almost taste the fear mingling with the damp stone walls. I'm not alone. I hear her, Myra, her cries echoing through the hallways, a haunting melody of despair. She was brave, so brave, until the moment she wasn't. I remember the glint in her eyes, that fierce determination when she vowed to find her brother, lost to the shadows like so many before him. She had a fire that could light the darkest corners, but even flames can be smothered by despair. Myra! I shout, but my voice lingers, swallowed by the oppressive silence, like a ghost echoing through the ages. I remember why I'm here, why I must confront the Minotaur. It's not just her brother, lost in this maze of death and decay, it's the whispered tales of my own family, the bloodline tainted by secrets and sacrifices. A legacy I can't escape, a haunting past that colors my soul. But deep down, I feel it, the tingle of something more than fear. Is it courage? Or just the instinct to survive? The labyrinth changes again, walls closing in like a predator stalking its prey. In this place, time is irrelevant. It stretches and warps, memories overlapping like the layers of a dream. I see them, the shadows of those who came before me. The flickers of their lives pass through me, I can almost touch their sorrow, their pain. Kings and commoners alike, all drawn here by the same gravity of despair. I wonder if they too thought they would find glory, or if they just hoped to escape death. And then, the sound, a low growl reverberates through the walls, a promise of chaos and violence. The Minotaur. I remember my hand shaking, fingers trembling as I reach for the blade at my side. It feels cold, almost mocking against my palm. A pitiful weapon against a force of nature. The growl deepens, a chorus of rage and hunger. I can feel its presence, a thick shroud of darkness, wrapping itself around my heart, squeezing until I can barely breathe. Myra! I scream again, desperation clawing at my throat. I stumble forward, deeper into the abyss, the echoes of her cries leading me like a moth drawn to a flame. I know what I must face, this beast that stands as the embodiment of life and death, a grotesque reminder of our fleeting existence. It's not just about survival, it's about confronting what we fear the most, the monsters hiding in the corners of our minds. I find her, Myra, crumpled against the wall, tears streaming down her face, her spirit dimmed but not extinguished. Theo, she gasps, her voice barely a whisper, raw and trembling. I thought I was alone. There's a flicker of hope, a spark that ignites something within me. In this darkness, she is my light. We can't give up, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. But I can see it in her eyes, that haunting doubt. What if it's too late? The growl intensifies, a reminder of the beast lurking in the shadows. I feel it creeping closer, the air heavy with the scent of fear and sweat. I remember standing before the mirror as a child, practicing brave faces, imagining the hero I would be. But in this moment, I'm just a boy, terrified of the unknown. Then, we hear it, the sound of hooves against the stone floor, echoing like thunder through the corridors. It's the Minotaur, a titan of rage and sorrow, born from the darkest depths of humanity. I close my eyes, and for a heartbeat, I see everything: the labyrinth, the blood, the sacrifices made in the name of love, and the twisted irony of fate. I remember the stories again, how the Minotaur was not just a monster but a reflection of our deepest fears, a reminder of the price we pay for our choices. And then, suddenly, the creature appears. Towering and fierce, its eyes glow with an otherworldly hunger. My heart stops as time stretches, the moment crystallizing into pure terror. I can see the pain behind its eyes, a creature born of love and loss, twisted into something unrecognizable. I catch my breath, a realization washing over me: this beast is not just an enemy, it is a part of the cycle of life and death, a reminder that we are all trapped in our own labyrinths. Myra, stay close, I whisper, every word heavy with the weight of fate. I feel the heat radiating from the beast, the primal energy crackling through the air. And in that moment, I understand, the confrontation is not just with the creature, but with ourselves. It's about the choices we make, the shadows we harbor. Who will emerge from this darkness? Who will be consumed? As it lunges, I lift my blade, knowing it's not just about survival. It's about embracing the duality of existence, the life and death that intertwine like lovers in a twisted dance. I remember, to live is to confront the shadows, to face the Minotaur dwelling within us all. And then the world shatters. The chaos erupts, the beast charging forward, roaring like thunder, and I stand frozen, torn between the desperate need to fight and the overwhelming urge to run. The labyrinth swells around us, a pulsating heart, and in that moment, I know, this is just the beginning. The darkness closes in, and I'm not sure if I will find my way out. The air was thick with a silence that trembled like the surface of a dark lake, the kind that wraps around you, squeezing out hope with each breath. I stood there, heart pounding, as the shadows flickered like lost souls dancing in the corners of my vision, taunting me. I remember the moment when the entrance to the duat yawned open before me, a gaping maw of darkness, promising both salvation and despair. It was a living thing, the underworld, a labyrinth of fears, a maze of memories, whispering my name in a voice that felt hauntingly familiar. Maya stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the abyss like a mirror poised to shatter. She was haunted, a flicker of defiance buried beneath layers of dread. Her hand trembled as it brushed against mine, chilling me to the bone. "We can't turn back," she murmured, the words barely a breath. She had lost too much already, her brother, swallowed by the river of time, a ghost now roaming these very halls. Each step toward the duat felt like a betrayal to his memory. I felt the weight of her sorrow like a stone pressing against my chest, yet here we were, drawn into this nightmarish embrace. Beside her stood Amir, a man who wore his bravado like a tattered cloak, frayed and barely holding together. His laughter often echoed in the halls where light dared not tread, a mask for the chaos swirling within. "It's just a myth, right?" he said, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. But even he, the jester in our tragic play, couldn't hide the tremor in his voice. A little darkness never hurt anyone. But in his eyes, I could see the flicker of doubt, a star in a night sky that had long since collapsed. We stepped into the duat, and I felt it swallow us whole. The air turned cold, wrapping around us like a shroud. I could feel the pulse of the underworld, a heartbeat syncing with my own, a reminder that we were alive amid the echoes of the dead. The walls shifted, closing in like a predator stalking its prey, and a shiver ran down my spine. I could almost hear the whispers of the damned, their stories weaving through the shadows, begging for release. They were memories, trapped in time, just like Maya's brother. Stay close, I whispered, my voice trembling as we navigated the twisting pathways. Each turn felt wrong, each choice a gamble with fate. The air thickened, suffocating. I could smell the damp earth, feel the chill of despair seeping into my bones. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing with a life of their own, and I wondered, how many had walked this path before us, lost to the corridors of time? Maya's breath caught as we approached a fissure in the darkness, a glimmer of light flickering like a dying star. The judgment hall, she gasped, the desire to flee battling the pull of curiosity. Here, the echoes grew louder, the cries of the judged rising like smoke. I could hear the heart-wrenching sobs of souls pleading for mercy, their torment reaching out to clutch at our hearts. Do you hear them? Amir whispered, his bravado fading into a thin veneer of fear. They're lost, just like us. The weight of reality crashed upon us, and for a moment, the world narrowed to the sound of our breaths mingling with the cries of the damned. What if we don't make it out? Maya's voice quivered, and I could see the flickers of doubt in her eyes, a tempest battling her spirit. The light grew brighter, revealing an alabaster throne, and at its center, an imposing figure, Anubis, the silent overseer of souls, with eyes that saw through flesh and bone. He held a scale, a tool of fate, where every heartbeat would be weighed against a feather of truth. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the weight of impending judgment pressing down like a physical force. Look, I urged, pointing to the scale, if we can, but my words died in my throat. The shadows moved, swirling like smoke, and ancient voices danced around us, murmuring secrets and fears. Do you feel it? Maya's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes wide with terror. It's alive. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her it would be all right, but the truth clung to my tongue, heavy and bitter. The duat was unforgiving. It didn't care for our hopes or our dreams, it was a mirror reflecting our deepest fears. Every step we took was a step deeper into our own darkness, an unraveling of who we were. Amir's laughter faded, replaced by a hollow echo that spoke of despair. What if we don't get judged? He asked, glancing back at us, the bravado gone. What if we're left here, forever? Panic surged through me, a tidal wave crashing against the shores of reason. We have to keep moving, I urged, gripping Maya's hand tighter, feeling her pulse race beneath my fingers. We have to find a way out. But the truth hung heavy in the air, a ghost that refused to leave. The paths twisted endlessly, branches splitting off into darkness, each one a choice that could lead to freedom or eternal damnation. Here in the duat, time had no meaning. It twisted and curled, mocking our fleeting existence, reminding us that we were mere specks against the cosmos. I thought of the stars, once a beacon of hope, now distant and unreachable, like dreams slipping through fingers. I remember, Maya began, her voice barely a thread, the stories my mother told me about the duat. The light at the end, a beacon of hope. But her voice cracked, and the weight of reality crashed down upon her again. What if it's all a lie? The coldness of despair wrapped around us, an unshakable presence, and I could almost hear the laughter of the damned, echoing through the corridors of darkness. What if we were nothing but whispers, fading into oblivion? And yet, amid our fears, a flicker of resolve ignited. I squeezed Maya's hand, and Amir's laughter, though fragile, returned, a shadow of its former self. We're in this together, I promised, but the words felt inadequate, the shadows looming ever closer. The duet shifted again, and we were left standing at a crossroads, a choice to confront our fears, to face the shadows lurking just beyond the light. The journey was not just about escape, it was a confrontation with the very essence of our souls. And so, we pressed on, deeper into the heart of the duat, ready or not, the darkness awaited. The echoes of the past trailed behind us, and with each heartbeat, the maze unfolded its secrets, weaving a story of loss, redemption, and the relentless pursuit of light in the depths of despair. The air was thick with anticipation, a cloying miasma that wove itself through the shadows of the ancient forest. I stood at the edge of the Nordic hell, the entrance gaping like a wound, dark and inviting, calling me with whispers only the dead could understand. It was a living nightmare, my heart racing, pounding like a desperate drum, harmonizing with the silence that surrounded me. I took a step forward, the crunch of frost-bitten leaves beneath my feet echoing like an omen in the stillness. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a ghostly figure darting between the trees, pale as the moonlight. It was Alaric, his brow furrowed, eyes wide with terror. He was a man burdened, a warrior once, now a shadow of himself, haunted by the screams of those he failed to save. His hands trembled, clenching and releasing, a futile grasp at strength slipping through his fingers. "We can't go back," he said, voice hoarse, laden with the weight of his sins. I remembered when he was full of fire, a beacon of hope. Now, he was a flickering candle, threatened by the wind of regret. Beside him stood Freya, her wild hair like a tempest, fierce and unyielding. She had always been the embodiment of determination, yet I could see the flickers of doubt dancing in her eyes. "I can't do this," she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips. But she had no choice. Hell was not just a place, it was the very essence of her fears, the memories that gnawed at her like a ravenous beast. I wanted to reach out, to assure her, but the dread swirling within me held me back. Would my words be a comfort or a curse? A distant howl pierced the air, a sound that twisted my gut, a reminder that we were not alone. The labyrinth awaited, its dark corridors filled with memories and echoes of what once was. Each step forward felt like a betrayal of the living, an entry into the realm of the lost. I shivered, my breath visible in the chill that seeped into my bones. "We have to keep moving," I urged, trying to mask the tremor in my voice. Alaric nodded, though his eyes remained locked on the shadows. "What if we're not meant to come back?" he murmured, haunted. "What if the hell claims us?" There was a time when his bravery was unshakable, but now it was a fragile shell, each crack revealing the depths of despair within. And then we entered the maze. The walls loomed around us, enclosed, suffocating. The scent of damp earth filled my nostrils, mingling with something rancid, a reminder of decay and death. Each turn was a gamble, each echo a taunt. I could feel the weight of history pressing against me, the ghosts of the past swirling like smoke, whispering secrets that made my skin crawl. "I remember," I started, but the word stuck in my throat like a bone. What did I remember? Faces of the fallen? A battlefield soaked in blood? Or the warmth of life, now extinguished? Freya took a step deeper into the darkness, her resolve hardening. "I refuse to be afraid," she declared, though I could see the tremor in her hands. "Fear is a chain. I will not be shackled." There was fierce beauty in her defiance, but I could feel the cracks in her armor. She was fighting a war within. As we ventured farther, the maze began to whisper our names, taunting us with memories we wished to forget. Suddenly, the walls shimmered with shadows, figures emerging from the gloom, their faces twisted in anguish. They were the lost, the forgotten, seeking solace in the maze we had entered. "Help us," they cried, voices a haunting symphony of despair. I wanted to turn away, to shield my heart from their sorrow, but I found myself drawn to them, to their pain. I reached out, fingertips grazing the icy air, but they dissipated like smoke, leaving nothing but the chilling echo of what remained unfulfilled. Alaric stumbled, and I caught him. "Stay with me," I urged, but he was slipping. The weight of the dead was pulling him down, an anchor he could not shake. "I can't," he gasped, breath hitching, eyes wide with a terror that shattered my heart. I could feel his despair wrapping around us like chains, threatening to smother the little light we had left. "I can't do this anymore." "No!" I shouted, desperation flooding my voice. "You are not alone. We are in this together." But my words felt hollow against the vastness of the hell. The shadows tightened around us, their tendrils creeping closer, seeping into our souls. Freya stepped forward, her fierce spirit ignited. "No more," she screamed, her voice rising above the whispers. "You will not take him. You will not take any of us." It was a declaration, a challenge to the darkness. The shadows recoiled, hesitating for a moment, and I could see the flicker of determination in Freya's eyes. She was beautiful in her rage, a warrior standing against the tide of despair. Yet, I feared for her. I feared for Alaric, for myself. The maze was alive, breathing, a malevolent entity that fed on our fears, our regrets. I remembered the stories told around flickering fires, tales of those who entered and never returned. "We must stay together," I urged, my voice trembling with emotion. "We have to find the heart of this place. Together." We pressed on, the path shifting beneath us, the shadows forming and reforming like ghosts playing hide and seek. Each turn felt like a betrayal, but we were bound by the weight of our shared fears and memories. I could feel the heartbeat of the maze, a rhythm that matched the growing intensity in my chest. In this haunting realm, where the past loomed like an oppressive fog, we were battling not just the dead but our own demons. Each step was a confrontation, a reminder that life was fragile, fleeting, and unfathomably precious. I could not escape the truth. We were all lost in our own ways, searching for a way home, for redemption, for peace in a world that had long forgotten such comforts. As we pressed forward, the walls seemed to pulse, alive with the echoes of our fears. The maze whispered, taunted. But with every heartbeat, I remembered, it was not just the dead we feared, it was the living, the memories of what we had lost, and the unbearable weight of what we still had to face. And so, we moved deeper into the labyrinth, hearts entwined, spirits wavering, caught between the realms of the living and the dead. The darkness beckoned, but we refused to yield. Together, we would find our way through the maze of the dead, our souls intertwined as we confronted the shadows that lay ahead. The air was thick, cloying with the scent of damp earth and something metallic, blood, perhaps. A shadow flickered in the corner of my vision, too quick to catch, as if even the darkness was alive and watching. I stood on the precipice of Xibalba, its entrance gaping like a wounded mouth, beckoning with a promise of horrors that would twist my soul inside out. I took a breath, each heartbeat a drum echoing in the silence, a reminder of my fragile humanity. Yolitl was beside me, her eyes wide with fear, a stark contrast to the anger that had driven her here. "We should turn back," she whispered, her voice trembling, but her feet remained planted, rooted in defiance. I could see it, her desire to confront the abyss, to wrestle with the demons that danced just beyond the veil of the ordinary. A cruel twist of fate had bound us together, spiraling into this underworld, and yet she was not just my companion, she was the fire that flickered in my chest, a raw, uncontainable spirit caught in a world that sought to snuff it out. "Back? After everything?" "We can't," I replied, my voice hoarse. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on me, each whispered promise of release and revenge tangling in my mind like the tendrils of smoke rising from a dying fire. "If we don't face this, what else is left?" Yolitl's jaw clenched, her resolve faltering. I could taste her fear, and mine mingled with it, a bitter cocktail of desperation. Thoughts of the surface world, of sun-drenched days and laughter that rang like bells, faded like the morning mist. Here, in Xibalba, shadows thrived. I could hear them whispering secrets through the labyrinth of darkness, each echo a reminder of the trials ahead. A sudden rush of wind whipped past us, sending chills skittering down my spine. The very air seemed to pulse with anticipation, making my skin prickle. I stepped forward, into the darkness, dragging her with me. Together we plunged into the unknown, a choice forged in fear and stubborn hope, a heart-pounding leap into the depths of our own broken souls. Each step was a trial, each corner a new horror. The walls of Xibalba seemed to close in around us, alive, breathing, shifting like the ghosts of the past. It whispered of sacrifices, of blood spilled for the gods, of those who had come before us, each one a desperate soul lost to the relentless maw of despair. I remembered the legends, the tales of those who faced the trials and crumbled beneath their weight, of the ones who made it through, yet emerged irrevocably changed. "Do you really think we can survive this?" Yolitl's voice cut through the oppressive silence, slicing into my thoughts. Her vulnerability felt like a fire igniting within me, pushing me forward despite the fear coiling in my gut. "We have to," I said, though the uncertainty in my heart gnawed at my resolve. I'd seen what fear could do to a person, to the ones I loved. It had twisted their minds, turned them to shadows of themselves. It wouldn't claim us. Not yet. The first trial hit us like a thunderclap. The path split. One side led to a flickering light, a promise of warmth and safety, the other plunged into an abyss of darkness, the air thick with the stench of despair. I could feel the tug of the light, calling my name. But Yolitl was strong, her spirit a wild horse that would not be tamed. "The darkness," she cried, her voice alive with urgency. "It's where we find ourselves." And so we descended, deeper into the bowels of Xibalba, a choice marred with uncertainty but laced with a strange exhilaration. The ground beneath us shifted, and jagged rocks sprang forth like teeth, eager to latch onto our flesh. I stumbled, falling into a cold embrace of shadows, and Yolitl's hand slipped from mine. Panic seized me. "Yolitl!" I screamed, voice echoing. The shadows danced, revealing glimpses of her, fighting, clawing, a silhouette against the crushing dark. I could feel her fear piercing through the void. I was paralyzed, caught in a moment that lingered like the taste of ash on my tongue. "I can't," she cried, her voice breaking, and it shattered me. I lunged, my hands grasping for her, but the shadows wrapped around me, pulling me back, threatening to consume us whole. "Hold on!" I shouted, but it felt futile, the words lost in the churning darkness, swallowed by the very essence of Xibalba. In that split second, I remembered the stories, the trials designed to strip us bare, to reveal our most primal selves. I could feel the weight of our past, burdened by loss and regret, dragging us down. The darkness pressed in, taunting us, whispering that this was where we would finally succumb. But then I remembered the fire in Yolitl's eyes, her fierce spirit igniting the world around us. With a surge of adrenaline, I found my voice again, primal and raw. "You are stronger than this. Fight!" A breath. A heartbeat. Then the darkness shuddered. I felt her presence surge back, pushing through the shadows as if she were a sun breaking free from the clouds. "I'm here," she gasped, her fingers clawing through the void until we connected once more. The pulse of her heartbeat matched mine, a lifeline amid the chaos. Together, we faced the darkness, our fears woven into the very fabric of our being. Each trial would strip away our illusions, reveal the truth of ourselves, our flaws and burdens laid bare. But we wouldn't succumb, we would rise, battered and scarred, yet unyielding. In the distance, a low growl reverberated through the labyrinth, a promise of the next trial to come. We stood on the precipice, shadows swirling around us, a heartbeat away from the unknown. And somehow, I knew, this was just the beginning. A chill raced down my spine, whispering ancient secrets I could hardly grasp. Moonlight spilled through the canopy of twisted branches, casting ghostly shadows that danced on the forest floor. The air was thick with an unnatural silence, broken only by the distant wail of a banshee, a shriek that seemed to claw at my insides, a warning from the depths of the Celtic otherworld. I stood there, heart thumping violently, knowing that tonight would shatter everything I thought I understood about life, death, and what lay beyond. Ronan was beside me, trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. His eyes, wide and haunted, held a desperation I recognized as my own. "We shouldn't be here," he gasped, voice cracking like the brittle branches underfoot. This was not mere superstition for him, it was a feverish dread, a tangible fear that clung to his skin. The forest felt alive, watching us with hunger, as if the very shadows whispered of our folly. "Do you remember?" I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "The stories? The paths of the dead?" I could see his mind racing, grappling with the weight of those tales. The legends of the otherworld that spoke of a land where the dead walked, where sorrows lingered like lingering fog. Ronan had lost his sister to the cold grasp of death last winter, a wound that had torn through his family, leaving him hollow. I had been there, holding him as he sobbed, tearing at his own spirit, and now, here we were, on the cusp of the abyss he feared most. "I remember," he murmured, his gaze drifting into the darkness. "I remember how she screamed." His voice trembled, a quiver of raw, unhealed pain echoed in the silence. A flicker of rage ignited within him. What if we could bring her back? What if it's true? What if the dead can return? I could see the madness glimmering in his eyes, a desperate hope twisted with despair, an impossible dream that was, at its heart, a nightmare. The forest exhaled, rattling the leaves as if mocking us. I felt a shiver dance across my skin. The tales spoke of paths that opened under the light of the moon, of bridges between this world and the next, where forgotten souls wandered, lost and longing. The tension thickened, wrapping around us like chains, binding, suffocating. "Ronan, we need to go," I urged, fear pulsing through me. "This isn't a game." But my words fell flat, like stones in a still pond, ripples fading before they could reach the deep. He took a step forward, drawn toward the shadowed path winding through the trees, and I followed, heart racing, pulled by an unseen force, a magnetic dread that seemed to tug at my very essence. Each step felt like a heartbeat echoing in a tomb. I could hear the whispers now, soft yet haunting, a symphony of lost voices, weaving through the branches, wrapping around us. They sang of love and loss, of dreams shattered and destinies forever altered. I felt my breath hitch, panic clawing at my throat. Every fiber of my being screamed to turn back, but Ronan's agony anchored me, an unspoken bond forged in shared grief. And then, we saw it, a shimmering light flickering beyond the trees, a beckoning glow shrouded in a mist that felt thick enough to drown in. It was both beautiful and terrifying, an ethereal promise wrapped in darkness. I could taste the cold air, sharp and metallic, filling my lungs as we moved closer. The world held its breath, and for a moment, time twisted and warped. "Just a little further," Ronan urged, the fever of hope igniting his spirit. But deep down, I sensed the shift in the air, a warning that throbbed like a heartbeat, echoing through the silence. The mist swirled around us, cold fingers clutching at our skin, and I wanted to scream, to pull him back, to shake sense into him. But the light shimmered like a siren song, intoxicating and irresistible. As we crossed the threshold, the world shifted. The forest fell away, replaced by an expansive landscape bathed in an otherworldly glow. Fields of luminescent flowers swayed gently, exuding an eerie beauty that made my heart ache. I could almost hear the echoes of laughter, of familiar voices calling out to us, yet tainted with a sorrow that felt like a cruel twist of fate. Ronan's eyes brightened, hope igniting like wildfire. "Kiva," he called, voice cracking, shaking the air with yearning. His sister's name hung between us like a fragile thread, a delicate wish woven into the very fabric of this realm. I felt a pang of longing for the lost, those who wandered, trapped between worlds and time. But the air shifted again, darkening, cold dread settling deep in my bones. From the shadows, figures emerged, glimpses of those who had crossed the threshold before us, faces twisted with grief and longing. I could feel their pain, a weight that crushed my spirit. They were expressions of sorrow, memories lingering like ghosts, and I knew instinctively that they were not lost souls waiting to be saved but remnants of a past that could not be undone. "Kiva!" Ronan's voice rang out, desperation sharpening his features. But the figures turned, their eyes vacant, their gestures pleading. They reached for us, and I felt the icy grip of despair wrap around my heart. The beauty of this other world was a trap, a vast web of hopes and dreams entangled with the very essence of loss. Time twisted in that place, stretching and pulling. Moments slipped through my fingers like sand. "We need to leave," I shouted, fear igniting a primal instinct in me. But Ronan was entranced, staring into the hollow eyes of the shadows, searching for a glimpse of the sister he couldn't let go of. I felt the darkness creeping in, consuming him, and I could almost hear the whispers urging him deeper, a pull he could not resist. "I remember," he murmured, his voice drifting like smoke, "I remember her laughter." But the laughter was lost now, swallowed by the silence of this other world, a place where echoes became chains. My heart raced as I reached for him, desperation clawing at my throat, but he was slipping away, dragged into the depths of memory, entangled in the very fabric of the past. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, each breath a reminder of the choices laid bare before us. We stood on the precipice, lost in the echoes of what was, not knowing if we could return to the world we once knew. The path behind us darkened, and the shadows swirled, whispering secrets that tugged at the edges of our souls. In that moment, I realized the true horror of the other world, not only the specters of the dead that walked there but the haunting truth that some paths were never meant to be walked again. I reached for Ronan, the pulse of fear thrumming through me, the weight of loss pressing down on my chest. "Come back," I begged, voice breaking, "we have to go. Please." But the shadows thickened, and I felt it, the cold dread of eternity stretching out before us, the paths of the dead winding into the night, beckoning, whispering, waiting. The sky was a bruised purple, heavy with the weight of storm clouds that mirrored the brewing tempest in Oki's heart. He stood alone at the edge of the mesa, the wind whistling past him like a ghost, carrying the scent of rain mixed with the earthy aroma of wet maize. He gripped the smooth, worn edges of an ancient kachina doll, its colors faded but vibrant in his memory. Each painted detail whispered stories of his ancestors, tales that would soon drown under the chaos. "I remember the first time I saw the kachinas dance," he murmured, his voice barely a breath against the wind. The memories came rushing back, sharp and haunting. The night was alive, pulsing with drums echoing like thunder, the dancers moving in a trance, shadows flickering in the firelight. The kachinas were not mere spirits, they were hope, they were life, they were the very heartbeat of the Hopi people. But now, with the crops failing, the whispers of the kachinas felt more like curses. Oki's gaze drifted to the barren fields below, once lush with maize, now cracked and desolate. His heart clenched as he thought of his sister, Tora, her laughter ringing like a bell, now silenced by hunger's grip. He could still see her, small and fierce, hands stained with the earth, planting seeds with dreams of a better harvest. But dreams felt like ghosts now, flickering in the corners of his mind, taunting him with their elusiveness. A shadow passed overhead, dark and ominous. Oki looked up, and his breath caught in his throat. A great bird circled, its wings blotting out the last rays of sun, and for a moment, he wondered if it was a kachina, a messenger from the beyond, here to deliver news of doom. His heart raced. Would it take him away, or would it carry Tora's spirit into the ether? "Come back, Tora," he whispered, desperation clawing at his throat. But she wouldn't come back. She was out there, lost in the storm of life, battling demons he couldn't face. Oki squeezed the doll tighter, feeling the rough edges bite into his skin, grounding him, reminding him of who he was. Every heartbeat, he thought, counts. Each pulse was a reminder of the struggle, of the ancestors who had once thrived on this very soil. He could almost hear their voices, echoing through time, urging him forward. But what if the kachinas were angry? What if they had abandoned them, turned their gaze away in wrath? As the winds howled, a figure emerged from the dust, a wraith-like silhouette against the darkening sky. It was Chemo, his childhood friend, now a mirage of the boy Oki once knew. Chemo's face was a mask of weariness, haunted by shadows of his own. He approached slowly, the weight of regret palpable between them. "Oki," Chemo said, his voice low, as if afraid to disturb the spirits. "They say the kachinas demand a sacrifice." Oki clenched his fists, feeling the anguish twist like a knife in his gut. What kind of sacrifice? The answer loomed like a storm cloud, dark and oppressive, threatening to unleash chaos. "Maize. They want us to give them the last of what we have." Chemo's eyes were wide, wild with fear. What if it's not enough? What if we lose everything? Oki interrupted, the anger spilling out like a flood. "We're fighting for our lives here, Chemo. You can't just, I know. I know." Chemo shouted, his voice cracking. "But what choice do we have? It's either that or watch our people vanish into the ghosts of history." The air thickened between them, a palpable tension that felt as heavy as the clouds above. Oki's heart raced, the rhythm echoing the drums of that long-ago night. Memories of dancing, of laughter, and of hope surged within him, battling against despair. "I remember the stories," Oki said, his voice trembling with passion. "The kachinas are not just spirits of death. They are the bringers of life. We must honor them, but we can't give up our last breath." "We can't," Chemo's eyes glimmered with a mix of desperation and determination, as if he were caught between two worlds, one of tradition and one of survival. "Then what do we do?" he asked, his voice a whisper amidst the chaos. Oki closed his eyes, feeling the weight of countless generations pressing against him. Their hopes tangled with his own fears, forming a web of expectation that felt suffocating. He could almost hear Tora's laughter again, a distant echo of innocence, reminding him of the joy that once filled their lives. Maybe, Oki breathed, the thought blooming like a fragile flower in the cracks of despair, maybe we don't have to sacrifice at all. Maybe we can summon the kachinas in a different way. Show them our strength, our unity. Chemo stepped back, eyes wide. What do you mean? Let's gather the people. Let's dance. Let's show them we're still here, that we still believe. Oki felt a fire ignite within him, a pulse of hope coursing through his veins. We'll offer them our spirits, our resilience. We'll remind them who we are. As the storm clouds churned above, the air crackled with untamed energy, igniting a spark of possibility that shimmered like starlight piercing through the darkness. It was a risk, a gamble against despair, but it was all they had left. Do you hear that? Chemo asked, his voice barely a whisper now, as if afraid to disturb the very fabric of fate. Oki listened. In the whispers of the wind, in the rustle of the leaves, he felt it, the heartbeat of the earth, a rhythm urging them forward. There was no turning back. The Kachinas were watching, the weight of centuries resting on their shoulders. They needed to know they were still alive, still fighting, still connected to the sacred maze that thrived in their blood and bones. Let's dance, Chemo, Oki said, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. Let's call them home. And as they stood on the precipice of a storm, the world around them faded into a blur, the weight of sacrifice and survival intertwining, a single moment caught in the web of time. The Kachinas were waiting, the journey beyond teetering on the edge of the unknown, the maze, life itself, bound to the threads of fate. The sudden crack of thunder splits the sky, a jagged bolt illuminating the ancient stone walls that encircle the maze, a labyrinth whispered about in hushed tones among villagers. Shadows twist and flicker as rain pours down in sheets, washing away the sins of the past but revealing the tears yet to fall. Inside, the air is thick with fear and desperation, the scent of damp earth mingling with something darker, something ancient. I stand there, heart racing, breath shallow, as the maze looms before me, its path shrouded in an eerie mist. I can feel it, the pulse of the earth, thrumming with secrets, each beat a reminder of the souls lost within. There's Jing, standing just a few feet away, her hands trembling at her sides. She's always been my anchor in the chaos, but tonight, she's a storm waiting to break. Her voice, usually steady, quivers. We shouldn't be here, she whispers, but I can see the yearning in her eyes, the same yearning that pulls me deeper into this cursed maze. Fear and hope intertwine like lovers in a dance, and I can't let her go. Not now. Remember the stories. I shoot back, the words tumbling out like stones cast into the abyss. The ones our grandmother told us? About the souls trapped here? We can't just walk away. My hands clench into fists, knuckles white against the shadows creeping closer, as if the maze itself is listening. But desire and dread coil around my heart. I remember her stories, every word a thread leading us deeper into this madness. My mind flickers back to the images she painted, the lost warriors, the lovers, the children who disappeared without a trace. Each echo reverberates in the stillness of the night, a ghostly serenade that keeps me tethered to this moment, this choice. As we step forward, the walls whisper secrets, tales of betrayal and broken promises. There's a figure ahead, a flicker of movement that sends shivers down my spine, an old man, cloaked in shadow, his eyes glinting like shards of glass. What do you seek? He rasps, and his voice is like gravel in my ears. Jing flinches, stepping back, but I feel drawn to him, as if a magnetic force pulls me into his gaze. What's your name? I ask, the question tumbling from my lips, almost against my will. His laughter echoes, a low, rumbling sound that feels like a warning. Names hold power, he replies, his voice weaving through the air like smoke. But what would you call yourself in a place where identities are lost? I swallow hard, my heart pounding like a war drum. I am more than a name, I stammer, but even as I say it, doubt creeps in. Who am I in this maze of shadows and echoes? I can feel Jing's unease, her eyes darting to the paths that wind away into the darkness, each corner obscured, each choice a potential death sentence. I remember, I whisper, trying to ground myself in the memory of laughter, of warmth, of family gatherings where the stories were rich and the food plentiful. I remember my grandmother's voice, soft and soothing, her hands weaving through the air as she spun tales of the brave trying to conquer this very maze, only to be consumed by their desires, their fears, their regrets. I remember, and yet, that memory feels like a fragile thread that could snap at any moment. The maze shifts around us, its entrance fading from view, the pathways twisting like serpents. I can sense the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of the past merging with the present. The air grows heavier, thick with the scent of decay and despair. The maze consumes time, distorts it, and I have the sickening feeling we are being watched, as if the walls themselves breathe, alive with the stories of those who came before. Look! Jing points, her voice trembling with urgency. A path branches off to our left, illuminated by an ethereal glow. There's something hauntingly beautiful about it, but beauty has teeth in this place, and I know that all that glitters is not gold. We should go, she pleads, but my feet are rooted in place, unwilling to abandon the promise of discovery. Don't you feel it? I ask, my voice a desperate plea. The energy? The possibilities? I see her resolve waver, her longing to escape clashing with the intoxicating lure of the unknown. She hesitates, and in that moment, I feel her fear wrap around us like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. Possibilities, she whispers, her voice barely audible over the storm. Or traps? The shadows seem to surge forward, eager, hungry, as if they sense our hesitation, our doubts. Maybe both, I admit, my heart racing as I take a step toward the glowing path. But we need to know. We can't keep running. The words hang in the air, heavy with a weight I can't fully comprehend. With a deep breath, I take another step, and the maze responds, it quakes, rattling the stones beneath our feet. The glow intensifies, bathing us in an otherworldly light, but it's a light tinged with darkness, a promise laced with despair. I feel Jing's hand grip my arm, her fear palpable, but I don't falter. We plunge into the glow, surrendering to the pull of the maze. As we walk, the atmosphere shifts. Nostalgia lingers like smoke, and I catch glimpses of familiar faces in the shadows. They flash before me, my grandmother, smiling, eyes twinkling, my brother, laughter ringing like a bell, the friend I lost, face twisted in pain. Each face holds a story, a fragment of the past that claws at my heart. I remember. The walls thrum with their stories, but they're not just echoes, they're warnings, reminders of what lies ahead. Each step is a descent into madness, and I wonder if we'll emerge whole, or if we, too, will become part of the maze, lost in its embrace, trapped in its whispers forever. I glance at Jing, her expression caught between terror and curiosity, and I recognize a reflection of my own turmoil. We are two souls, navigating the darkness together, but the maze is a mirror, and I fear what it will reveal. Will we find the answers we seek, or will we be swallowed whole, becoming mere shadows among the many? In this moment, the maze is alive, breathing, and we are its unwilling guests, moving deeper into its heart. Each heartbeat echoes like a drum, a reminder of our mortality, our humanity, our fragile existence in a world that dances between light and darkness, hope and despair. And as the walls close in, I know this is only the beginning, the intensity builds, a crescendo of emotions that leaves no room for retreat. The maze awaits, and we must find our way through, even as the darkness beckons. The wind howled like a banshee through the crumbling streets, rattling the shutters of the old houses, whispering secrets that no one dared to hear. You could feel it in your bones, the chill that accompanied the setting sun, a sinister promise that something dark was about to unfold. The village was shrouded in shadows, each corner cloaked in the weight of ancient legends, stories passed down like heirlooms, heavy with the whispers of the dead. I was there, standing at the crossroads, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something more acrid, more foreboding. Around me, the faces of the villagers twisted in anxiety, their eyes darting toward the forest that loomed like a silent menace beyond the stone walls. They spoke in hushed tones, recounting the tale of the moonlit reaper, a figure that emerged when the moon hung low and full, wreathed in the fog of despair. As children, they learned to fear him, to offer prayers to ward off his grasp, but now they looked for a savior. Elena, a woman with fire in her heart and shadows in her eyes, was pacing, her fingers tugging at the ends of her hair. She wore grief like a shroud, a weight she couldn't shake off since her brother had vanished into the woods. "He's gone," she muttered, the words a prayer, a curse, a question that echoed off the walls. "But he can't be gone. He was brave. Her voice trailed off as the weight of doubt pressed down upon her, suffocating. Then there was Marcus, the village blacksmith, a mountain of a man with hands that created beauty from chaos but could not forge a way to relieve his own torment. His son had been the first to disappear, swallowed by the forest's maw. "You can't fight legends," he said, his voice gravelly, as if each word was a stone that rolled from his tongue, heavy and unyielding. "They're not just stories. They're truths dressed in nightmares." His fists clenched, the heat of anger tempering the chill of hopelessness. As the moon climbed higher, casting its eerie glow across the village, the tension mounted. The air crackled like the tension before a storm, each second stretching infinitely. I could feel my heart pounding, a drumbeat of anticipation, as if the very ground was holding its breath. The villagers gathered, their faces pale, eyes wide, like specters caught between belief and disbelief. Legends had shaped their understanding of death, weaving a narrative where mortality was not just an end but a transformation into something far more fearful. The tales of the Reaper, how he walked among them, choosing souls with a flick of his ethereal hand, had instilled a fear so deep it seeped into their bones. Each story, passed down through generations, became a mirror reflecting their own anxieties, their own losses. Faceless and cold, Marcus had said, "He doesn't choose the wicked, he takes the innocent." That's the cruelest part. Elena's breath caught, each inhale a battle against the encroaching despair. "We have to confront it," she said, her voice now a fierce whisper, igniting a flicker of hope against the backdrop of despair. "We can't let fear rule our lives. We have to go into the forest, find the truth behind the legends." Marcus shook his head, the weight of his own heartbreak pressing down. "What if it finds us instead?" His eyes, dark and stormy, carried the weight of every lost dream he'd ever held. "What if it takes us, too?" But Elena was resolute. "We can't let it win. We can't live our lives shackled by stories born of fear." Night fell, draping the village in a cloak of darkness, the lanterns flickering like candles in a storm. The forest beckoned, alive with the rustle of leaves and whispers of things unseen. As they stepped beyond the threshold, the world behind them faded, their fears, their grief, their mundane lives. They entered a realm where shadows danced, where the legends they thought they'd outgrown twisted and turned, creeping into their hearts, cold as the night air. With every step, the branches cracked like bones, the moonlight filtering through in spectral beams, a ghostly illumination that revealed nothing but hints of a deeper truth. The forest was alive, pulsing with energy that felt both welcoming and sinister. "I remember the stories," Elena whispered, her spirit both frightened and exhilarated. "I remember the warnings. But what if, amidst the legends, there lay a truth unfathomable? What if the Reaper was not just a harbinger of death, but a guide, a catalyst for rebirth?" The thought clawed at the edges of her mind, a tantalizing whisper that danced like the flickering shadows. Did they fear him because he took, or because he revealed? Marcus's heart raced as the trees closed in, the canopy blotting out the sky above. He thought of his son, his face like sunshine amidst the gloom, laughter that echoed through the halls of their home. "I remember," he murmured, "when death was not just a legend, but a truth we lived with." The darkness wrapped around them, thick and suffocating, but Elena pressed forward, her spirit ignited by purpose. "We are stronger than our fears," she declared, but her voice trembled, thin as the moonlight that struggled to pierce the weight of the night. And then, a rustling, a sound that sent shivers racing down their spines. A figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in shadows, eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. The Reaper. Fear surged through them like a tidal wave, crashing against their resolve. But as he stepped closer, it wasn't menace they felt, it was an overwhelming sense of loss, a deep, aching sorrow that resonated with their own experiences. "You seek me," he said, his voice a haunting melody, echoing the grief they carried. "But what do you truly seek?" In that moment, beneath the weight of the legends that shaped their lives, they understood. Death was not an end, it was a passage, a story yet to be written, a legend waiting to be born. And as the moon shone down upon them, illuminating their fears and hopes, the confrontation began, not against the Reaper, but within themselves. And I stood there, breathless, caught in the riptide of their emotions, the forest alive with the echoes of ancient truths. The heart of the legends beat strong, and I knew this was only the beginning. The cycle of fear and acceptance, of loss and rebirth, spun endlessly, a dance as eternal as the cosmos. And so, we continued, drawn deeper into the night, where every heartbeat pulsed with the promise of revelation, every breath heavy with anticipation for what lay ahead. The legends would guide them, and in their shadows, they would find themselves. I remember the moment the shadows converged, thick as smoke, swallowing the flickering light of the lantern. The air hung heavy, tasting of fear and desperation, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the maze, pulsing like a dark secret buried deep within. My fingers brushed against the cold stone walls, slick with dampness, the echoes of tormented souls whispering in the silence. I was trapped, not just in this twisting labyrinth, but in my own mind, a mind teetering on the edge of insanity, haunted by choices that felt more monstrous with every step. This was not just a maze. It was a reflection of my own life, complex, suffocating, filled with pathways that twisted back on themselves, leading to nowhere but despair. And as I stumbled deeper, I met Mara. Her eyes, wide and terrified, shimmered with the remnants of a lost hope. Her breath came in quick gasps, matching the frantic rhythm of my own racing heart. "We have to keep moving," she urged, a ghost of determination flickering behind the fear. But what did she have left to fight for? The shadows danced around us, and I knew they were hungry. Beside her stood Alex, his face carved from stone, yet the cracks betrayed his fear. He was the kind of warrior who fought battles not for glory, but for the chance to escape his own haunted past. He had lost so much, his family, his purpose, his sanity, until all that remained was a hollow shell, echoing with memories of laughter and warmth long extinguished. "We can't turn back," he said, voice a low growl, but deep down, I saw the flicker of doubt. It was as if the walls themselves were listening, mocking our resolve. The maze shifted, like a living entity, breathing in the tension between us, and I felt the weight of our collective despair, a palpable force. Each step was a choice, and I was paralyzed between the paths that led to safety or to an abyss of loss. I remembered the stories, the heroes, the monsters, the labyrinths that had consumed them. Yet here I was, no hero, no savior, just another soul caught in a nightmare that felt all too real. "There's a way out," Mara insisted, desperation curling her voice like smoke. Her certainty was intoxicating, a fleeting light against the encroaching darkness. I wanted to believe her, but doubt clung to me like a shroud. "How do you know?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She spun to face me, and in her eyes, I saw a flicker of the girl who once danced in the sunlight, who laughed with abandon. I remember the stories. The ones that say if we keep moving, if we trust the whispers of the maze, we will find it. But the whispers were becoming louder, and the walls seemed to close in, hungrily anticipating our missteps. Every twist and turn brought us closer to madness, the echoes of our restless souls blending with the rustling shadows. I could feel Alex's gaze, heavy with unspoken fear, and I knew there was a moment coming, a confrontation, a decision that would either splinter us apart or bind us together in our shared madness. "Do you think the maze knows our fears?" I asked, my voice trembling with an unsettling curiosity. It was a question that hung in the air like a foul breeze. Alex laughed, a harsh sound that felt wrong in this place. "It doesn't need to. We wear our fears like armor." I could see it now, the way the walls reflected our darkest thoughts, the way the shadows danced with our insecurities, morphing into grotesque shapes that taunted us. We pressed on, the air thick with tension, and I couldn't shake the feeling that time was slipping away. I glanced at the clock on my wrist, its hand spinning wildly as if caught in a tempest of our making. Seconds felt like hours, memories flared and faded, and I gripped onto them like lifelines. I remembered the laughter of family dinners, the smell of rain-soaked earth, the soft whisper of love. But those memories were ghosts now, haunting me as I fought the very essence of despair. A sudden turn brought us to a clearing, an open space within the heart of the maze, and for a moment, the weight lifted. But the relief was short-lived, replaced by a bone-chilling silence. The shadows danced at the edges, teasing us like a cruel mistress. Mara's breath quickened. "This is it," she murmured, hope shimmering like a fragile thread. But Alex shook his head, his voice a quiet storm. No. This is where the maze feasts on the lost. I could feel the air thicken, the silence pressing down on us like a weight. The walls were closing in, the whispers growing louder, clawing at our sanity. What if we're just pawns in a game we can't escape? I whispered. What if it's all for nothing? Mara stepped forward, defiant. Then we'll make it count. Together. Her voice held a strength I envied, an unwavering light in the dark. But Alex's skepticism hung heavy in the air, a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. We can't trust the maze, he warned, but I saw the flicker of fear in his eyes, a fear not just of the maze, but of losing us, of losing himself. The tension crackled like electricity, too heavy to bear. It was in that moment I realized the truth. The maze was not just a physical prison, but a manifestation of our fears, our regrets, the ghosts we carried. And as we stood on the precipice of confrontation, I felt the weight of our choices crash down like a wave, each decision pulling us deeper into its grip, each heartbeat echoing the struggle for light amidst the encroaching dark. Mara took a deep breath, her resolve shining bright against the shadows. We can't let the maze win, she declared, but as the words left her lips, the ground beneath us shuddered. The walls quivered, and I felt the pulse of the maze quicken, alive with our anguish, waiting for the moment we would falter. And then, as if the maze had heard her, the ground trembled violently, and the darkness surged forward like a living tide, pushing us back, pulling us apart. I reached for Mara, grasping her hand, feeling the warmth of her spirit against the coldness of despair, but Alex was slipping away, lost in the chaotic shadows. Stay together! I cried, desperation clawing at my throat, but the force of the maze was merciless, tearing us apart, isolating us in our individual nightmares. I could feel it, the threads of our connection snapping, the light fading, and the maze, hungry and relentless, awaited our final surrender to its dark embrace. And just as I felt the darkness closing in, I remembered, there were stories that told of hope, of light bursting through the deepest despair. But would those tales be enough to guide us through the spiraling chaos? Would the maze relent, or were we merely actors in a tragedy scripted by fate? The walls blurred, the cries of the lost echoing around us, and I was left standing at the crossroads of darkness and light, the silence deafening, the shadows stretching long, waiting. The walls are closing in, the air is thick with the smell of dust and old stone, a palpable reminder of forgotten dreams. I stumble forward, heart pounding, each step echoing like a whispered secret in the stillness. Shadows stretch and dance, mocking my every move, their fingers reaching out as if to pull me back into the depths of despair. Darkness clings to the corners, and I can almost feel the weight of history pressing down on me. I've stepped into the labyrinth, an architectural nightmare that seems endless, a spiraling confusion that mirrors the tumult within me. I remember the day my father brought me here, his eyes alight with stories of ancient heroes and monsters lurking in the shadows. He said the labyrinth was a place of transformation, a test of strength and will. Little did I know that those words would haunt me, would carve out a chasm of grief in my heart. His laughter now echoes like a ghost, taunting me as I navigate the twisting paths. The labyrinth is a mirror, reflecting my confusion, my fear, the tangled mess of emotions I dared not confront. Then there's Marcus, my brother, standing at the entrance, arms crossed, lips pressed into a hard line. He doesn't share my fascination, he sees only danger. You can't keep running away, he shouts, the tremor in his voice betraying his resolve. But I don't want to face him. Not now. The labyrinth is my escape, my sanctuary, a place where I can lose myself amidst the chaos of it all. I can feel his frustration like electric currents in the air, crackling between us. But the walls of the labyrinth are unforgiving. They whisper tales of those who have lost themselves, those who wandered too far and never returned. My heart races with every turn. I can hear the distant sound of water dripping, a melancholic rhythm that matches my pulse. And suddenly, I am engulfed in memories, fragments of laughter, the warmth of my father's embrace, and the promise of safety. But that safety is lost now, shattered by the cruel hand of fate. What are you running from? Marcus's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and accusing. You think hiding here will save you? He steps into the shadows, the light catching the edges of his face, revealing the pain etched there. I want to reach out, to tell him that I'm not just running, I'm searching. Searching for something I can't even name, something that has slipped through my fingers like sand. Each path I take seems to lead me deeper into a maze of despair, where the air is thick with regret. The walls pulse with the echoes of history, stories of those who dared to tread these paths before me, lovers, warriors, fools. I can almost hear them whispering, their voices mingling with the rustle of leaves and the distant sound of footsteps that aren't my own. Shadows flit just beyond my vision, phantoms of forgotten lives, and I wonder if they too were searching for something lost, or if they simply succumbed to the darkness. As I round another corner, I find myself in a small chamber, its walls adorned with intricate patterns, a testament to human creativity and despair. The labyrinth was once a sanctuary of artistry, a place where dreams were etched in stone. I reach out, fingers brushing against the cool surface, feeling the stories buried within. Each groove, each line, vibrates with emotion, a heartbeat from centuries past. But Marcus is still there, lurking at the edge of my consciousness, the weight of our shared grief hanging like a shroud. "This won't bring him back," he says, his voice cracking. "You can't keep pretending that your dad's still alive." And that cuts deeper than any sword. I turn away, choking on the truth. The labyrinth is my denial, my refusal to face that finality. I remember the day he left us, the shattering silence that followed. I remember my mother's tears, her shoulders shaking with the weight of a world now too heavy to bear. And I remember Marcus, his face a mask of anger and sorrow, trying to hold it all together. But how could he understand? How could he know the solace I find in this twisted maze, the way it cradles my grief, allowing me to roam freely, to hide from the unbearable? Yet, the labyrinth is changing, the air thickening with tension. I feel it constricting around me, the walls shuddering as if they are alive, breathing, hungry for my pain. I turn, desperately seeking an escape, but the paths twist and turn, leading me deeper into my own torment. I can hear their whispers growing louder, an intoxicating blend of hope and despair. "Why can't you just let go?" Marcus's voice reverberates through the labyrinth, a lifeline thrown into the chaos. "You're not the only one hurting." And there it is, the unspoken truth, the fracture in our bond that we both desperately try to ignore. I am drowning in my own grief, but his is a tidal wave crashing against the shore, threatening to pull me under. I want to tell him that I see him, that I understand the struggle etched into his features. I want to scream that the labyrinth is my way of coping, my way of keeping my father alive in this twisted, haunting reality. But the words stick in my throat, a bitter pill I can't swallow. Instead, I retreat further into the maze, where the shadows wrap around me like a familiar cloak, shielding me from the harsh light of truth. But then, just as I think I've lost all sense of direction, I stumble into a vast chamber, the grand architecture and echo of ancient times. A massive skylight above allows the moonlight to spill in, illuminating the intricate designs carved into the walls. The labyrinth is a work of art, a testament to humanity's struggle against darkness, and I am both awed and terrified. Beauty and sorrow intertwine in this space, a reminder that even amidst despair, there is light. But as the moonlight bathes me, I feel an overwhelming chill creeping in, a reminder that this is still a place of shadows. I gaze upward, hoping to find solace in the stars, but they remain elusive, a distant promise of hope that feels beyond my reach. "Where are you?" Marcus's voice cuts through the ethereal silence, panic-lacing his words. The very walls seem to tremble in response, the labyrinth alive with the echoes of our shared turmoil. I can't answer him, not yet. My own heart is a labyrinth, twisting and turning, pulling me deeper into the darkness that has become my refuge. With each passing moment, I realize that escaping this maze requires confronting my own demons, the pain I've been running from, the grief that has transformed into a monstrous beast, lurking just out of sight. The walls whisper my name, beckoning me closer to the truth that lies hidden within. As I take a breath, feeling the weight of the world press down on me, I know this is not just a journey through stone and shadows, it's a confrontation with the very essence of my being. The labyrinth is no longer just a sanctuary, it's a crucible, a place where I must face the ghost of my father, the spectre of my past, and the reality I've tried to avoid. I can almost taste the bittersweet flavor of freedom on the edge of my tongue, the promise of release if only I dare to confront the labyrinth within me. And as I stand in the heart of this ancient maze, I understand that the only way out is through, to embrace the darkness and let it lead me home. The air hung thick with decay, a fetid curtain of sweat and fear. I stood at the entrance, heart pounding like a drum in the clutches of war, as shadows twisted and danced along the stone walls of the maze of the dead. Behind me, the world was a distant memory, a cacophony of sirens, laughter, and the hum of life, while ahead lay the suffocating silence of the abyss. It whispered secrets, secrets I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. "Are you ready?" Ethan's voice cracked, a raw edge slicing through the silence. He was my anchor, and yet, even anchors can drift. I turned to face him, his eyes wide and dark, haunted by his own ghosts. "No," I whispered, but it didn't matter. A choice had been made, and now we were trapped in this labyrinth, constructed from the collective fears of 1,000 lost souls. I remember the first time I felt like this, trapped in a room thick with smoke, choking on the weight of my own anxiety. I remember the faces, strangers, friends, all reflecting my terror back at me. Here, the faces were gone, but the terror remained, primal and raw. The ground beneath us was cold, an unyielding stone that echoed with the footsteps of the past. Every sound was amplified, every breath a reminder of the weight pressing down on us. "Do you think they're watching us?" Ethan asked, glancing over his shoulder as if the ghosts themselves might leap out and drag him into the darkness. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss his fear, but the truth lay stagnant in my throat. The very air we breathed was laced with the memories of those who had traversed this hell before us, who had met their end within these walls, their final screams swallowed by eternal night. A flicker of movement caught my eye. A shadow darted away, teasing the edges of our perception, and my heart raced, a wild stallion bucking against the reins of reason. "What if we're not alone?" I breathed, my voice trembling, yet it felt like a challenge, a dare against the oppressive gloom. "Then we keep moving," Ethan replied, his voice firm, though I caught the slight quiver beneath. "We can't stop now." I nodded, but my mind spiraled, twisting through memories, half-formed thoughts colliding like stars in a collapsing universe. I remembered nights spent clinging to dreams that slipped through my fingers like water. The path twisted, a serpentine coil leading us deeper, into the heart of the maze. Each corner we turned, each shadow we passed, carried the weight of despair, a chorus of whispers in a language long forgotten. I felt it clawing at my sanity, scraping against the fragile barriers I had built around my mind. "I don't know if I can do this," Ethan confessed, his voice breaking like glass. The vulnerability in his admission struck me, a raw pulse against the cold walls. What if we become like them? The them hung in the air, a specter that loomed larger than life, taunting us with the inevitability of our own demise. "We won't," I snapped, anger flaring like a match in the dark. But deep inside, I felt the tremors of doubt, the icy fingers of fear wrapping around my spine. The truth was a bitter taste on my tongue. This maze, it didn't just trap bodies, it ensnared minds, feeding on the very essence of who we were, turning us into shadows of ourselves. A sudden noise erupted, a guttural cry that shattered the silence. I gasped, adrenaline racing through my veins, and for a fleeting moment, I considered running. But there was nowhere to run, no escape from the demons lurking in the corners of my mind. "We have to go," I urged, the urgency pushing us onward. As we navigated deeper, the walls seemed to close in, pulsating with a heartbeat of their own, each thrum resonating with my own. I could feel the weight of despair in my chest, that familiar ache creeping back in, as if the walls were whispering my secrets back to me, mocking my very existence. The memories of my own failures, the faces of those I had let down, flitted like moths through my mind, each one a flicker of light extinguished before it could catch flame. "Where are we?" Ethan asked, panic creeping into his voice as he turned, his eyes wide and desperate. The shadows seemed to shift, morphing into grotesque shapes that danced just out of sight. "This isn't right, we shouldn't be here." I wanted to scream, to shake him, to shake myself. But the truth was, we were exactly where we were meant to be. This maze was a reflection, a fractured mirror of our fears, our regrets. Each turn revealed a fragment of our souls, each shadow a reminder of battles fought and lost. I remember the weight of silence, the way it pressed against me, stifling, suffocating. I remember the night my father had disappeared, the echo of his laughter still haunting the corners of my mind, a ghost I could never banish. I could feel him in the walls, could almost hear him calling my name through the cracks. Ethan's breath quickened, and I could see the fear etched across his face, the struggle of holding on to hope while being swallowed by despair. "We're not going to die here," I said fiercely, as if my words could carve a path through the darkness. "We'll find a way out." "Will we?" he asked, the despair in his voice a heavy anchor dragging us down. "What if this is it? What if we're just another pair of lost souls?" I wanted to lie, to give him the comfort he sought, but the truth lay like a stone in my throat. The maze was relentless, its twisting path a reflection of our own spiraling thoughts, our doubts clawing at us like ravenous beasts. A flicker of light caught my eye, a rogue promise flickering in the depths of despair. I grabbed Ethan's arm, pulling him toward it, hope igniting a fire in my chest. "Look! There!" I shouted, my voice reverberating through the cold air. But as we drew closer, the light dimmed, flickering like a dying ember, and dread washed over me like a wave crashing against the shore. We were running now, the air thick with desperation, the walls closing in as if the maze itself sought to swallow us whole. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a relentless reminder of our mortality, and I realized, this wasn't just a maze. This was a manifestation of our fears, our regrets, and our brokenness, forever twisting and turning, an endless cycle we were trapped within. With every step, with every breath, I felt the past press against me, the memories clawing at the edges of my mind. The maze was alive, it could taste our fears, our doubts, and it thrived on them. I remember the faces, the laughter fading into screams, the warmth of life extinguished in an instant. We were not just seeking an exit, we were battling the ghosts of our own making, trapped in a cycle of despair that threatened to consume us. "We have to face it!" I screamed into the darkness, a fierce defiance bubbling to the surface. And then I saw it, the heart of the maze, a pulsating core of darkness that seemed to breathe, drawing us in, capturing our essence. I felt Ethan's grip tighten, felt the warmth of his fear seeping through my skin, and knew this was the moment of truth. "Are you ready?" I asked, though I knew the answer. We had no choice. We had to confront the shadows, the maze itself, to break free of the chains that bound us. Together, we took a deep breath, stepping forward into the void, where the unknown awaited us in a chilling embrace. The darkness swallowed us whole, but it was time to fight back. The cycle would not end here. The walls closed in, and I felt the weight of every heartbeat, every breath, pushing us toward the confrontation that would echo through eternity. The maze was alive, and so were we, ready to carve our own path through the darkness. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and desperation, the night alive with the crackle of flames licking the sky. I stood at the precipice of chaos, heart pounding in my chest, my feet rooted in the shattered glass of a forgotten dream. There, beneath the flickering streetlight, two figures clashed, one representing the ancient echoes of a culture steeped in myth, the other a modern soul-questioning tradition. They were avatars of their worlds, locked in a battle where the stakes were not just their hearts, but the very fabric of their identities. Lila, with her raven-black hair cascading like a waterfall of shadows, was a scholar of myths. She had always found solace in the stories of gods and monsters, the ancient whispers of civilizations long gone. But now, as she faced Carlos, a fiery skeptic with eyes that burned brighter than the flames around them, her certainty began to crumble. "These stories are not just tales, Carlos. They're the lifeblood of our existence." Her voice rang with urgency, but beneath it lay a tremor of fear, a fear that these myths might be all she had left. Carlos scoffed, the sound sharp and unforgiving. "Lila, they're just stories. Fables to explain the unexplainable. We live in a reality that demands action, not reverence for dusty old tales." There was a raw intensity in his voice, passion igniting with every word, but deep inside, a doubt gnawed at him, a fear that if he dismissed these myths, he might lose a piece of himself. I could feel the tension tightening like a noose, wrapping around my chest. I remembered standing in front of my grandfather's fireplace, the glow illuminating his face as he spoke of trickster gods and ancient heroes. "Never forget," he had said, his voice gravelly, "our stories shape us." Yet here they were, at war, each claiming the heart of their shared heritage. The shadows danced around them, weaving through the air like ghosts of their ancestors, whispering secrets in a language only the stars could understand. I felt their pain, the palpable ache of identity forged in the fires of history. The myths they were fighting over were more than stories, they were echoes of every heartbreak, every triumph, every moment of despair that had shaped their people. I could almost hear the voices of the past, the ghosts of heroes and villains, mingling with the bitter wind. "Your reality is just a mask, Carlos," Lila cried, the desperation rising in her voice like a tide. "These myths are our truths. They hold the memories of our ancestors, the wisdom of ages lost. Without them, we're nothing but shadows in the night." Her words cut through the darkness, sharp and raw, a desperate plea woven with the fear that her world was crumbling. Carlos stepped forward, shadows pooling around his feet, eyes fierce and unyielding. "And what good are those memories if they bind us to a past we can't change? You cling to them like a child to a nightlight, afraid of the dark. But the darkness is where we must go, Lila. The future is unbound, uncharted." I felt the weight of his conviction, the longing for freedom wrapped in a desperate hope. Yet, even as he spoke, I saw the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, a glimmer of fear that perhaps he was lost, too. The night grew colder, the air crackling with unspoken words. A clock chimed in the distance, each echo reverberating through the silence, punctuating their conflict. Time, relentless and unforgiving, marched on, dragging them toward an inevitable confrontation. I could feel my heart race, each beat a ticking reminder that this moment would not last forever. Around them, the world seemed to blur, distant sirens wailing like banshees in the night, a reminder of the chaos that enveloped their lives. With every heartbeat, they drew closer to an emotional climax, the tension spiraling like a storm, a tempest brewing inside. I could see it, the fraying edges of their identities, the struggle to find their place in a world that often felt like quicksand, pulling them under. Lila's voice softened, a tremor of vulnerability breaking through her storm. "But what if these stories don't just bind us? What if they guide us?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a lighthouse flickering in the tempest of doubt. "What if they're the bridge between who we are and who we might become?" I felt the shift in the air, the heartbeat of possibility thrumming like a drum between them. Carlos, too, faltered, his jaw tightening as he wrestled with the dichotomy of his beliefs. "And what if they blind us, Lila? What if clinging to the past keeps us from reaching the stars?" The night deepened, shadows stretching and curling like restless spirits, weaving their own narratives. I sensed the weight of their choices, the burden of mythos draped over their shoulders like a cloak. They were at a crossroads, the air thick with the weight of history, and yet, in that moment of desperation, something shifted, a flicker of understanding, a shared humanity. I held my breath, caught in the turbulence of their emotions, the clash of belief and skepticism. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears, the intensity of their conflict an unrelenting tide. The world around them faded into a haunting silence, a backdrop to the storm of feelings that surged between them, a storm that mirrored the ancient myths they debated, tales of gods and mortals forever entwined in a dance of love and conflict. And then, there it was, a moment suspended in time, where everything hung in the balance. The flames of the past crackled and roared, whispering of similarities and differences across cultures, histories intertwining in the most unexpected ways. I felt the universality of their struggle, the echoes of every soul who had ever fought for identity, for meaning. The air was electric, charged with possibility and fear, longing and doubt, an intricate tapestry woven through the hearts of those who dared to dream. As they stood there, shadows entwined with their forms, the night deepened around them, an eternal echo of the myths that had shaped them. I knew that the confrontation was not the end, but merely a passage, an invitation to transcend the boundaries of culture, to dance between the stories that defined them. Each word a thread, binding their lives together, weaving a narrative that would continue long after the flames had dimmed. The heart doesn't stop beating, and neither do the myths that shape us. And so, they lingered in this moment, suspended in the cosmic symmetry of their shared humanity, where every tale told was a reflection of their souls, a reminder that in the vast expanse of existence, we are all seekers of meaning, woven into the same grand tapestry of life. Cold sweat beads on my brow as I stand at the mouth of the maze, its twisted paths yawning before me like a monstrous, gaping mouth ready to swallow my very soul. The air is dense with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves, a suffocating cloak of foreboding. I glance back, but the world beyond feels impossibly distant, as though a thick veil has descended, severing my connection to safety. Just ahead, light flickers and dances, teasing both warmth and the haunting shadows of despair that linger there. "Keep moving, Eva," I whisper to myself, though my voice quakes with uncertainty. I can feel the pulse of the maze, the ancient heartbeat of something dark and alive. It's not just a labyrinth of hedges, it's a prison of fears, memories, and the unrelenting whispers of those who have come before me. Every step is heavy with the weight of their stories, echoing through my mind like a macabre symphony. I can hear the distant cries of my brother, Samuel, trapped somewhere within the maze, lost in an endless night. He had always been the brave one, the intrepid explorer of our childhood adventures. But now, he is the one who wandered too far, chasing shadows in a game he never understood. I remember the last time I saw his eyes, they sparkled with mischief, the kind of glimmer that could light up the darkest corners of our home. Now, they have vanished, swallowed by the whispers of the maze. I pause, the memories flooding back, a torrent of laughter, shared secrets, the warmth of a brotherly embrace. But then, the air grows heavy again, thick with the scent of rot and despair. I push forward, heart racing, a rabbit scuttling from a predator, the shadows closing in. Samuel's laugh morphs into a chilling echo that dances around the corners, and I can't tell if it's real or a figment of my fraying nerves. "Eva! Where are you?" His voice, strained and distant, pulls at my heart, a rope fraying under the pressure of a storm. I want to answer, to soothe him, but the maze twists around me, a cruel trickster, leading me deeper into its embrace. I feel the walls closing in, each turn a reminder of the choices I never made, the roads I never took. A part of me aches for the simplicity of those moments, the sun shining through the trees, the laughter of friends, the warmth of knowing I was safe. But safety is a ghost now, just like the fleeting dreams of my childhood, and with each step, I am reminded that I cannot go back. The maze is a reminder of every decision I've ever made, every fear I've ever run from, and every moment I hesitated. "Stay together," I had told him just before we entered. But the words feel hollow now, a cruel joke whispered to the darkness. I remember the stories our grandmother told us, tales of those who got lost in mazes, of souls ensnared by their own regrets. How they wandered for eternity, searching for a way out, only to find the walls closing in tighter. "Do you think we're brave?" Samuel had asked, his eyes wide with wonder. I had laughed back then, feeling invincible, like we could conquer anything. But bravery is a fickle friend when faced with the unknown, and I feel its absence like a wound. I turn again, the flickering light beckoning me forward, but I hesitate, the weight of my choices pressing down like a leaden cloak. This maze is not just a test, it's a reflection of my own mind, a labyrinth formed by my doubts and fears. I question everything, our childhood, my decisions, the moment I let him run ahead. Did I abandon him when he needed me most? In the distance, I catch a glimpse of a figure, half hidden in the shadows, a spectre caught between worlds, its face obscured. My breath hitches in my throat. "Samuel!" I call out, the name clinging to the air like an offering, a desperate plea for connection. But the figure merely stands there, a ghost of what I yearn for, and I realize with a sickening lurch that it's not him. The shadows ripple and twist, and I stumble back against the thorny wall, pricking my skin, the pain grounding me in this reality. It's all a trap, a sinister riddle designed to test my very essence. I can hear the echo of my own heartbeat, frantic and raw, each pound a reminder of my mortality, of the fleeting nature of time. In the suffocating silence, I remember the tales of these mazes, woven into the fabric of folklore from every corner of the earth. Tales of minotaurs and enchanted beasts, of dreams turned to nightmares. Each one a testament to the struggles of humanity, a reflection of our fears and desires, love and loss. I could almost feel the weight of their stories pressing against my chest, each one a fragment of my own experience, knitting together the tapestry of life and death. I am not alone. But that realization brings its own terror. If I am not alone, then what else is lurking in these shadows? What else lies behind those twisted walls? Each step carries me deeper, the light flickers and fades, the laughter morphs into cries, and I am left standing at the precipice of my own despair. And yet, in this chaos, I sense the thrum of something greater, an ancient force, a connection to those who have walked this path before me. Perhaps this maze is not a prison, but a rite of passage, a necessary confrontation with the labyrinth of my soul, each turn leading me closer to Samuel. Together, I whisper, the word a fragile thread weaving through the darkness. I can't abandon him, not now. And though the shadows claw at my skin, I feel a flicker of hope igniting within me, a spark that refuses to be extinguished. With a deep breath, I plunge forward, embracing the chaos, the fear, the unknown. I am not just a girl lost in a maze, I am a sister, a seeker, a survivor. And as I tread deeper into the shadows, I can almost hear the whispers of those who came before me, their stories guiding me home. I move forward, step after trembling step, the maze no longer a prison but the vessel for my purpose. I will find him. And together, we will face whatever lies ahead. But the maze shifts and turns, forever testing the bounds of my resolve, teasing me with its endless paths and haunting echoes. Just as I think I have found clarity, the darkness swallows me whole, and I am left with only the heartbeat of the maze, an eternal echo of the stories that bind us all. The wind howled like a wounded beast, whipping through the ancient stones of the labyrinth, curling around corners and wrapping its icy fingers around Sophia's throat. She stood at the entrance, breathless, heart pounding like a war drum. Shadows flickered, and for a moment, she thought she saw the specters of those who had wandered in and never returned. She could almost hear their whispers, warning her, urging her to turn back. But there was no turning back. Not now. A chill danced on her skin, a reminder of the secrets buried beneath the earth, secrets that shaped lives, dreams, and horrors. The labyrinth was a tapestry woven by the hands of fate, carved into the very bones of the land. Its twists and turns drew her in, promising answers to questions she had dared not ask, even in her darkest nightmares. "Where are you, Leo?" she muttered, frustration boiling in her chest. Leo, her brother, a dreamer with a penchant for the absurd, had vanished into the depths of this confounding maze days ago, chasing the faint glow of legend. He believed the maze held the key to their family's history, to truths long hidden in the folds of time and space. But legends can be grotesque, and reality can be a nightmare. As Sophia stepped further inside, the air thickened, heavy with the scent of damp earth and fading hope. Each footfall echoed, a reminder that she was not alone. The geography of this place felt alive, pulsating with a rhythm that syncopated her heart's beat. The walls, ancient and crumbling, whispered of stories and struggles, of lovers lost and battles fought. She could feel the despair embedded in the stone, the echoes of lives that had once filled this hollow space. "Leo," she shouted, her voice cracking, swallowed by the oppressive silence. What had started as an adventure had morphed into a descent into madness, into a place where the very fabric of the world felt frayed. She remembered their childhood escapades, the times they would sit beneath the stars, plotting their futures like the dreamers they were. "We'll conquer worlds together," Leo had said, his eyes alight with mischief. But what was left of that child? What remained of his laughter now? Suddenly, a scuttling sound broke the stillness, a rustle, like bones shifting in the dark. Sophia's breath hitched in her throat. She stumbled backward, her pulse quickening. The shadows seemed to stretch, reach, and claw at her. Fear wrapped around her like a vine, squeezing tighter. "Leo, is that you?" she called again, though deep down, dread gnawed at her insides. The labyrinth was not merely a physical space but a manifestation of their fractured lives, a geographical reflection of the chaos that had consumed their family. Then there was her mother, a ghost in her own right, a woman whose spirit had been buried under layers of grief. Sophia would catch her weeping at the kitchen table, whispers of love mingling with the scent of burnt toast. How could she explain the weight of expectation that had settled on her shoulders? "You're the strong one," her mother would say, but strength felt like a shackle, a burden she never asked to carry. Leo had always understood, until he didn't. He had succumbed to the allure of the maze, the call of its mysteries. Now, he was lost in the echoing corridors of their family's legacy, and here she was, a mere shadow of the sister he had once spun dreams with. "Is this what you wanted?" she shouted, her voice breaking against the stones, toxic frustration spilling over. "To get lost in your own stories?" The walls seemed to close in, the air thick with unspoken words, the love, the anger, the betrayal that had woven itself into their lives like an inescapable vine. Sophia reached out, tracing her fingers along the damp stone. It felt cold, like the heart she feared she'd lost in her struggle to hold everything together. Then, a flicker. A distant glimmer of light reflected off a surface deeper within the maze. Sophia's heart raced as hope ignited in her chest. She chased the light, her resolve flaring as she pushed aside the weight of doubt. Leo's laughter echoed in her mind. "Follow the light," he would say, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. The hope of reconnecting with him, of unraveling the darkness that had tied them in knots, pulled her forward. But the labyrinth had its own design, and as she rounded the next corner, the light flickered out, plunging her into darkness so thick it felt alive. Panic clawed at her throat. "Leo!" she screamed, desperation spilling through her. The echoes returned, mocking her. Was this maze a prison or a sanctuary? She could feel its pulse, the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet, thrumming with stories of the past. And then she saw him, Leo, disheveled and wild-eyed, illuminated by an otherworldly glow. "Sophia!" His voice was a mixture of relief and an edge of fear that twisted her gut. "You shouldn't have come." "Why?" she spat, fury and love tangled together. "Why do you do this? Why do you keep running?" He stepped closer, his expression a tempest of emotions. "Because I have to know. We have to know. This place holds the truth about us, about everything." His eyes, once filled with childlike wonder, now burned with a desperation that mirrored her own. But as they stood there, the walls shifted again, breathing, alive with their shared history. The geography of their lives, the despair and dreams etched into the stones, conspired against them. "You're wrong," Sophia whispered, a tremor in her voice. "We can't face it alone." In that moment, the labyrinth seemed to shift, twisting the fabric of reality. Shadows swirled around them, the air thickening as if it were reaching for their very souls. The weight of generations hung like a noose, and with every heartbeat, the truth they so desperately sought loomed closer, a specter just beyond their grasp. But time was slipping away. The walls whispered again, their secrets a haunting lullaby, and somewhere in that darkness, a choice loomed. Would they confront the labyrinth's ghosts together, or would it pull them apart, like it had so many before? Sophia's hand trembled as she reached for Leo, the connection between them pulsing like a dying star. Outside, the world continued to spin, but inside, nothing mattered more than the bond forged in the crucible of fear and love. The maze was alive, an extension of their deepest fears, and as they stood there, they realized the answer was not in the shadows, but in the light they could create together. The labyrinth's heartbeat echoed in their chests as they faced the darkness, ready to embrace the unknown, bound by geography and myth, a myth that would shape their fate forever. The true horror lay not in the maze itself, but in the realization of what they might find when they finally uncovered their family's history. As the shadows danced around them, they took a step forward, hand in hand, knowing the path ahead would be fraught with pain, but also with the promise of hope. And with every step, they would rewrite their story, weaving through the tangle of the past, forging a future that was their own. The air was thick with tension, heavy like an impending storm, the kind that makes your heart race and your breath shallow. I stood on the edge of the village, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon, cloaking the world in an eerie twilight. Shadows stretched like grasping hands from the skeletal trees, their branches like fingers curling in desperation. In the distance, the church bells tolled, a sound so mournful it sliced through the silence, vibrating within my chest. Each chime echoed the whispers of what was to come, a relentless reminder that life and death were entwined in an unbreakable dance. I was not alone. Beside me stood Clara, her eyes wide with fear, searching my face for reassurance that I could not give. She always looked at me as if I were an anchor, yet I felt like a shipwreck, adrift in the stormy sea of her despair. "Do you think they'll come?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, a fragile thread suspended in the growing darkness. I could see the tremor in her hands, the way they gripped the hem of her shirt, as if she could squeeze the fear from the fabric. "Who?" I responded, though we both knew. The ritual we had heard about, spoken of in hushed tones, the ancient practices that hovered like a ghost in our minds. She meant the shadows, the spirits that danced just beyond the veil of our understanding, those who once lived and now lingered, seeking a way back. It was said that the veil thinned during the night of reckoning, a night when the boundaries between our world and theirs grew perilously thin. "I remember," I said, searching for a thread of courage, when my mother told me stories of this night. How the dead would come to reclaim what was theirs. A lump formed in my throat. She made it sound beautiful, like a celebration of life. Clara's sharp intake of breath reminded me that beauty felt distant and unreal now, like a mirage in the wasteland of our fear. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the first figures emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness yet illuminated by an otherworldly glow. They moved with an unsettling grace, their forms shifting and undulating like smoke caught in a breeze. I felt Clara's fingers tighten around my wrist, her nails biting into my skin, grounding me even as the world slipped away. "Should we run?" she gasped, eyes darting to the flickering lanterns of the village, now mere pinpricks of light in the vast encroaching dark. But something rooted me, a fierce longing to confront the unknown that clawed at my insides. "No," I breathed, "we need to face this." And there stood Ezekiel, my old friend, a man torn between faith and doubt, his brow furrowed with the weight of his own beliefs. He had sought solace in scripture, believing that the ritual was a path to redemption, a way to guide lost souls home. But tonight, I could see the chink in his armor of faith, the way his hand shook, clutching the talisman he had crafted, a twisted piece of wood meant to ward off evil. "They will not take me," he muttered, a mantra that felt as fragile as the flickering candle he clutched in the other hand. The glow cast eerie shadows across his face, transforming him into a specter of his former self. "Ezekiel," I called out, my voice steadying with purpose, "this is not just about you." But he shook his head, eyes wild, a storm brewing beneath his surface. He was caught between the heaviness of the past and the looming specter of death, refusing to acknowledge the truth that lay just beneath his skin. "Look," Clara said, her voice quaking, "they're gathering." The spirits swirled closer now, their whispers a haunting melody that called around us, wrapping like a shroud. I could see it in their faces, the echoes of lives once lived, stories unfinished. Each one beckoned with a flicker of longing, clutching at straws of existence that had been denied them. I didn't want to look away, I needed to see them, to embrace the truth of their existence. What if they're lost? I thought aloud, and the words tumbled from my lips before I could stop them. What if they need our help? The moment hung, suspended between fear and revelation. Clara's grip on my wrist tightened as if she could prevent me from stepping into that abyss. "You think we can save them?" she challenged, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "What if we can't even save ourselves?" Ezekiel's breathing quickened, each inhale a desperate gasp for control. "It's wrong to meddle," he said, voice thick with the weight of his convictions. But in that moment, the truth unraveled within me, whispering that we were all lost, caught in a web spun from our own choices and regrets. The spirits drew nearer, their faces shifting, each one a reflection of our deepest fears and desires. I could see my mother there, looking so real, so hauntingly familiar. Her eyes, once warm and loving, were now voids, echoing the emptiness I had felt since her passing. I remembered her laughter, the way it filled a room like sunlight breaking through clouds. I remember, I choked out, yearning to bridge the gap that had grown so wide. "But would she even recognize me?" "Don't," Clara said, pulling me back, but I couldn't help it. "I have to reach for her." I stepped forward, compelled by an electric pull, a magnetic connection that felt as old as time itself. The air was thick with memories, the scent of lavender and smoke, the taste of tears not yet shed. I felt their weight pressing down on me, a tide of emotion crashing over my heart. The ritual had begun, but it wasn't just a ceremony, it was a reckoning, a confrontation of what lay buried beneath the surface of our lives, our regrets, our loves, our memories. And as I stood there, teetering on the precipice, I realized this was not just about life and death, but about the moments that defined us, the rituals we performed every day, whether we realized it or not. Each heartbeat echoed through the shadows, a reminder that navigating life and death was not something we could escape, it was an intricate part of our being, stitched into the very fabric of our humanity. The figures swirled, the darkness deepened, and as the night enveloped us, I felt a shift, a promise that this was only the beginning. The wind howled like a ghost through the crooked streets of the town, a bitter chill that seeped into every crevice, every heartbeat. Mora stood at the edge of the maze, its twisted hedges rising like barred teeth ready to swallow her whole. She could hear her mother's voice, echoing from years past, warning her about the monsters lurking in the shadows. "Stay close to the light," she had said, but here, now, there was no light, only darkness stretching infinitely, like a yawning abyss. She didn't know what had driven her here. Desperation? Curiosity? Perhaps a reckless need to confront the demons that kept her awake at night. But her heart pounded with fear, a relentless drumbeat urging her to turn back. Yet, she couldn't. Not now. Not after everything. And there was Liam. Always lurking in her thoughts, a specter of unresolved feelings. He had been her anchor, and yet, he had let her go. If only he hadn't left, hadn't walked away with that look of defeat, as if the world had crushed his spirit beneath its weight. "I can't help you, Mora," he'd said, his voice taut with pain. But now, as she stood at the mouth of the maze, she realized it was not just him she was seeking, it was the reflection of her own brokenness. The walls of the maze seemed to pulse, a living entity, whispering secrets of sorrow and regret. Each step sent a shiver racing through her, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something metallic that hinted at fear, a reminder that many had entered these winding paths only to vanish. She pressed forward, eyes wide, straining to see through the veil of night. I remember the stories told around flickering fires, tales of heroes and monsters. A hero, they said, is forged in the fires of adversity. But what did that mean for someone like her, a girl on the brink of breaking? Fear clawed at her throat, clawing its way up like a vine, choking off her breath. What if I'm not strong enough? The question hung heavy in the air, a brick in her chest. And there he was again, Liam. It was as though the very fabric of the maze had conjured him up, his silhouette materializing from the mist. "Mora," he called, voice thick with longing. But the sound was distant, echoing off the walls, reverberating in her mind. Each syllable a reminder of promises unfulfilled. "Why did you leave?" The word slipped from her lips, a raw plea wrapped in bitterness. She had wanted to confront him, to demand answers, to shake loose the emotions tangled like weeds in her heart. But it was never that simple. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath her feet. Panic surged. The maze shifted, its corridors twisting and turning as if alive, mocking her with its unpredictability. Shadows danced in the corners of her vision, flickering like candles caught in a draught. Perhaps they were the spirits of those who had come before her, lost souls trapped in an endless search for redemption. "Mora!" Liam's voice, sharper now, sliced through her thoughts. "Get out!" He was there, so close, and yet untouchable, a figure caught in the web of her memories. His eyes were wild, filled with a mixture of fear and fierce protectiveness. He reached for her, but the walls of the maze closed in, a suffocating embrace that threatened to pull her under. "I can't leave," she whispered, shaking her head. "Not until I find the truth." The truth? A haunting specter that shimmered just out of reach, a ghost entwined in the fabric of her reality. It was the reason she had entered this cursed labyrinth, the reason she had faced her own darkness. But as she stepped deeper into the maze, the ground beneath her felt treacherous, a shifting tapestry of hope and despair. Suddenly, the air thickened with an electric tension, a moment suspended in time. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness. "You seek the truth, child." It stepped forward, revealing a face marked by sorrow and wisdom, eyes burning like embers in the night. "I do," she replied, voice steady despite the tremor in her heart. But I don't know if I can bear it. Truth is a double-edged sword, the figure warned. It can cut, it can heal, but it will never let you go once you grasp it. A chilling laugh echoed, sending ripples of fear racing down her spine. Liam, she cried, but he was gone, swallowed by the darkness. The maze tightened around her, constricting like a serpent ready to strike. Please, come back. But the silence was deafening, a void that threatened to consume her. The walls trembled again, and the whispers grew louder, rising like an unsung hymn. You are the hero of your own story, Mora, they chanted, a chorus of voices entwined with her deepest fears. Face the darkness. Tears streamed down her cheeks, raw and unfiltered. She was tired of running, tired of hiding behind the facade of strength. I don't want to be a hero if it means being alone, she cried out, the words tearing free, a confession wrapped in desperation. And then, the maze shifted once more, revealing a path bathed in light. Shimmering like a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching shadows, it beckoned her with promises of clarity, of peace. But as she stepped toward it, the darkness lashed out, a torrent of memories dragging her back into the depths. Mora, the haunting voice of her mother echoed, reverberating with a weight that pressed down on her soul. Stay close to the light. She hesitated, torn between the safety of the light and the suffocating grip of the past. The truth was a labyrinth of its own, a maze inside her heart. She could feel the walls closing in, the air growing thick with desperation. Liam, she screamed into the void, a raw, aching sound that hung in the air like a question without an answer. It was both a cry for help and a plea for forgiveness. And in that moment, the maze held its breath, the silence pregnant with the promise of what was yet to come. She realized that the journey she was on was not just about unraveling the threads of her past, it was about embracing the chaos, the heartbreak, the fear. The very essence of what it meant to be human. As she stood there, suspended between light and shadow, she understood that the hero's journey was not about triumph, it was about vulnerability, about forging a path through the darkness with the courage to face her own heart. And with every heartbeat, she stepped closer to the truth, wrapping herself in the bittersweet embrace of her own story, a story that was still being written, still unfolding in the echoes of the maze. In the depths of the night, where the shadows whispered and the light flickered, she began to walk, not away from fear, but into it, ready to confront whatever lay ahead, knowing that the only way out was through. And with that realization, the maze shivered, welcoming her into its twisted embrace, as the echoes of her past danced around her, intertwining with the promise of tomorrow. The air was thick with tension, an electrifying charge that crackled in the silence of the night. I stood at the edge of the labyrinth, its stone walls rising ominously, the shadows clawing at the edges of my consciousness. There was no turning back now. I could feel the heartbeat of the maze beneath my feet, a rhythm echoing my own fear. As I stepped forward, the air turned frigid, each breath a whisper of dread. This was it, the moment when lives would collide, destinies would intertwine, and the very essence of womanhood would be tested in the cruel embrace of myth. I remember the stories told in hushed tones, weaving a tapestry of strength and sorrow. Ariadne, with her thread of gold, stood as a beacon of hope in a male-dominated world. She was not merely a princess, she was a defiant spirit, carving her path through the darkness. And there, in the shadows of her choices, was her tragic love, Theseus, a hero wrapped in glory but shackled by his own hubris. Their love was a dance of light and dark, a haunting melody that played on repeat in the corridors of my mind. I remember, I whispered, echoing the memory of that fateful choice, her heart balanced on the edge of a blade. But the labyrinth was not merely a prison, it was a crucible. Each twist and turn held the weight of unspoken fears, the echoes of women past. I could see them, the shades of those who had come before, their souls trapped in the weave of this mythos. Eurydice, too, her story entwined with the underworld, where shadows loomed larger than life, where love turned to ashes. I felt her longing, an ache that resonated within me, the desire to reach out and pull her back from the abyss. I remember, the sorrow slipped through my lips like smoke, fragile, fleeting. Then, from the depths of the shadows, she emerged, Persephone, the duality of life and death painted upon her porcelain skin. The queen of both the underworld and the harvest, her existence was a paradox, a delicate balance spinning precariously between two worlds. Her eyes, pools of darkness, held stories untold, and I could sense her struggle, a longing for freedom shackled by the very essence of her being. I could feel her heartbeat, echoing in time with mine, a desperate plea reverberating through the space between us. "Help me," her gaze seemed to say, a siren call that tugged at my soul. Through the maze, I could hear the whispers of women long gone, their tales woven into the fabric of the night. Each story was a thread, an undeniable bond connecting us across time. They had faced their fears head-on, battling demons both internal and external. Yet here I was, lost in the repetition of my own insecurities, the ghosts of my choices trailing behind me. The laughter of the past mingled with the cries of the present, creating a cacophony that nearly drowned me. I remember, it was a mantra, a lifeline in the chaos. A confrontation loomed in the darkness, and with it came the weight of expectation. I stepped deeper into the labyrinth, where the air grew heavier, the walls closing in like a suffocating embrace. The maze twisted in on itself, disorienting but oddly familiar. I could feel the pressure mounting, the pulse of destiny thrumming in my veins. This was not just about Ariadne or Persephone, it was about every woman who had ever fought, loved, lost, and endured. I could feel their strength, an undercurrent of resilience propelling me forward. The shadows coalesced into figures, their faces obscured, but their intentions clear. They were the guardians of the labyrinth, embodiments of every fear that had ever gripped a woman's heart. I stood before them, trembling but resolute, my voice rising above the din of doubt. "I am not afraid," I declared, the words spilling from my lips like a release of pent-up energy. The figures shifted, their forms wavering, as if my defiance had unsettled the very fabric of their existence. But then came the weight of the past crashing down on me. I could see the faces of women who had come before me, victims of circumstance, their stories twisted by fate. I saw their pain, their struggles laid bare. "What makes you think you can escape?" a voice echoed, filled with the bitterness of defeat. I faltered, the truth of their words piercing through my bravado. "I remember," I whispered again, grappling with the ghosts that refused to release their grip. And then I felt her presence again, Persephone, her ethereal light breaking through the shroud of darkness. She stepped forward, a bridge between realms, her voice a soothing balm. "You are not alone. We are with you." I could feel the weight of her words, an empowering force that steadied my trembling heart. In that moment, the labyrinth shifted, the shadows reforming, revealing paths that had been hidden. The maze was alive, a breathing entity, responding to our collective resolve. With each step, I carved a new path through the heart of the labyrinth, guided by the voices of those who had fought before me. I felt their strength in my bones, the fire igniting within me, an inferno fueled by the love and loss of countless women. Together, I breathed, the word unfurling like wings, lifting me from the shadows. As we navigated the twists and turns, a new hope blossomed, vibrant and fierce, intertwining with the pain of the past. The confrontation was approaching, but this time, I was not afraid. The echoes of the maze grew louder, a symphony of shared stories, the culmination of our struggles merging into one collective heartbeat. I remember, I breathed again, a pledge to honor every woman who had walked this path before me. This was not the end, it was merely the beginning. And even as the shadows closed in, I felt a surge of defiance within me, a promise of resilience that would not die. The night was thick with possibility, each heartbeat marking the rhythm of our fight. The confrontation awaited, but in that moment, my spirit soared. The labyrinth was not a prison, it was a testament to strength, survival, and the unyielding nature of womanhood. The darkness was calling, but I was ready to answer. And so, we pressed on, into the labyrinthine depths, our stories intertwined, echoing through the corridors of time, forever unbroken. The air buzzes with static, a charged silence hanging heavy like a storm cloud, and I can feel it in my bones, the sharp pang of fear, the whisper of dread. A flickering light blinks overhead, illuminating the cracked walls of the labyrinthine corridor, and I stand frozen as shadows dance at the edge of my vision. Every heartbeat reverberates, echoing down twisting paths that seem to breathe around me, shifting, rearranging. Somewhere, a clock ticks, its rhythm a cruel reminder of time slipping away, each tick a promise of dread, each tack a countdown to something I cannot understand. a scream pierces the silence, shattering the air like glass. It's not just a sound, it's a primal cry, a raw slice of terror that cuts through the haze of confusion. I remember, a girl, her name tangled in my thoughts. Ava. She's trapped, caught in the maze of her own making, eyes wide with panic, heart pounding like a drum in her chest. She was always the brave one, the dreamer, unafraid to chase the shadows lurking in the corners of our minds. But now, the maze has twisted her spirit. I can almost see the memories that haunt her, flashes of laughter turned to screams, a childhood spent in vibrant sunsets now eclipsed by darkness. Help me! The words tumble from her lips, urgent, desperate, and I feel my own chest tighten, the weight of her fear pressing down on me. I want to reach out, to pull her back from the edge. But I am a ghost in this place, my own regrets binding me, a tangle of guilt and sorrow that makes movement impossible. I remember, because who doesn't remember, the way we used to laugh at the world, how we thought we were invincible, but now, every corner hides a monster. And then there's him, Ethan. My brother, my anchor, a flawed hero stumbling through the shadows. He's always worn his heart on his sleeve, a wild, beating thing desperate to be loved. I can see him now, standing in the shadows, clutching a makeshift weapon, fear and determination etched across his face. Ava, he shouts, voice cracking, raw with emotion. He charges forward, reckless abandon fueling his every step, but I know better. The maze is merciless. It knows our secrets, our fears, and it twists them into weapons, turning us against each other. Don't! I want to scream, but the words turn to ash on my tongue. I can feel the walls closing in, the pulse of the labyrinth growing stronger, feeding off our anxiety, our despair. It's alive, a monstrous entity feeding on our emotions, shaping the horrors of our past into the very walls that trap us. Ethan lunges, the echo of his footfalls swallowed by the void, but he doesn't see the shadow creeping, a reminder of our own dark corners. A figure emerges, cloaked in the darkness, and I recognize the twisted reflection of our fears in its eyes. You can't save her, it hisses, voice a slithering whisper that coils around Ethan's mind. You can only save yourself. I feel the weight of those words, a suffocating truth that wraps around my heart like barbed wire. I remember the stories, the tales we spun in the warm glow of summer evenings, of heroes and monsters, and how we believed we could conquer anything. But this is different. This is a labyrinth shaped by pain and regret, and the walls echo with the laughter of lost dreams. Ava is fading, her light dimming, and I can't bear it. You have to fight, Ava! I plead, though she can't hear me. She's trapped in her own memories, lost in a fog of doubt, paralyzed by the weight of her past. I remember the day we sat on the rooftop and watched the stars, dreaming of the life we would live, full of love and laughter. But dreams are fragile, easily shattered, and now they hide behind the mirage of our choices. The confrontation looms, the climax of our fear spiraling into chaos. Ethan, fueled by desperation, steps closer to the shadow, and I can feel it, a shift in the air, a thickening of the atmosphere. It's a heartbeat, a desperate rhythm of life wrestling against the dark. My own heart races, urging me to scream, to fight against the inescapable fate that binds us all. Run! I want to shout, but the words dissolve into the air, lost. Instead, I am a silent witness, a ghost of my own making, hovering between worlds. The maze becomes a living entity, its breath hot against our skin, the walls whispering secrets of despair, of choices made and paths taken. The shadow lunges, swift, predatory, and I can feel the terror electrifying the air, a jolt of raw panic surging through my veins. I remember family dinners, laughter around the table, the warmth of belonging. But what is family in the face of such overwhelming fear? What are we without each other when the walls close in? Ethan swings, desperation fueling his movements, and I watch as he battles not just for Ava but for all of us, the memories, the laughter, the warmth of a life once shared. You can't have her, he roars, and I feel the energy crackle, the fight igniting in my chest. The labyrinth shifts again, the walls pulsing, and I know we are trapped in a cycle, endless, spiraling, twisting like the very shadows that haunt us. Can we escape? Can we rise above the fear that binds us? I hold my breath, feeling the weight of the moment, the fire of defiance sparking within. In the end, it's not just the maze that holds us captive but the echoes of our own hearts, the tangled emotions that refuse to let us go. And as the confrontation unfolds, I watch, feeling every heartbeat, every breath, every pulse, as we fight against the dark, the very essence of who we are hanging in the balance, teetering on the edge, lost in the labyrinth of our own making, a maze that stretches far beyond these walls and into the very core of our being. I remember the moment the lights flickered and dimmed, a breath held in the throats of those gathered, shadows stretching like fingers across the cracked walls of the old arcade. The hum of machines faded, replaced by the ominous stillness that wrapped around us like a heavy fog. A chill crept into my bones as the screen lit up with the words that would haunt us, "Welcome to the maze of the dead." The collective gasp echoed in the quiet, but for me, it was the silent scream of realization that this was no ordinary game. Maya, her wide, terrified eyes flickering with the reflection of the screen, gripped my arm. Her fingers were cold, clammy. The bravest among us just moments ago, now reduced to a quivering shadow of herself. I could feel her pulse thrumming against my skin, steady yet frantic, a reminder that we were alive, trapped in a place where the dead could just as easily step through the pixelated veil. "What if we don't make it out?" she whispered, and in that moment, I felt the weight of every unspoken fear, every regret, like an anchor tied to my soul. Beside her stood Jake, brave but broken, his facade of nonchalance cracking under the pressure of the game's promise. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair, tension etched into his brow. The weight of his past pressed heavily against him, and I knew he had come here to escape himself, escape the shame of failure that clung to him like a second skin. "It's just a game," he insisted, but his voice quivered, betraying the tremor of doubt that lurked beneath. I could see it in his eyes, an unending battle between courage and cowardice, the ghosts of his choices dancing dangerously close. The screen glitched, and the music warped, twisting into a cacophony of despair. The bright colors faded, replaced by hues of gray, the sharp lines of the maze becoming jagged teeth ready to swallow us whole. I felt a pull, a sinister allure to step forward, to embrace the chaos, but the air thickened with dread. "We must stick together," I said, more to convince myself than to reassure Maya and Jake. The words tasted bitter, an echo of a truth I wasn't sure I believed. With every step, the maze revealed its secrets, twists and turns that led us deeper into its heart. I remember the smell of damp earth, a reminder of decay, of those who had come before us. The walls whispered in hushed tones, secrets of the dead echoing through the corridors as if each stone held the weight of 1,000 stories longing to be told. I felt the pulse of the ground beneath my feet, an ancient rhythm that thrummed in time with my racing heart. "It's just a game," I told myself, but the words rang hollow in my ears. Maya stumbled, her foot catching on the uneven ground, and I lunged to catch her. "Careful!" I hissed, the urgency pulling at my chest like a noose. She looked up at me, eyes glistening with unshed tears, a tremor in her voice. "You think this is just a game? What if it's more? What if we don't get out?" Her fear was palpable, and I felt it wrap around my heart, a vice squeezing tighter and tighter. Jake stepped forward, forcing a weak smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "We will. We have to." But his voice cracked, and I could see the ghost of doubt in his expression, the flicker of desperation that mirrored Maya's. We were three souls entwined in this nightmare, each of us fighting our own demons as the dead whispered from the shadows. As we ventured deeper, the walls seemingly shifted, mocking our attempts to navigate the maze. My senses heightened, I could hear the distant echo of footsteps, or maybe it was just my imagination playing cruel tricks on me. Every creak of the floorboard sent my heart racing, every flicker of light a reminder of the darkness that lurked just outside our view. I remember the chill of the air, sharp and biting, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace, intimate but dangerous. Then came the moment that shattered everything. A scream, raw, primal, echoing through the maze like a death knell. It wasn't just any scream, it was the sound of a person being torn apart by their own fears. Maya froze, her eyes widening in terror as Jake's grip on her shoulder tightened, a silent plea in his eyes. But I felt the pull of the sound, a siren call dragging me forward, deeper into the maze. "Don't," Jake shouted, but I was already moving, drawn by a force beyond understanding. I felt their fear, and yet I was compelled to confront it, to face whatever lay ahead. Each breath felt heavier, laden with the weight of my own past, the ghosts of my own mistakes haunting my every step. I was tired of running, tired of hiding from the darkness inside me. When I turned the corner, the sight that greeted me was a tableau of horror. A figure, hunched and grotesque, clad in tattered rags, clawed at the earth, as though trying to dig its way back into the ground where it belonged. It looked up, eyes hollow pits of despair, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. It was not fear that gripped me then, but an overwhelming sense of recognition. It was the part of me I had buried, the guilt I had pushed aside, the shadows I had tried to escape. "Run!" Jake's voice shattered my reverie, a lifeline thrown into the chaos. I turned, the urgency propelling me forward, but the darkness clung to my ankles like mist, dragging me back. Maya was already moving, her breath coming in frantic gasps, but Jake hesitated, caught in the gaze of the creature who was somehow both terrifying and tragically familiar. "Jake!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat. As he turned, I saw the flicker of resolve mixed with the weight of his past decisions. The walls of the maze closed in around us, and I felt the darkness begin to seep into my soul. But instead of fleeing, he took a step closer, reaching out in a moment of reckless vulnerability. "Jake, no!" Maya cried, her voice shattering the tension like glass. But it was too late. In that moment, time fractured, and I knew we were on the precipice of something profound, something terrifying. The maze wasn't just a game, it was a reflection of our deepest fears, our most hidden regrets, and the ghosts we could not escape. And with each step deeper into the darkness, I realized we weren't just fighting for survival, we were fighting to reclaim our very selves, our fractured souls yearning to be whole again. I remember the taste of fear mixed with hope, a bittersweet reminder that the only way out was through. As we pressed on, shadows swirling around us, I knew this was just the beginning. The maze would test us, break us, and perhaps even save us. In its depths, we would confront not just the dead, but the pieces of ourselves we thought were lost forever. The air was thick with an electric pulse, the kind that vibrates through your bones, igniting an urgency that demands to be felt. Shadows flickered beneath the pale moonlight, a jagged labyrinth carved from the earth, where each twist and turn echoed the whispers of lives long gone. The maze stood before us, ancient and yet painfully relevant, each stone imbued with stories, secrets, and the burdens of countless souls. I could hardly breathe as I stood there, heart racing, feeling the presence of something monumental, something that transcended time. "Do you want to turn back?" Emily's voice trembled, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. She always wore her heart on her sleeve, a fragile thing, always exposed, always vulnerable. I remembered the way she used to smile, bright enough to light up an entire room, but now, standing at the entrance of the maze, that spark flickered like a dying flame. "No," I whispered, my own pulse echoing in my ears. I couldn't let her see my uncertainty, couldn't let her know that the dread that settled in my gut threatened to pull me down into the darkness that loomed ahead. I needed her to believe that the answers lay within, hidden in the folds of the labyrinth's embrace. The idea was intoxicating. What if we could find clarity, a way out of the chaos that ruled our lives? Behind us, Marcus loomed, tall and brooding, the kind of presence that could extinguish laughter with just a glance. His past clung to him like the mist that enveloped the maze, regret written deep in the lines of his face. "We shouldn't be here." His voice was low, gravelly, as if he were wrestling with the very essence of the words. "You don't understand. The maze has a mind of its own. It won't let you go." Fear radiated from him, a palpable energy that crackled in the air, urging us to turn back. Yet, as I looked into the depths of the labyrinth, something primal called to me. It was a dance of shadows and light, a tapestry woven from the fabric of our fears and desires. I remembered the stories, the legends of those who entered only to emerge changed, sometimes wiser, sometimes broken. The maze was a mirror reflecting the inner turmoil of everyone who dared to traverse its path. It was a journey of the soul, and I craved that journey with every fiber of my being. "Marcus, this is our chance," I pleaded, stepping forward, heart pounding in rhythm with the distant echoes of the past. We've been lost for too long. This maze, it holds the key. I felt a surge of desperation clawing at my throat, a need to reach through the veil of uncertainty. But Marcus shook his head, fear etched into his features. Keys aren't always what they seem. Sometimes they unlock doors you wish had stayed closed. The memories of his lost love, a ghostly figure that haunted him, flickered in his eyes. I wanted to scream, to shake him from that suffocating grip of despair. "Then why are you here?" I spat, my voice rising, the tension thick enough to slice through. "You want to bury your grief? I want to confront it. Let us face this together." Emily stepped between us, her eyes darting between Marcus and me, a fragile peacekeeper desperate to keep the dark at bay. "Maybe we can find a way out together," she suggested, her voice a soft tremor. "Maybe we can heal." But as we stepped into the labyrinth, the air shifted. The walls loomed higher, the paths twisting, turning, congealing into suffocating corridors of doubt. With every turn, the shadows felt closer, the weight of our pasts pressing against us. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had tread these paths before, each soul echoing their pain, their confusion, their unwavering search for meaning. "Do you feel that?" Emily's voice quaked, her breath hitching. "It's like it's watching us." The reality of our situation crashed down upon me, a tidal wave of dread. This maze was alive, a sentient being that fed off our fears, our deepest regrets. I could sense its hunger, its willingness to devour us whole if we dared to succumb to our darkness. "Stay close," I ordered, though my voice wavered. The three of us moved deeper, hearts thudding in a rhythm of terror and hope. Each corner we turned felt like stepping into the unknown, the echo of our footsteps swallowed by the oppressive silence. The walls, once cold and unmoving, now seemed to pulse with life, taunting us, daring us to confront the shadows of our own making. "Keep moving," I urged, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, feeding my resolve even as the walls closed in. "We can't turn back now." I caught a glimpse of Emily's face, pale and determined, a flicker of the girl I used to know shining through the fear. Marcus, however, faltered, haunted by ghosts of his own memories, his past clawing at him mercilessly. "What if we're not meant to find our way out?" he murmured, a chilling question that hung in the air like a dark cloud. I grasped for words, but they slipped through my fingers like sand. All I could do was push forward, driven by an instinct, a vision of a future where we could emerge from this place, battered yet unbroken. "What if this is where we find ourselves?" I countered, my voice a raw whisper. "What if this maze is our salvation?" The air thickened, and as we ventured deeper, the path seemed to wind tighter. Memories flooded back, fragments of laughter intertwined with sorrow, as the shadows whispered the stories of our lives. I could almost hear their voices, faint and distant, nudging us toward an understanding that felt both terrifying and liberating. In that moment, the maze transformed into a living entity, a crucible forging us in fire and shadow. I felt every heartbeat echoing in the silence, every breath steeped in the weight of our choices, our losses, our hopes, and our fears. The maze was no longer just a maze, it was a reflection of our souls, a battleground where we would confront our deepest truths, where we would learn that sometimes, the only way out is through. And as we pressed on, I realized the truth, the maze would never let us go. But perhaps, just perhaps, that was the point. The air is thick, suffocating, nearly electric, vibrating with a tension that prickles at the back of my neck. I stand on the edge of the excavation site, a gaping hole in the earth, what's left of a once thriving city, now swallowed by a labyrinth of time. Shadows dance in the flickering light of our lanterns, twisting into grotesque shapes that echo the horrors of the past. I hear the gasps of my fellow archaeologists, the crackling of the ground underfoot, and my heart races as I feel the weight of their anticipation. "Did you hear that?" Sarah, my colleague, whispers, her voice trembling. She's always been the brave one, the one who dives into the unknown without a second thought. But even she falters now, glancing over her shoulder as if the darkness itself might answer her question. I remember the fire in her eyes, the passion that drove us here. But that fire is now flickering, shadows of doubt creeping in. It's just the wind, I say, forcing a laugh that feels hollow, like the empty tombs we've unearthed. But I remember the tales of the Minotaur, the beast lurking within the maze, an echo of something primal, something that claws at the edges of our sanity. We dig deeper, peeling back the layers of earth as if unearthing nightmares. Each stroke of the shovel sends shivers down my spine, revealing fragments of pottery, bones, relics of lives that once pulsed with laughter and dreams. I brush my fingers across a fragment, its jagged edge biting into my skin. I remember stories told in hushed tones. These are the remnants of those who dared to challenge fate, those who wandered too far into the labyrinth and never returned. What if we're waking something? Sarah's voice trembles, barely a whisper above the cacophony of our own fears. What if it's not just a myth? But Jacob, our team leader, chuckles, a sound that echoes oddly against the backdrop of crumbling stone. It's just a story, Sarah. The Minotaur isn't real. Yet his eyes linger uneasily on the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, a twisted trunk that seems to reach out, beckoning us closer. The night deepens, swallowing our resolve. The lanterns flicker, casting eerie shadows that warp and twist, distorting our surroundings into a surreal tableau of despair. I can't shake the feeling that the ground beneath us is alive, restless, as if it remembers. I once heard that the labyrinth is a reflection of the human mind, I say, trying to lighten the mood, though my own heart races. A maze of thoughts, fears, dreams, my voice trails off. Or nightmares, Jacob adds, his humor strained. What if we're trapped in our own maze? And that's the moment the earth shifts. A low rumble vibrates through our bones, and I can feel it deep in my gut, a foreboding echo of history. I glance at Sarah, her face pale, eyes wide, filled with a mixture of dread and fascination. She steps back, her breath quickening as we watch a section of the wall collapse, revealing a dark corridor that stretches into the unknown, a yawning mouth ready to swallow us whole. I remember the history of these ruins, the stories of those who ventured into the depths, never to return. Legends whisper of lost souls wandering the labyrinth, forever searching for escape. I shiver. We shouldn't go in there, I say, though I know the words are futile. But curiosity, that treacherous little beast, tugs at my insides. I want to know. I want to understand. I feel the weight of history pressing against me, urging me forward. I take a step, heart pounding, lost in the thrill of discovery, as if I'm stepping into a dream where the lines between reality and myth blur. Wait! Sarah grabs my arm, her grip tight, desperate. What if we find something we don't want to see? I look into her eyes, searching for the fierce determination that brought us here, but all I see is fear. I understand it, the way shadows cling to our past, dragging us back into moments we'd rather forget. It's just history, I murmur, but I can feel my own resolve wavering, the darkness pulling me closer. We inch forward, the air growing thick and stale, like the breath of something ancient, echoing with the whispers of the fallen. Each step is a heartbeat, thudding in my ears, drowning out rationality. Then we cross the threshold. The darkness envelops us. I can't see my hand in front of my face, but I can feel it, an overwhelming sense of being watched, of being judged by unseen eyes. My breath quickens, mingling with the dust of ages past. The walls seem to pulse around us, a living entity alive with secrets. Guys? Jacob's voice is barely a tremor, barely audible in the oppressive silence. Do you hear that? A low growl echoes through the corridor, reverberating against the stones like the heartbeat of the labyrinth itself. My skin prickles with the weight of dread, the nightmares clawing at the edges of reason. We freeze, fear paralyzing us. In that moment, I remember all the stories, all the myths, the Minotaur, the lost souls, the traps laid by the gods. No one ever returns from the labyrinth, Sarah breathes, her voice shaking. What if, but before she can finish, the growl rises, a guttural sound that sends shockwaves through the air, electric and alive. It is a sound that echoes through the very marrow of our bones, resonating with a primal fear that grips our hearts. And there it is, the moment of truth, the confrontation with the unknown. Each heartbeat echoes the past, each breath mingled with the silence of those who came before. The labyrinth calls, pulling us deeper into its embrace, into the heart of its darkness. With every step, I remember the stories woven through time, the legends that bind us to our fears, our hopes, our darkest desires. But now I stand on the precipice, not of discovery, but of awakening. The maze is alive, and we are but pawns in its game. Are we ready for this? I whisper, but the answer is lost to the shadows, swallowed by the very darkness we sought to illuminate. And just like that, the labyrinth tightens its grip, its embrace unyielding, its secrets waiting in breathless anticipation. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel over the maze, its pallid light casting shadows that twisted and writhed like desperate souls. A chill wind whispered secrets through the gnarled trees, and the air was thick with a palpable tension, a warning that echoed in the marrow of my bones. I stood at the mouth of the maze of the dead, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat, as if the night itself had drawn a line in the sand, cross it, and you might not come back. Lara clutched my arm, nails digging into my flesh, her eyes wide as saucers, reflecting the shimmering dread. "We shouldn't be here," she gasped, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might awaken the restless spirits rumored to wander these cursed paths. Her fear clung to me, heavy and suffocating, and I felt the same dread clawing at my gut. But I couldn't back down, not after what had happened last summer. Not after Finn. Finn, my younger brother, reckless and wild, always chasing the thrill of the unknown. He had been gone for nearly a year, swallowed whole by these ancient woods, leaving behind only whispers and shadows. He's just exploring, I had told Lara then, though even I hadn't believed it. I hadn't wanted to believe that the legend of the maze could take him. And yet, here we were, entangled in the same law that had lured him to his doom. "Let's just get this over with," I murmured, more to myself than to her, as if I could scrap together some courage from the fragments of my own resolve. I took a step forward, and the forest seemed to breathe, exhaling a sigh that echoed with the weight of countless souls. The maze loomed ahead, a labyrinth of twisted branches and veils of mist, each turn a jagged promise of despair and discovery. "We'll find him," I said, though my voice betrayed the truth, stuttering like a dying ember. With each step, the silence thickened, stifling, like a suffocating shroud. The air smelled of damp earth and something else, something ancient, decayed, as if the very ground we walked on was alive and hungry. I could feel it, Finn's laughter echoing in my mind, a ghostly presence urging me forward, guiding me deeper into the heart of the maze. Lara hesitated, eyes darting around as if the shadows themselves were watching. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling. "It sounds like whispers." I strained to listen, the world narrowing to that singular sound, a murmur, a cacophony of voices lost in time, each one distinct yet indistinguishable, swirling through the maze like smoke. "It's just the wind," I lied, though my heart raced. What if it wasn't? What if the stories were true, and the dead really did wander these paths, searching for company? We pressed on, the maze shifting, each turn disorienting, leading us further into its hungry embrace. I could feel it now, the very fabric of the night was alive, pulsating with something sinister, something that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I remembered stories told by the fireside, of those who had entered the maze never to return, lost among the whispers and shadows. "They say the dead never leave," I recalled, my voice catching as I spoke the words aloud. "They're trapped here, forever searching for something they lost." Lara's fingers tightened around mine, her pulse frantic. What if we're next? The thought sliced through me, sharp and cold. I wanted to reassure her, to promise that Finn was out there, that we would find him and escape this nightmare. But I knew better. I had seen the faces of those who had ventured before us, etched with fear and despair, their eyes hollow like the moon above. And then, just as the weight of the darkness threatened to crush us both, we stumbled into a clearing, the trees parting like reluctant spectators. There, at the center, lay a stone altar, weathered and cracked, adorned with offerings of wilted flowers and tokens of remembrance, children's toys, trinkets, a rusted locket, each a testament to lives lost, dreams shattered. "This is where they come," I breathed, the realization hitting me like a blow. "This is where the vanished seek solace." But solace is a cruel word in a place like this. The air curled thick with sorrow, and I could feel something shift beneath the surface, a pulsing heartbeat of the maze, a low growl that seemed to resonate from the very stones. I glanced at Lara, and in that fleeting moment, I saw her vulnerability, the flicker of her spirit dimming beneath the weight of our shared dread. "We should turn back," I choked out, but the words felt hollow, as if the maze itself had tightened its grip around us. Suddenly, a sound cut through the air, a sharp, echoing laugh, unmistakably Finn's, rich and vibrant, a haunting melody that sent ice racing through my veins. It danced just beyond the trees, teasing us, pulling me closer with every beat of my heart. "Finn?" I called, voice cracking, longing twisting into desperation. "Is that you?" No response, only the rustling of leaves, the whispers growing louder, a cacophony of longing and despair. "He's here," my heart screamed, but the maze swallowed my hope whole, leaving only an echo, a hollow promise of what could never be. Lara stepped back, her breath hitching, eyes wide as terror crept into her expression. "We need to go. Now." But I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, the laughter intertwining with the whispers, a symphony of the lost. "Finn!" I shouted again, desperation clawing at my throat. "I'm coming for you." And then, as if the maze itself answered my call, the shadows deepened, coiling around us like serpents, drawing us into their dark embrace. The trees swayed, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, and the whispers crescendoed into a howl, a chorus of anguish that sent shivers down my spine. "Stay with me." I grabbed Lara's hand, pulling her close, my heart pounding like a war drum. "We can't lose each other." But in that moment, I felt something shift within me, an understanding that I was not just searching for Finn. I was navigating my own maze, a labyrinth of grief and guilt, trying to find a way back to the light. The realization lingered, heavy and profound, mingling with the shadows that swirled around us. As the night deepened, the labyrinth twisted tighter, each turn a step into the abyss. Finn's laughter echoed, and I felt the pulse of the maze, alive and hungry. And as the whispers grew louder, my heart raced, caught between fear and an unyielding hope, a hope that, perhaps, in the depths of this endless darkness, I might still find my brother. The maze tightened its grip, the shadows danced closer, and I knew that whatever awaited us, we would face it together, the weight of our fears entwined, a bond forged in the depths of a legend that would never let us go. The air hung thick with anticipation, a suffocating shroud that clung to the skin. Beneath the unyielding gaze of twisted branches, shadows danced in a macabre ballet, whispering secrets only the night could understand. Kira stood at the entrance of the maze, heart thundering like the wings of a trapped bird, every pulse echoing with memories of a past she couldn't escape. The path before her wound like an ancient serpent, promising solace yet harboring despair. The scent of damp earth mingled with something sweeter, something that felt like hope and fear entwined, a fragrance laced with the ghosts of the lost. "I can't," she murmured, her voice trembling as she clutched the crumpled paper in her fist, a map drawn by hands that had long since perished. Each line traced a route to the center, where she believed the answers lingered, flickering like candlelight in a storm. "What if I'm not strong enough?" Her thoughts spiraled, a tempest of doubt. She could still hear her mother's voice, soothing yet firm. "The maze is a reflection, Kira. Every twist and turn shows you what you hide." But what if all she found was darkness? Beside her, Marcus loomed like a protector wrapped in uncertainty. He was a tempest too, a man of sharp edges, a heart that had been shattered and stitched back together, still oozing with the pain of old scars. "You don't have to do this alone," he said, his voice a low rumble, filled with the weight of shared burdens. But as he spoke, his hands trembled slightly, fingers grazing the cool metal of a locket that hung from his neck, his own talisman of grief, a relic from a life lost to the void. "I'm tired of carrying it," he whispered, the confession spilling like blood on the soil. "I thought if I came here, if I faced it, I could find a way to forgive myself." The words tangled in the air, heavy with the gravity of sorrow. Each one dragged him back into the past, to the moment he'd lost someone precious, to the chaos of bad decisions, a choice that echoed like a gunshot in the silence. "Forgiveness," Kira echoed, the word tasting bitter on her tongue. "Can we really find that here?" She glanced into the maze, where the walls loomed like sentinels, watching, waiting. The shadows twitched, stretching across the path like fingers, beckoning her into the labyrinth of her own making. The maze was not just stone and vine, it was a living entity, pulse quickening with every breath she took. The moment stretched, suspended in time, as if the universe held its breath. Then, with a shared glance that held unspoken fears and promises, they stepped into the maze, leaving behind the familiar world, diving into the unknown. Each step resonated with the echoes of their lives, memories colliding with the present. The air thickened, charged with unexplainable energy, as if the very walls listened, hungry for their secrets. Marcus reached out, brushing his fingers against the rough stone, feeling the coolness seep into his skin. "I remember," he began, voice catching, a shadow dancing across his features. "I remember when we were young, how we thought the world was infinite. Now, it feels like we're just chasing our shadows." His eyes darkened, reflecting the labyrinth's twisting paths, each turn a reminder of the choices that had led to this moment. Kira glanced at him, her heart aching with an understanding that transcended words. "It's more than just a maze, isn't it? It's a mirror. What we face inside is what we've buried outside." The realization struck her like lightning, illuminating the path ahead, but leaving her trembling in its wake. The walls whispered, soft, inviting, like the call of a long-lost friend. Yet, the more they walked, the more the air thickened with dread. As they ventured deeper, the maze revealed its true nature. The pathways twisted and turned, endlessly folding into themselves, creating an illusion of choice, yet every corner led to the same haunting specter, regret. Images flickered before them, snippets of their pasts unfurling like frayed ribbons in the wind. Kira saw herself as a child, laughing with friends, then later, standing alone at a grave, clutching a wilted bouquet. "Why do we keep running?" she gasped, the weight of her past crashing down like a tidal wave. "Why can't we just let go?" Marcus stopped, his eyes glazed with memories that hurt more than any physical wound. "Because letting go feels like dying. Who are we without our grief? Without our pain?" The words hung in the air, jagged shards of truth, as they pressed onward. They moved through the maze, hearts racing, breath catching in their throats as they faced their own demons, whispers of betrayal, echoes of promises broken. Each corner they turned felt like an unraveling thread, weaving their fates tighter, yet threatening to snap. And then, in the heart of the maze, they stumbled upon the center, a clearing bathed in an eerie glow. A statue loomed before them, a figure caught between joy and sorrow, arms outstretched as if to embrace the very essence of humanity. Kira approached, drawn by an inexplicable force, her fingers brushing against the cold stone. "What do you want from us?" she cried, voice trembling as the air crackled with energy. In that moment, time fractured, memories collided, and the statue seemed to pulse with life, shadows swirling around them, embracing yet suffocating. The air shimmered with visions, flickering images of hope, despair, love, and loss. Kira's heart raced as she realized this was the culmination of their fears and dreams, a reflection of the very essence of existence, a chaotic dance of spirituality and religion, life and death, intertwined in a perpetual struggle for meaning. "Confront your truths," the voice echoed, an ethereal whisper that sent shivers down her spine. "Only then can you find peace." Kira and Marcus stood on that precipice, teetering between what they had known and what they could be, each heartbeat resonating with the intensity of 1,000 lifetimes. "We can't escape what we are," she said, tears streaming down her face, raw and unfiltered. "But we can choose to embrace it." "Together?" he asked, a flicker of hope igniting in his chest. "Always," she replied, the weight of their shared burdens forging an unbreakable bond. As the maze twisted around them, they took a step forward together, not into the unknown, but into the depths of their own souls, a leap into the uncharted territories of faith and despair, where every moment dripped with the essence of life itself, leaving them breathless and forever altered. The maze was no longer just a path but a testament to their intertwined fates, a dance of shadows and light, forever spiraling into the infinite. The silence was a scream, a deafening void that enveloped them, echoing through the narrow corridors of the maze. The walls, slick with the remnants of countless dreams, seemed to breathe, pulsing with the weight of unfulfilled hopes. Claire pressed her back against the cold stone, her heart hammering in her chest like a trapped bird. "I can't," she whispered, the words slipping past her lips like a prayer. "I can't be here." But there was nowhere else to go. Shadows flickered around her, dancing with malicious glee, taunting her every fear. Time, that cruel mistress, twisted and elongated in the maze. Every tick of the clock felt like a drumbeat heralding despair. She could almost hear it, thump, 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 each reverberation a reminder of the life she had left behind, the decisions that spiraled into this tangled web of regret. Then there was Ethan, his breath shallow, eyes wide with terror, darting between the walls. "Claire!" His voice was a lifeline cast into the abyss, though it felt frayed at the edges, fraying faster with every moment they lingered. "We have to keep moving." But the maze was alive, shifting and molding, whispering secrets that twisted into knots inside her mind. She could feel it, could feel the walls closing in, the oppressive weight of choices made and not made. "I remember," she gasped, the memories flooding her like a tidal wave. "I remember when we thought we could outrun everything." Laughter used to roll off their tongues like music, but now it felt like a distant echo, obscured by the chill of their current reality. She looked at Ethan, searching for the flicker of that joy, but all she found was shadow and dread. Ethan's gaze felt like a mirror, reflecting her own fears back at her. "What if," he murmured, voice trembling with vulnerability, "what if we don't find a way out?" Those words hung in the air, heavy as lead, sinking into the depths of her soul. She wanted to scream, to claw her way out of the agonizing uncertainty, but the maze wasn't just a structure, it was a manifestation of their inner turmoil, a labyrinth woven from the strands of their existence. And then there was Lily, the ghost of innocence hovering in the corner of her mind, a bright flicker amidst the darkness. Claire remembered her laughter, pure, untainted laughter, spiraling into the sky like fireworks. But Lily was gone now, swallowed by the very same shadows that crept around them. The maze had consumed her, and with her, the last remnants of hope. "I failed her," Claire whispered, the confession tearing at her insides like a festering wound. "I couldn't save her." Ethan stepped closer, his brow furrowed with compassion. "You didn't fail anyone. We were all caught in it." The maze, he hesitated, the fear pooling in his eyes, it's not just a place. It's everything we are, everything we refuse to confront. His voice cracked, and in that moment, Claire saw the anguish etched into his soul, the same burden that had chained her heart. A sudden rustle broke through the heavy air, snapping Claire back into the moment. What was that? She felt the hairs on the back of her neck rise as the wall shuddered, as if responding to her fear. The maze pulsed around them, a predatory beast shifting in its slumber, its breath hot and sour. "We should," but before she could finish, the ground beneath them trembled, and the walls began to converge, squeezing them into a tighter embrace. The sound of laughter echoed around them, hollow, mocking laughter. "It knows," Claire breathed, panic rising like bile. The maze was no longer just a prison, it was a sentient being, thriving on their despair, feeding off their fears. "I remember," the word slipped from her mouth, unbidden. "I remember when I thought I was invincible. I remember when the world was full of colors and laughter." She clutched at Ethan's arm, desperate for a tether in the chaos. "But I was wrong." Ethan shook his head, his grip tightening around her. "No," he insisted, voice fierce against the shadows. "We're not done yet. We can find her, Claire. We can find ourselves again." But the maze mocked him, its walls shifting, revealing twisted pathways that led deeper into its core. Each turn felt like a choice, each choice a reminder of what lay at the heart of their fears. They were trapped in a cycle of regret and pain, running in circles, always just out of reach of the truth. "Every time we turn a corner," Claire gasped, "it's like we're running away from something." But what? What are we so afraid to face? The question hung heavy between them, thick enough to choke on, and for a moment, they stood still, the weight of the maze pressing down upon them. But they couldn't stand still. Not now. Not ever. Ethan pulled her forward, desperation fueling his steps. "We have to keep moving, Claire. We can't let it win." They stumbled into the next corridor, and for a moment, the shadows receded, revealing the faintest glimmer of light. A promise of hope, or perhaps a cruel illusion. I remember, Claire murmured, each step echoing against the stone. I remember who I used to be. I remember the laughter, the joy, the love. But with each word, darkness threatened to engulf her, to swallow her whole. And now it feels so far away. But Ethan's hand was warm, his presence grounding. It's not gone. It's in us. We just have to find it. With every heartbeat, the maze pulsed, a living entity filled with whispers of the past, memories of choices made and unmade. They raced forward, but the path twisted into confusion, each corridor leading them deeper into despair and yet somehow closer to the truth. The walls tightened, a noose around their hopes, but with each step, they felt the weight of their fear shift. Each breath became a battle cry against the encroaching shadows. They were not just survivors in this twisted game, they were warriors, and the maze, with all its malignancy, was but a reflection of their own inner turmoil. I remember, Claire gasped, I remember I can fight. And in that moment, the maze itself seemed to recoil, as if sensing the shift in their resolve. The laughter faded, replaced by the silence of possibility. They pressed on, heartbeats synchronizing, echoing through the sinister silence, carving their path through the darkness, past regrets, lost love, and shadows of the past. Because deep in the heart of the maze, amidst the anguish and despair, lay the flickering flame of hope, waiting patiently for them to ignite it once more. And as they plunged deeper, they felt it, the gentle glow of resilience rising within them, a promise that perhaps, just perhaps, the light was not as far away as they once believed. The clock struck midnight, and the city lay under a blanket of silence, a heavy, suffocating stillness that seeped into the marrow of the night. In an abandoned alleyway, the moon cast a ghostly glow on the cracked pavement, illuminating the edges of a maze, twisting, turning, an intricate puzzle born from shadows and echoes. I stood there, heart racing, trapped in the grip of something greater than fear. I could hear their voices, their cries, like whispers carried on the wind. I could almost see them, just out of reach. I was not alone. Not this time. Beside me was Sarah, her eyes wild and haunted, lips trembling with an urgency that mirrored my own. We have to find them, she urged, desperation threading through her voice. A sister lost in a labyrinth of her own making. I remembered how we used to laugh, how the world felt so bright with possibilities, before the darkness crept in. But this was not our world, this was a nightmare, a maze that shifted with every heartbeat. And then there was Lucas, the one with demons etched into his soul, his guilt a weight that hung heavy in the air between us. They're out there, he insisted, his voice a low growl. We can't leave them. Not now. His face was a mask of determination, yet his hands shook, fingers twitching as if trying to grasp the remnants of hope. Each word he spoke sent vibrations through my heart, a haunting reminder of our fractured past, the friendships fraying at the edges, the love tangled in sorrow. Do you hear that? I asked, and the silence swallowed the question whole. A soft rustle echoed from the depths of the maze, a shiver racing down my spine as shadows danced at the corners of my vision. I felt it, the pull of something ancient and unyielding, the very essence of the maze itself, the embodiment of our deepest fears and desires. A puzzle that mirrored our souls, reflecting the chaos within. I remember, I whispered, as memories flooded through my mind like a roaring tide. I remember the first time we laughed until we cried, the way the sun bathed everything in gold. I remember the smoky laughter of late-night conversations, the warmth of friendship wrapped around us like a cloak. But amidst those sweet recollections, darker echoes loomed, misunderstandings that festered, words left unsaid. Love that turned to bitterness, friendships that cracked like fragile glass. The maze wasn't just a labyrinth of bricks and mortar, it was a tapestry woven from our regrets and aspirations. Keep moving, Sarah urged, her voice snapping me back to the present, her grip on my arm a lifeline. I turned, and together, we plunged into the maze, the air thick with tension. Each twist and turn felt like a choice, a path that could lead to salvation or despair. Shadows loomed, stretching out like fingers, and in the depths of the darkness, a deeper labyrinth unfolded, one of our own making, fraught with memories that clawed at our hearts. The walls whispered secrets, echoing the things we dared not say. I could feel the pulse of the maze beneath my feet, its heartbeat syncing with mine. the air thickened with the tension of unresolved conflicts, the unspoken words hanging like fog. Lucas paused, his expression shifting as he glanced back, shadows lingering in his eyes. "This place," he murmured, "it knows us." I knew he felt it too, the weight of the past pressing against us, the burden of memories that refused to fade. I thought of the time we stood beneath the stars, dreams swirling in the cosmic abyss, believing we could conquer anything. But time slipped through our fingers like grains of sand, and here we were, reduced to fragments of what once was. "Focus," I breathed, trying to drown out the echoes of despair. But the maze twisted, the path shifting beneath our feet, disorienting. Panic clawed at my throat. "The way out, where is it?" Sarah's eyes darted around, searching for something that wasn't there. "It's not just a maze. It's a reflection of us, the choices we've made." Every turn felt like an accusation, each corner a reminder of failures and regrets. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing in tandem with our anxiety, reflecting our inner turmoil. Shadows danced, teasing at the edges of our vision, whispering secrets we were too scared to confront. "I can't keep doing this," Lucas murmured, his voice breaking with the weight of his own turmoil. "I don't even know why we're here." "Because we have to find them." Sarah shot back, the urgency in her voice slicing through the darkness, but the tremor betrayed her own fear. "They're counting on us." With every step, the maze tightened its grip, weaving a web of tension that threatened to suffocate. I could feel my heart pounding, each beat a reminder of the stakes at hand. What if we didn't find them? What if the maze consumed us too, swallowed us whole? But in that moment of despair, a flicker of hope ignited, a distant light, shimmering like a beacon through the shadows. "There!" I shouted, pointing toward the glow, my heart racing with possibilities. "We have to go toward the light." And so, we ran, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and tangled memories, our breaths mingling as we raced against time, against ourselves. With every footfall, we pushed through the weight of the past, challenging the darkness that loomed ahead. But the maze was relentless, the walls shifting, mocking us with every twist and turn. I could feel the weight of history bearing down, the ghosts of our choices rising like specters to remind us of every moment we wished to escape. "I remember," I gasped, the words tumbling out like confessions. "I remember what we promised each other." The light flickered, danced just beyond our grasp, and despair clawed at my heart as the shadows crept closer, whispering secrets too haunting to bear. But we were not finished yet, not now, not ever. The maze might be our prison, but it could also be our reckoning. Together, I breathed, locking eyes with Sarah and Lucas, a fragile alliance forged in the chaos of the night. "We'll find our way." And as we plunged deeper into the darkness, the heart of the maze pulsing with energy, I felt a surge of defiance rise within me. We were lost, yes, caught in a web of our own making, yet we were also alive, fighting against the shadows, against the darkness that threatened to consume us whole. No matter what lay ahead, we would face it together. And in that moment, the maze became more than a nightmare, it became a testament to our resilience, our will to survive, to conquer the very thing that sought to tear us apart. The walls trembled around us, a promise of what was to come, a confrontation that loomed just beyond the next turn, a battle not only with the maze but within ourselves. And we were ready. A heartbeat thunders, reverberating through the cold metal walls of the maze. The echo is relentless, a sinister reminder that time is slipping, clawing its way out of reach. I stand there, breathless, as the shadows stretch and twist, creeping closer like the fingers of a ghost. A muffled scream pierces the stillness, shattering the fragile silence, sending shards of terror racing down my spine. It's her voice. Emma. I remember the first time I met her in the vibrant chaos of the city. Her laughter was a melody, ringing with the kind of hope that dances in the air just before a storm. We were lost then, too, two souls navigating the urban labyrinth, our hearts colliding in a rhythm as unpredictable as the paths we chose. Now, as I shiver in the bowels of this forsaken maze, I realize how far we've moved from that innocence. Ezra! Her voice, tinged with panic, draws me deeper into the darkness. I want to reach for her, to pull her from the brink of whatever nightmare has ensnared her. But the maze breathes around me, alive, shifting, an entity of its own. Each turn I take feels like a step toward despair, the walls whispering secrets in a language I don't understand. I remember the look in Emma's eyes when she first heard the story, a tale of the maze as an eternal prison, a symbol of our entrapment in a society that values conformity over chaos. It's just a myth, she had said, a flicker of skepticism dancing across her features. But even then, I sensed her unease, the way her fingers traced the outline of her phone, as if seeking an escape route in the very technology that kept us tethered to our screens, our lives. Now, I'm running through this modern labyrinth, a digital ghost haunting its corridors. The maze has grown, sprawling, unpredictable, a reflection of our fears, our failings. The air is thick with the scent of rust and despair, each corner echoing the stories of those who had come before us. I can hear them, the whispers, tales of lost hopes and broken dreams. You can't escape, they sigh, their voices a symphony of sadness, wrapping around me like a suffocating shroud. I stumble forward, driven by sheer determination, my heart pounding like a war drum. The walls close in, jagged and cruel, but I can't stop. Not now. I have to find her. I can hear the faint rustle of her breath, a beacon in the dark. Then there's Marcus, my best friend, and the one person I can't shake off, even in this hell. He's the skeptic, the realist, the one who laughs at my obsession with the maze myth. It's just a bunch of stories, he'd scoff, but I saw the flicker of fear in his eyes when we spoke of it. He wouldn't admit it, but he felt it too, the weight of expectation, the pressure to conform. He had to be here, somewhere in this maze, searching for answers that may never come. Marcus! I call out, my voice raw and desperate. The silence answers me, chilling me to the bone. The walls seem to pulse, a living thing, feeding off my fear, my desperation. The maze has evolved, warped into something more insidious, a reflection of the chaos we've created in the outside world, where truth is a commodity, and reality is a shifting illusion. I can feel the weight of the clock ticking, each second a reminder that the world outside is still turning, still breathing, while we are trapped in this suffocating nightmare. I remember the news, the headlines that screamed of division, of despair. We're all just rats in this maze, I had told Marcus once, and he had laughed, but now the laughter feels hollow, swallowed by the ominous shadows. The air shifts, a rustle in the darkness. I'm not alone. I can sense it, a presence lurking in the corners of my vision. Panic tightens my chest as I turn, ready to confront whatever darkness lies ahead. Show yourself! I shout, my voice echoing against the cold stone walls. And then, through the fog of fear, a figure steps forward, dark, indistinct, but unmistakably familiar. It's Emma, her eyes wide, reflecting the faint light like shards of broken glass. Ezra, she starts, but before she can finish, the shadows twist around her, dragging her back into the depths. No! I scream, lunging forward, my heart racing with adrenaline. The walls seem to pulse in a grotesque rhythm, mocking my desperate attempts to save her. I won't let you take her! But the maze is relentless, its voice a low growl echoing in the recesses of my mind. You're all trapped, it taunts, and you always will be. I remember the stories of those who came before us, their faces a tapestry of fear and resignation, lost souls entrapped in the cyclical nightmare of existence. Emma's scream pierces my heart, a dagger of despair that pulls me deeper into the shadows, unraveling my resolve. With every step, I feel the weight of our choices, the burdens of society pressing down on me. The maze is a reflection of us, our fears, our desires twisted into an intricate web. We are the architects of our own entrapment, and as the walls close in, I realize there's no escape. I can feel the clock ticking in my chest, merging with the chaos of my thoughts. I am lost. We are all lost. The future of the maze myth is not just a story, it's our reality, an unending cycle of despair and hope, a dance of shadows that will never cease. Emma! Marcus! I call again, but the names sound distant, echoing through the void. The air grows heavier, dark magic swirling around me, and I know that this is only the beginning. The maze is alive, and it is hungry. It waits, breathless and expectant, for its next victim. It knows that we are all drawn to its depths, and the haunting truth echoes in my soul: there's no way out. Not now. Not ever. The air crackled with the tension of unspoken fears as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows that danced like specters around the crumbling remnants of the village square. I stood there, breathless, as the whispers of the past echoed in the silence, a haunting reminder of what once was and what could never be again. I remember the first night I saw the maze, a labyrinth of towering, twisting hedges that loomed ominously against the twilight sky. It felt wrong, alien, like it had sprouted from the earth in a fevered dream, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was alive, waiting, watching me. Julio, my childhood friend, stood beside me, his brow furrowed in a mixture of awe and dread. He had always been the brave one, the one who dared to tread where others hesitated, yet tonight, I could see the tremor in his hands. "You think they'll come for us?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with a fear that clung to the air like fog. I turned to him, my heart pounding, the words lodged in my throat. I remembered how it had begun, rumors of migration, of families fleeing their homes, seeking refuge, only to be swallowed whole by the terrifying stories of the maze. Every story, every chilling tale spun from trembling lips had woven itself into our lives, growing stronger with each retelling. The myths wrapped around us like vines, creeping into our dreams, filling our heads with visions of lost souls wandering forever in the twisting paths. I could hear the echoes of those who had entered and never returned, their laughter twisted into cries of despair, their faces lost to the shadows. "I remember," I whispered, eyes drifting toward the maze, "the first time I heard the story of the lost children, the ones who wandered into the maze and never found their way out. The rumors say they still roam within, playing their games with the living." Julio shivered beside me, his skin prickling with the weight of the fear that had seeped into our bones. "But they're just stories," he pushed back, though I could tell he didn't believe his own words. It was then that we heard it, a distant laughter, echoing through the empty streets, high-pitched and mocking. My heart raced. It was a sound that should bring joy but instead twisted my gut with dread. Children, perhaps, or something far worse. I felt a chill race up my spine, and I could see Julio's eyes widen in terror. The laughter grew louder, more manic, and I realized, with a sinking sensation, that this was no mere figment of our imagination. The stories were alive, and they were hungry. The shadows of the maze stretched towards us, the hedges seeming to shift and breathe, pulsing as if they were gathering strength from our fear. I could feel the air grow heavy, thick with ancient magic and promise, or was it poison? Memories began to swirl around me, faces from long-forgotten days mixing with the present. I remembered my grandmother's stories, told in the dim light of a flickering candle, her voice like a lullaby mingling with the wind. "The maze promises what you desire most," she had said, "but it takes a toll. It demands your truth, your soul." And suddenly, I was standing before the entrance to the maze, as if drawn by an unseen force, my pulse echoing in my ears. Julio gripped my arm, his fingers digging in like a vice. "Don't go in there," he pleaded, his voice a frantic whisper that cut through the mounting dread. But I could feel my heartbeat sinking with the pulse of the maze, a rhythmic invitation that I couldn't resist. I remembered the stories of migrants, those lost souls who sought safety but instead found themselves ensnared by the very thing they feared. They had whispered of a path through the maze, an escape route known only to a select few. I could almost see their ghostly figures, their faces twisted in anguish as they wandered through the hedges, forever seeking what they could never find. "They say the maze feeds on despair," I murmured, the thought both thrilling and terrifying. What if we could find them? What if we could break the cycle? But the laughter grew louder, more frenzied, as if mocking my resolve. I felt as if I were teetering on the edge of a precipice, my heart racing with the thrill of possibility and the dread of what lay below. "Are you willing to sacrifice everything?" Julio's voice trembled, a mixture of fear and desperation. I turned to him, searching his eyes, seeking the strength I knew was there. "What if we could save them?" I asked, though even I questioned my own resolve. With each passing moment, the maze pulsed, beckoning us deeper into its gnarled heart. I could feel the weight of the stories pressing down on us, a tapestry woven with threads of fear and longing. We were two souls caught in its grip, bound by a history that wasn't our own, yet felt painfully familiar. The migration of families across borders, fleeing from war, poverty, despair, each step they took echoed here among the hedges, their dreams twisted into the very fabric of the maze. "Do you hear them?" I whispered, and Julio nodded, his face pale. The laughter morphed into cries, distant and haunting, echoing through the evening air. I felt the urge to move, to step forward, to confront whatever darkness awaited us. But as I took a step closer, a chilling breeze swept through the square, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay. I remember the stories, they wrapped around me, tightening like a noose. "We have to go in," I breathed, my voice trembling with determination. "We have to face the maze." Each step felt like a plunge into the abyss, a leap of faith into the unknown, fueled by the hope that we might unravel the truth hidden in its shadows. The laughter twisted around us again, a symphony of lost souls, beckoning, taunting. I felt Julio's grip loosen, his uncertainty palpable. But I couldn't stop, the maze was calling, and with every heartbeat, I knew we were running out of time. In a world where fear and myth collided, we stood on the brink, ready to confront the darkness that awaited within. And in that moment, I understood, migration and myth were intertwined, each story feeding the other, a relentless cycle that threatened to consume us all. I took a deep breath, the night air thick with tension, and stepped into the maze, ready to face the ghosts of our past and the weight of our future. The silence hung thick in the air, an oppressive weight that eclipsed even the faintest whispers of the city. I stood in the heart of the maze, the walls draped in shadows, my breath slow and heavy, as if I were wading through water. Each heartbeat pounded against my chest, echoing in the confines of my mind. My thoughts were a tangled web, much like the path that coiled around me, twisting back on itself like a predator preparing to strike. Mara was beside me, her eyes wide, a flicker of terror darting across her face. "I thought we'd find a way out," she said, her voice breaking as if the very walls could hear her despair. I wanted to comfort her, but the knot in my own stomach tightened. What were we even searching for? Clarity? Freedom? Or just an escape from our own shadows? I remember the first time I met Mara. Her laughter was bright, dancing in the air like sunlight through the trees. But here, in this labyrinth of uncertainty, her laughter felt like a ghost haunting the silence. The weight of her fear seeped into me, a palpable force that gnawed at my resolve. "I can't do this," she whispered, barely audible, like a secret meant for the wind. "Stay with me," I replied, though I feared I was only clinging to the frayed edges of my own sanity. The maze was alive, its walls whispering secrets in a language I didn't understand, each turn a riddle wrapped in an enigma. With every step, an unsettling realization crept into my bones. This place was not just a maze, it was a mirror reflecting our deepest fears. And then there was Leo, a ghost of a man, lurking in the shadows. I could feel him before I saw him, a heavy presence that loomed over us. He had a way of speaking that made your skin crawl, words dripping with a seductive poison. "You think you're lost," he taunted, stepping into the dim light, his grin sharp and unnerving. "You're not lost, you're right where you belong." The air crackled with tension as Mara flinched at his words, her unease spilling over like an unsteady tide. I could see it in her eyes, she wanted to run, to escape the very essence of him, but the maze held her captive, just as it held me. "What do you want from us?" I demanded, my voice a low growl. He leaned closer, the stench of smoke and secrets curling around him like a shroud. "To show you the truth. Words, my dear, are the keys to the labyrinth. But what happens when the key turns, and the door opens?" His laughter echoed through the corridors, a chilling melody that reverberated in my bones. I felt a shiver race down my spine. What truth? What darkness lay behind the words that twisted like serpents in the night? I remember my dreams, fragmented images that flickered in and out of focus like the dying embers of a fire. I was always running, always searching, but the end was never in sight. The walls closed in, the air thickened, and shadows danced at the periphery, whispering my name, a haunting refrain that tugged at the very core of my being. Mara reached for me, her fingers trembling, the warmth of her skin a stark contrast to the chill of despair. "What if we're never found?" she asked, her voice cracking like fragile glass. What if this is it? What if we're just shadows? No, I breathed, my voice steady despite the tempest raging within. We have to believe we'll find a way. But as the words escaped my lips, I felt the truth wrap itself around me like a vice. Belief felt like a cruel joke in a place where reality twisted and turned, a riddle burdening each breath. Leo watched us, his eyes glinting with a mixture of amusement and malice. Ah, hope, he mused, that fragile little creature, fluttering in the dark. But what happens when it gets trapped in the maze? His laughter rose again, an unholy chorus that sent a chill skittering down my spine. We stumbled onward, our feet tracing the path of uncertainty, the walls shifting and changing like the very fabric of our fears. I could feel the weight of every choice pressing down on us, each decision a turn in the labyrinth that would lead us closer or further from salvation. Listen, Mara whispered suddenly, her voice barely audible above the thudding of my heart. Do you hear that? A low hum vibrated through the air, a resonance that pulsed with an almost heartbeat-like rhythm. It spoke to something deep within me, a language I didn't know I understood. It's the maze, I murmured, my breath hitching as the reality of it hit me. It's alive. It knows us. That's not comforting, Mara said, her voice laced with a tremor that echoed my own fear. But Leo's laughter rang out again, a sinister melody that danced in the air. The maze doesn't just know you, it becomes you. Every word you speak, every thought you harbor, it reflects your darkest corners. You can't escape it. I felt the labyrinth close in, constricting around us like an anaconda squeezing the life from its prey. The shadows whispered louder, secrets intertwining with fears, weaving a fabric of despair that threatened to engulf us. I could feel myself unraveling, thread by thread, lost in a world where words were both weapon and salvation. With each turn, another piece of me fell away. I thought of dreams, their ephemeral beauty, their haunting clarity. I remember the night I wanted to scream, to shout into the void of silence, but instead, I swallowed the words, letting them rot in my throat. I had thought it was easier to remain silent amidst the chaos than to risk unraveling in the light. But the maze knew better. It knew that silence was a lie, a deception far more dangerous than the truth. And as I stood there, caught in that moment between fear and hope, I realized we were all trapped, not just in the maze, but in the language we used to navigate it. Leo stepped closer, a specter in the night, his voice a soft, sinister whisper. Let the maze speak. Let your fears breathe. Only then will you know the way out. And as the walls shifted, as the shadows deepened, I felt it, the inevitable confrontation looming just beyond the next turn. Each word we spoke, each secret we whispered, was a thread tightening around our throats, binding us to this place. I clutched Mara's hand tighter, feeling the warmth of her skin against the cold of my despair. And as the darkness beckoned us deeper into the maze, I understood, the language of the labyrinth was not just a means of communication, it was the very essence of our existence, the reflection of our fears, our hopes, our truths. And this terrible place was only the beginning. The clock struck midnight, its echo slicing through the silence like a knife through flesh. A shivering breeze wrapped around me, an icy caress that whispered secrets of the past. I stood there, heart racing, the shadows creeping closer, each one a fragment of forgotten tales. I could hear their whispers, the voices of history, mythology, and the frayed edges of my own psyche battling for dominance. I remembered, oh how I remembered, memories dripped like wax from a candle, melting into the dark corners of my mind. Lena's laughter rang out, a ghostly sound that haunted the alley where we once played. She was my anchor in this storm of chaos, but the storm had already torn her from me. I could almost see her, dancing in the moonlight, a specter of innocence lost. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, but now they were mere echoes, trapped in the annals of my memory. You have to find me, she used to tease, but what I found instead was fear, the kind that gnaws at your soul like a ravenous beast. And then there was Marcus, a man forged of contradictions, stoic yet trembling, a fortress that crumbled under the weight of his own past. His face, a canvas etched with lines of sorrow, told stories of battles fought not with swords, but within the confines of his mind. He stood beside me, eyes darting as if the shadows themselves were alive, waiting to swallow him whole. "It's not just history, you know," he whispered, voice thick with emotion. "It's our history. It shapes us, like clay in the hands of a merciless sculptor." A flickering street lamp illuminated his face for just a moment, casting shadows that danced like phantoms around us. The city was a living entity, breathing with the weight of time, each brick a witness to the madness of humanity. I felt the pulse of history thrumming beneath my feet, a heartbeat echoing the stories of the damned. "We're all ghosts in this place," I murmured, the words slipping from my lips like smoke. "Haunted by what we can't escape." The memories flooded back, of ancient myths woven through the fabric of our lives, stories of gods and monsters that mirrored our own struggles. I remembered how I had fallen into the allure of those tales, believing I could find answers in their labyrinthine plots. But here I was, grappling with demons of my own making, battling shadows that refused to dissipate. Each heartbeat echoed like a war drum, each breath stifled by the weight of unspoken truths. "Do you think they can hear us?" Marcus asked, his voice trembling with both fear and hope. "The ones who came before us?" The question hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, a noose tightening around our throats. I wanted to tell him that history was a ghost, a relentless specter that haunted us with every choice we made. But the truth was, I was terrified of their judgment, the weight of their expectations pressing down on me like a tombstone. Outside, the world moved on, oblivious to our internal chaos. Cars zipped by, their headlights slicing through the dark, but here, in this twilight realm of memory and emotion, time twisted into a contorted shape, a rubber band stretched to its breaking point. I felt every second stretching into eternity, each moment a reminder of what we had lost, and what we still had to face. "Lena believed in the power of dreams," I whispered, the name tasting bittersweet on my tongue. "She used to say they were messages from the universe." Marcus nodded, and I could see the flicker of hope in his eyes. What if we could unravel the threads of our own dreams? What if we could confront the monsters lurking there? I wanted to laugh, to dismiss the idea as absurd. But deep down, I felt the truth of it. Our dreams were battlegrounds, the places where history, mythology, and our fractured psyches collided in a cosmic dance. "Maybe we're destined to face them," I said, voice barely audible over the thrumming of my heart, the pull of the cosmos drawing us in. And then it happened, a shift in the air, a palpable tension that crackled like electricity. The shadows grew restless, whispering secrets that chilled my bones. "They're waiting for us," I breathed, unable to suppress the dread clawing at my chest. "The ones we've lost, the ones we've wronged." Marcus's hand found mine, a lifeline amidst the storm. The warmth of his grip ignited a flicker of defiance within me. "Then let's confront them," he said, his voice rising with a fervor that sent shivers down my spine. "Let's face the ghosts. Let's stand at the crossroads of history and myth, where our fears intertwine with the fabric of what has been." His words were a battle cry, reverberating through the alley, igniting a fire that had long been extinguished within me. I could feel Lena's presence, not as a haunting specter, but as a guiding light, urging me to step forward. I was terrified, raw, and vulnerable, but in that moment, I felt the weight of history course through me, an overwhelming force that demanded to be acknowledged. The shadows loomed larger, threatening to engulf us, but we stood firm, two flawed souls ready to confront the truths hidden in the dark. In that fragile moment, time slipped away, and the past merged with the present. The city around us faded, and we were left alone with our fears, our dreams, our scars. Each heartbeat echoed the promise of confrontation, each breath filled with the weight of unfulfilled desires. We were no longer just characters in our own stories, we were warriors in a battle against the ghosts of our own making. "Together," I said, and the word hung in the air, a vow woven into the very fabric of the night. The shadows shifted, whispering secrets that fluttered like moths around a flame. They would not consume us. Not tonight. And with that silent oath, we plunged into the depths of our shared history, ready to embrace the chaos and confront the haunting specters that lingered just out of sight. A gust of wind slashed through the crumbling corridor, sending a shiver racing down my spine as I pressed my back against the cold stone wall. My heart pounded, a relentless drum echoing in my ears, drowning out the suffocating silence. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of decay, and I could feel the darkness wrapping around me like a shroud. Somewhere ahead, a voice cried out, desperate, pleading. It was Ethan. I remember the last time I heard him scream. I whispered to myself, the words barely escaping my lips. The memory stabs me, a shard of glass lodged in my chest. Images flood back, Ethan's wide, terrified eyes, the moment he was swallowed by the shadows. How could I have let him go? Behind me, Lydia stood frozen, her breath hitching. She was always so full of life, laughter spilling from her like sunlight, but now? Now, she was the embodiment of dread. Her bright red hair hung limp against her pale face, and for a moment, the ghost of a smile flickered in her eyes before extinguishing, leaving only the weight of despair. Rena, we can't go back, she said, her voice a fragile whisper. We can't. It'll consume us. I could feel the tension curling in my gut, a serpentine knot tightening with every passing second. What if we don't find him? What if, but there was no need to finish. We both knew what waited in the shadows. This labyrinth, this maze of the dead, wasn't just physical. It gnawed at the corners of our minds, feeding on our fears, our regrets. It was a tapestry woven with nightmares, where every turn could lead to salvation or doom. Let's just keep moving. We can't give up on him, I said, the words spilling out more as a plea than a command. I pushed forward, each step echoing like the toll of a distant bell, a morbid reminder of life slipping away. The walls seemed to close in, watching, waiting. Ethan. My brother. My anchor. I had always been the one to shield him from the darkness, but now, it was I who was lost. Each memory of him flared to life, him stealing cookies from the jar, the sound of his laughter ringing through the house, a melody that now felt haunting and hollow. Rena, his voice again. Closer this time. My heart clenched, a wild bird fluttering in its cage. I had to reach him. Lydia was right behind me, but I couldn't look back. I could sense her fear, a palpable thing, coiling around us like smoke, threatening to choke the resolve I clung to. Do you remember the old stories? I asked, trying to anchor myself in some reasonable reality, a desperate attempt to stem the tide of panic. The ones about the dead? They're supposed to guide the lost, right? Lydia swallowed hard, her fear morphing into something sharper, more palpable. Yeah, if they don't drag you to the abyss first. The walls hummed, vibrating with our whispered secrets, taunting us, pulling us deeper into despair. I could feel the weight of the past pressing down, the ghosts of our choices swirling like mist. Time stretched in that claustrophobic corridor, each second a universe of uncertainty. Then I saw it, a glimmer, a flicker of light seeping through a jagged crack in the wall. My heart raced, hope igniting a fragile flame. Look! Over there! But the moment I turned, the shadows shifted, morphing into 1,000 whispers. Each one called my name, a symphony of despair singing through the maze. They tugged at my coat, brushed against my skin, promising solace, yet offering only despair. Rena, don't! Lydia grabbed my arm, her grip tightening, a lifeline in the swell of darkness. It's not safe. We have to stick together. Together, I repeated, the word rolling around my mouth, tasting like ashes. But what if together isn't enough? I could sense the shadows growing bolder, eager to claim us, but the light beckoned with a siren's call. There was Ethan, I could feel him, a tether of love and fear pulling me forward. I took a step, then another, their voices crescendoing, drowning the sound of my heartbeat. Lydia's breath hitched behind me, a gasp that echoed my own terror. Rena! But I was beyond reason. The light shimmered, brighter now, pulsing with life. Ethan! I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat as I plunged forward, the darkness clawing at my heels. And then, in that moment, a scream that pierced the very fabric of the night. My heart stopped. Rena! The labyrinth trembled, each stone beneath my feet vibrating with energy, reverberating through the stifling air. This wasn't just a maze of stone and shadow, it was a manifestation of our deepest fears, a place where time twisted and fractured, where memories came alive, a shimmering mirage of what could never be reclaimed. I hurtled forward, Lydia's hesitant footsteps trailing behind me. "Rena, wait!" But my pulse roared in my ears, drowning her out, every stride taking me into the unknown, into the depths of the maze that echoed with Ethan's cries. And then silence fell like a veil, suffocating and complete. My fingers brushed against the cold stone of the wall, a lifeline in the void. "Ethan!" The name shattered the stillness, a beacon in the overwhelming dark. The answer came with a rustle, a whisper, a flutter of shadow that slipped through my fingers. I was stumbling, lost in the maze of memories and echoes, torn between the desire to save and the fear of the unknown, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable truth. Would I find him? Or would I become just another whisper in this maze of the dead, lost among the shadows, taken by the darkness that had already claimed so much of me? Time twisted, warped under the weight of despair, and I realized I wasn't just searching for Ethan. I was searching for myself. The air is electric, vibrating with a tension so thick you can almost taste it. A lone violin cries out in the darkness, its notes cutting through the stillness like a knife, a haunting lament that echoes against the walls of the maze. I stand there, heart racing, caught in the web of sound and shadow, each note a pulse, each pause a breath held too long. The music weaves around me, a living entity, climbing my spine, whispering secrets of pain and longing. I remember when the music was just a sound, a sweet distraction, an escape. Now, it feels like a warning, like the clanging of a bell signaling doom. My fingers tremble, clenching and unclenching, a futile attempt to contain the chaos within me. There's no turning back. I'm trapped in this labyrinth, and the performance has already begun. Elena is somewhere in the maze, her voice a silken thread binding us together. I can almost hear her laughter, bright and full of life, echoing against the stone walls like a distant memory. But laughter feels out of place now, as the shadows shift and the air grows colder. She has always been the light, the spark in my dim existence, yet here, in this labyrinth of nightmares, her light falters. I can feel it, a crack in her spirit, a flicker of fear that reverberates through the music. I remember the night we first performed together, the way her fingers danced over the piano keys like butterflies flitting through a field of wildflowers. She poured her heart into every note, and I, the fool, thought we were invincible. But that was before the maze took root in our lives. Now, the music is a tether, pulling us toward a darkness we cannot escape. Do you hear it? I want to scream, but the words dissolve into silence. The music shifts, morphing into something darker, more sinister. A deep, throbbing rhythm that mimics the sound of my pounding heart. It's as if the maze itself is alive, breathing, shifting, reacting to our fears. I can sense it in the way the shadows stretch and twist, as if they are alive, hungry for our very souls. And then there's Marcus, fierce and restless, a tempest of emotion swirling beneath his calm facade. He stands at the entrance of the maze, a sentinel cast in shadow, his eyes aflame with an intensity that could ignite the night. I can see the conflict etched on his face, the struggle between his desire to protect us and the overwhelming urge to flee. Music has always been his refuge, but even the sweetest symphony turned sour in the face of despair. I remember him whispering sweet nothings into the void, filling the silence with dreams spun from hope. "We can escape this," he had said, voice trembling with conviction. But now, his resolve wavers, crushed beneath the weight of the melody that twists like a serpent in our minds. The notes are taunting us, reminding us of the inevitable. The dance of shadows intensifies, swirling around us in a chaotic ballet, and I realize the music is bearing witness to our fears. Each tremor in the air vibrates with the weight of unspoken words, the stories buried deep within our souls. I feel the memory seeping into the melody, the time Marcus held me close, the warmth of Elena's laughter, the bright summer days that now seem so distant. I close my eyes, and for a moment, I'm back in that sunlit meadow, the world a canvas of colors, laughter spilling from our lips like a song. But the maze has caught up with us, draping its shadows over the light until it feels suffocating. Just as I begin to lose myself in that memory, the violin shrieks, a wail that cuts through the dream, dragging me back to the present. "Marcus!" I call out, desperation clawing at my throat. The air thickens around us, the rhythm of the music growing frantic. The notes are distorted, twisted like the very paths of the maze, each sound a reminder of the choice we have to make. It's a performance, and we are the unwitting players, caught in an act that feels both thrilling and terrifying. The shadows pulse, a heartbeat synchronized with the music, a symphony of chaos that crescendos around us. I feel the weight of it, the pressure building until it bursts free, a scream, raw and unfiltered. It's a cry that rises from the depths of my soul, echoing off the walls like a desperate plea. The music swells, enveloping us as if the very walls of the maze lean in, listening intently. I can see Elena's silhouette, flickering between the shadows, her face a mask of fear and determination. I remember when she smiled, that radiant smile that could illuminate the darkest corners of my heart. But now, it flickers, threatened by the encroaching darkness. Keep playing, I urge, my voice barely a whisper above the haunting symphony. Her hands hover over the keys, trembling in fear, and I can see the struggle etched in her brow. The music falters, a dissonant chord hanging in the air as if the maze itself hesitates, caught in the tension of the moment. We are each a thread in this tapestry, Elena, the vibrant melody, Marcus, the steady beat, me, the harmony that binds us together. Yet the music is shifting, pulling us apart, unraveling the seams of our fragile unity. The tension hangs thick, a tangible presence that constricts around us, every note a reminder of what we stand to lose. And then, a frenzied dance begins, a clash of rhythm and emotion that echoes through the maze. The shadows sway violently, and I can feel the heartbeat of the music aligning with my own, a synchronization of fear and hope. The maze watches, waiting, hungry for our resolve to shatter, to crumble beneath the weight of its oppressive grip. Together? I scream, the word a lifeline thrown into the chaos. The sound pulls through the air like a tangible force. Elena's fingers find their way back to the keys, a burst of life igniting the dim light of our collective spirit. The music swells, rising like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. In that moment, the maze transforms, its shadows flicker, the music a tempest that rages against the walls, a battle cry echoing in defiance. We are not merely players in this performance, we are the architects of our fate. Each note, each heartbeat, intertwines in a cosmic dance, a rebellion against the darkness that threatens to consume us whole. The intensity grows, spiraling out of control, and I know the confrontation is coming. The music envelops us, the melody a force that pierces the heart of the maze. The shadows recoil, and for a fleeting moment, I can see beyond the darkness, a glimmer of hope, an inkling of the light that awaits on the other side. But the moment is fleeting, the music raw and unrestrained, echoing the unresolved emotions that churn within us. There's no conclusion here, only the raw, pulsating truth of our existence, a cycle that spins endlessly as we navigate our own labyrinth of fears and desires. The performance continues, each note a heartbeat, each breath a testament to our struggle. And still, the maze watches, its shadows stretching, preparing for the inevitable, the next act in this haunting symphony of our lives. The music swells once more, and I know we are bound together by threads of sound, each echo a promise that this dance, this struggle, is far from over. The air crackles with tension, thick like a storm before the downpour. Somewhere deep inside the labyrinth, shadows twist and writhe, echoing the turmoil of lost souls. I stand there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat. I remember the moment I first entered, walls of stone looming like ancient sentinels, whispers curling around me like smoke. I could taste the fear, metallic and heavy. "Where are you?" His voice shatters the silence, a desperate plea that ricochets against the walls, amplifying my own terror. "Lucas, my brother, lost in this endless maze." I close my eyes, and for a moment, I can almost see him, his face twisted in confusion, hands clawing at the darkness, searching for a way out. I remember his laughter, the way it used to light up the room like the first rays of dawn. But now, in this oppressive gloom, I feel the weight of his absence crushing my chest. Then there's Mara, a flicker of light in this suffocating dark. She's not here for the same reasons I am. She's searching for closure, for the fragments of a life snatched away too soon. I can feel her presence, a warmth that dances in contrast to the chill that seeps through the stones. I remember her stories, tales woven with the threads of the afterlife, how each culture painted the hereafter with vivid, haunting strokes. The Greeks believed in the fields of Elysium, she had said, her voice a melody. A place where souls could find peace. But as I stand here, swallowed by shadows, I wonder if such a place even exists. A shiver whispers through the maze, brushing against my skin like ghostly fingers. I remember nights spent chasing phantoms in dreams, where I'd wander through cities of the dead, cold stone faces watching, waiting. I'd wake, heart racing, and then I'd laugh at my own absurdity. But this is no dream. This is real, and the reality is sharp and jagged like broken glass. Every corner I turn seems to lead me deeper into the unknown, deeper into despair. Lucas! I scream, the name tearing from my throat, raw and primal. Silence responds, a suffocating void that amplifies my dread. I feel it creeping in, that familiar, gnawing horror, the fear that I might never find him. The walls close in, and I can almost hear the ticking of a clock, each second a reminder of the life slipping away from us. Mara's footsteps echo behind me, the rhythm steady, but I can hear the tremor beneath it. She's afraid, and that fear is infectious. What if we never find them, she whispers, her voice laced with desperation. What if we're trapped here forever? I want to tell her that we'll find a way out, that we have to believe. But the truth hangs heavy in the air, like a noose tightening around my throat. I remember the stories she told me, of cultures who believed the soul could wander, trapped between realms, forever lost in a maze of uncertainty. There's a flicker of hope, it dances just out of reach, taunting me. I remember my grandmother's words, spoken in hushed tones during stormy nights, life is but a shadow, a fleeting moment before we step into the light. The light feels miles away, and yet I can't shake the feeling that it's waiting for us, just beyond the next turn. Yet, the maze shifts and contorts, as if alive, mocking our struggles. This place is a reflection of our fears, Mara says suddenly, her voice a fragile thread spinning through the thick silence. It holds our doubts, our regrets. She pauses, something heavy hanging between us. What if it knows our darkest secrets? I shudder at the thought, memories flashing like lightning in my mind, things I've buried deep, the weight of guilt pushing me further into despair. I can't breathe. The walls seem to close tighter, constricting my lungs, the air thick with unspoken words. I think of Lucas, what he must be feeling, trapped in his own nightmare. I refuse to let this be the end. We have to keep going, I say, my voice a whisper yet filled with determination. We tread forward, footsteps echoing against the stone. The maze shifts, revealing fleeting glimpses of the afterlife as described by ancient cultures, the Egyptian underworld, where the heart is weighed against a feather, the Norse Valhalla, a warrior's paradise. Each step carries the weight of those beliefs, pressing down on us. Each turn a reminder that our fates are intertwined and that we are mere threads in a grand tapestry of existence. Desperation claws at my throat as we round another corner. The shadows deepen, twisting into grotesque shapes, and I can almost hear the whispers of those long gone, their voices melding into a cacophony of despair, a warning, or perhaps a lament. What if they're lost? I breathe, the chilling thought settling in my gut like ice. What if we're too late? Mara clenches my arm, her grip a lifeline, grounding me momentarily. We're not too late, she insists, but the tremor in her voice betrays her fear. We can't think that way. We have to hold on to hope. Hope. A fragile ember in the storm that threatens to consume us. I remember a time when hope felt endless, and laughter rang through the air like bells. I hold on to that memory, clutching it tight as the maze rides around us. Each moment stretches like eternity, the walls pulsating with our fear, our grief, our longing for those we've lost. The line between life and death blurs, and the maze becomes a haunting embodiment of the afterlife itself, each twist a reminder of the unknown that lies beyond. The thought chills me to the bone. Can we truly escape this place? Will we find Lucas before he fades into oblivion? Keep moving. I whisper, more to myself than to Mara. We have to believe. The words echo in the dark, a mantra against the encroaching shadows. And with every step, I can feel the pulse of the maze, an unsettling heartbeat mirroring my own, dragging us deeper into its embrace. I remember, no conclusions here, just an endless loop, an afterlife that echoes through every culture, every belief, twisting and turning like the very paths we navigate. It's a labyrinth, a reflection of our greatest fears and our deepest loves, pulling us closer to the edge of understanding and despair. The darkness around us thickens, but through it, a light flickers, a haunting promise of reunion, or the eternal echo of loss. The air was thick with a silence that pulsed, heavy and ominous, like the heartbeat of a beast lurking just beyond sight. In the center of the maze, under the ghostly glow of a waning moon, Clara knelt on the cold, damp ground, fingers trembling against her temples, trying to stitch together the shreds of her shattered thoughts. This place, this labyrinth of towering walls and twisting paths, wasn't just concrete and stone, it was a reflection of her mind, a prison of questions with no answers. The whispers of the others echoed around her, shadows moving like phantoms, their faces hidden but their intentions clear. Every breath felt like a weight pressing down against her chest, a reminder that the choices she made could lead to salvation or destruction. "Clara," a voice broke through the stillness, sharp and urgent. It was David, his presence a flickering candle in the dark, but the worry etched on his face was a tempest, churning beneath the surface. "We have to keep moving. They're coming." She looked up, searching his eyes for something, hope, strength, maybe just a glimpse of the boy he used to be. They had once shared laughter, dreams, and the reckless abandon of youth. But now, they stood on the precipice of despair, trapped in a maze designed not just to test their survival but their very souls. Clara swallowed hard, feeling the bitter taste of fear pooling in her throat. "What if we don't find the way out? Then we'll make our own way." His voice was steady, but she saw the tremor in his hands, the way they clenched and unclenched, a silent war against the paralyzing grip of dread. "We can't let them win. Not now." But who were they? The maze had become a living entity, a dark creature that fed on their uncertainty, their regrets, and the morality that twisted and shifted like the paths around them. Each turn they took whispered of choices, each dead end echoed with the weight of their pasts, leaving them haunted by what they had done, or hadn't done. It was a test, a call to confront the very essence of what it meant to be human. A sudden rustling sent shivers spiraling down Clara's spine. The shadows danced closer, a cluster of figures swathed in darkness. They were the rejects, a group molded by survival instincts and the primal need to dominate, lurking within the folds of the maze. Their leader, a girl named Mara, had eyes that glinted with a predatory glimmer, the kind that promised both danger and allure. "You think you can escape this place?" she taunted, her laughter echoing against the stone walls. "Every choice you've made has led you here. And now, you'll have to pay the price." Clara's heart raced. Every decision, every moment of indecision, conspired against her. Did they even know what they were fighting for? Was it freedom? Redemption? Or simply the survival of the fittest? "We all have our ghosts, Mara," Clara shot back, her voice trembling but fierce. "What makes you think you're any better than us?" But the question hung, unanswered, in the air. Because deep down, Clara felt the truth clawing at her insides. The maze wasn't just a physical trial, it was a mirror reflecting their darkest selves. A labyrinth of choices that twisted their identities, forcing them to confront the very morals they had clung to. David stepped closer to Clara, his breath warm against her ear. "Remember what we said? About standing together?" "I remember," she whispered, feeling the weight of their memories pressing down like a heavy cloak. "I remember when we believed we could change the world. Then let's start with this." His hand found hers, a lifeline in the chaos. The warmth of his skin sent a shiver through her, reminding her that they were still alive, still human, even here in the depths of despair. The rejects closed in, their shadows merging with the darkness, but Clara felt something shift inside her, a flicker of defiance igniting in her chest. "You think this is just a game?" she shouted, voice steadying, growing into a roar. "You think you can dictate our lives with fear? We are more than the choices that led us here." Mara faltered for a moment, surprise flashing across her face. It was a crack in the armor, a moment where vulnerability shimmered in the darkness. But then, like a jolt of electricity, anger surged back, and she lunged forward, teeth bared like a wolf. The maze shook, walls closing in, tightening around them like a noose. They were on the edge, teetering between the abyss of fear and the light of hope. Clara's heart thundered, each beat a drum echoing her determination. Against the cacophony of chaos, against the oppressive weight of despair, she felt the visceral pull of morality rise within her. The maze was teaching her something primal, something raw and true. Choices have consequences, and every path is steeped in the ghosts of the past. Together, she cried, gripping David's hand tighter. "We can face this!" In that moment, the maze transformed. The walls pulsed with the rhythm of their resolve, the shadows recoiling as light fought to break through. Clara's breath came in ragged gasps, and as the tension spiraled into a crescendo, she knew this was only the beginning. The choices they made next would resonate, echoing through the very structure of the maze, shaping not only their fates but the essence of their very souls. And so, they stood at the precipice, hearts pounding, ready to face the unknown. In the distance, the sound of footsteps echoed, relentless and unforgiving. The maze was alive, and they were woven into its fabric, strands of morality and ethics intertwined, pushing them closer to a confrontation that loomed like a storm on the horizon. The night stretched on, dark and deep, a canvas painted with the shadows of choices yet to come. And in that moment, Clara understood, the maze was not just a test of survival, but a crucible of transformation, where every heartbeat, every breath, was a plea for redemption and an affirmation of the strength that lay within. The shadows danced on the walls, flickering like lost souls searching for a way out. The dim light from a cracked screen illuminated the maze of wires sprawled across the floor, a chaotic symphony of technology that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. I stood there, heart racing, as if I had just emerged from one of those ancient labyrinths, the walls echoing with whispers of forgotten myths. My fingers trembled over the keyboard, each keystroke a desperate plea for understanding, a cry in the dark. I remember the first time I heard of the Minotaur, shrouded in tales of sacrifice and survival, a creature born from the darkest corners of human imagination. But now, in this bite-sized world where stories are reduced to hashtags and memes, I wonder, is the monster still as terrifying if it fits neatly into a tweet? My mind clashed with the reality of a new hero, the algorithm. It decides who hears the tales, who remembers the horrors. While these stories should twist your gut, they flutter away, dulled by screens and swiped away with a flick. Across the room, Lisa leaned against the desk, her back to the flickering light, her face hidden in shadow. I could feel the weight of her silence, thick and suffocating. Her eyes were glued to her phone, as if searching for solace in the scroll of endless content, a digital labyrinth of her own. I could sense the conflict in her, the pull between the reality of the myth and the comfort of the virtual. "Do you ever feel like we're trapped?" she murmured, her voice barely breaking the still air. "Trapped in a maze of our own making," I replied, the words spilling out in a rush, a reflection of the chaos in my heart, where each turn leads us further from the truth. She glanced up, the light catching the glimmer of unshed tears. "But what is truth anymore? Is it the story we tell, or how it's consumed?" Her question hung heavy, a noose tightening around the already fragile air between us. I remembered the stories I had read, those that spoke of a time when myths held power, when fear and reverence danced hand in hand in candlelit halls. Now, knowledge was traded like currency, stripped of its weight, reduced to mere bytes of information. The Minotaur was no longer a fearsome beast, he had become a meme, a punchline in a digital joke. "Technology has warped our perception," I said, each word a stab at the heart of our modern existence. "It's a maze we're all lost in, desperately trying to find meaning in the chaos." I felt the tension pulse between us, a thin thread ready to snap. Then there was Sam, my ever-optimistic brother, oblivious to the shadows that loomed over us. He burst into the room, laughter trailing behind him like a wild dog chasing the echoes of joy. "You two are thinking way too hard. It's just a story," he exclaimed, his voice cutting through the heavy silence like a blade. "I mean, it's not like the Minotaur is real, right? Just a fantasy." But there was a darkness in Lisa's eyes, a flicker of understanding that pierced through Sam's cheerful facade. "But the fear is real," she whispered, her voice trembling, the fear of forgetting. As Sam's laughter faded into the shadows, I could see the cracks in his sunny demeanor, his desperate need to escape the chilling grasp of reality. The night wrapped around us tighter, a cloak of uncertainty. Every heart has its own maze, its own monsters lurking in the corners, and sometimes, the greatest terror is the one we cannot confront. Are we losing our grip on the past? I asked, the question echoing through the stillness. Are our heroes fading into the pixels of our screens? I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, the ghosts of those who walked the twisted paths before us. What if technology is the Minotaur? Lisa's voice was barely a whisper, but the intensity of it hit me like a thunderbolt. What if it's not just rewriting our stories, but trapping us in them? There it was, the raw truth woven into the fabric of our lives, as unsettling as the ancient myths that once instilled terror. The lights dimmed further, the shadows growing bolder, reaching for us. I could feel the pulse of time slipping away, each tick of the clock echoing like footsteps in a dark corridor. Sam, are you even listening? I snapped, feeling the frustration boil within me. This isn't just about stories, it's about us. It's about what we choose to remember, what we allow ourselves to forget. But Sam's gaze was distant, lost in the endless scroll of digital distractions. I felt the distance stretch between us, a chasm of understanding and misunderstanding that no one dared to cross. I remember when stories meant something, I said, my voice cracking, reverberating through the stillness. When they had the power to change lives, to shape destinies, to drive us to madness or courage. The silence that followed was deafening. It wrapped around us like fog, each breath heavy with unspoken fear. Outside, the city buzzed on, oblivious to our existential crisis, a world where technology thrived while the essence of the myth lay buried beneath the surface. Maybe we're all just in a never-ending cycle, Lisa whispered, her eyes glistening with tears. Like Theseus, forever trying to find our way out, only to discover that the labyrinth is within us. I wanted to reach out, to hold her, to connect in the midst of the chaos, but the shadows loomed, thick and heavy, reminding us of the ghosts we carried within. In that moment, I realized that as we stood on the precipice of a new age, the myths we once revered were not just stories, they were reflections of our deepest fears and desires. And as the clock ticked away, we sat in the glow of the screen, caught in the web of our own making. The walls of the labyrinth were closing in, each heartbeat a reminder that the stories would continue to evolve, even as we grappled with their essence. The tales of the past would meld with the technology of the present, and in that fusion, we would find either freedom or our doom. Night deepened around us, the world outside swallowed by shadows, while the labyrinth of our existence twisted and turned, a never-ending cycle, a riddle of our own creation. The shadows danced like whispers in the wind, curling around the edges of the narrow alley. Lila stood frozen, breath caught in her throat, as the screams of the past clawed at the walls of her mind. She could hear the echoes of those who had wandered the maze before her, their voices entwined in a haunting symphony of despair and hope. Just moments before, she had been laughing with her brother, Sam, sharing tales of their ancestors, stories of bravery and dread wrapped in the warmth of their shared lineage. But now, those stories felt like chains, pulling her deeper into the darkness that surrounded them. Lila, we have to go. Sam's voice sliced through the suffocating silence, urgent and trembling. She could see the fear etched across his face, a mirror of her own turmoil. He was always the brave one, the protector, but even he felt the weight of the legends that hung like a shroud over the maze, the very legends they had come to document. I remember the first time I heard the tale of the Wraith, she murmured, her voice nearly lost in the thick air. The way the villagers spoke of it, with eyes wide and voices trembling, as if the mere mention could summon it from the depths. The maze loomed before them like a vast, gaping mouth, ready to swallow them whole. Its twisting paths held secrets dark enough to shatter even the strongest souls. Yet, here they were, caught in a web of their own making, with the weight of history heavy on their shoulders. The legends had always been a source of fascination, tales passed down like heirlooms, and Lila had often found herself enchanted by the idea of uncovering the truth. But now, standing on the precipice of that truth, doubt slithered through her veins like ice. I don't want to end up like them, Sam said, his hands trembling as he gripped the faded leather journal they had inherited from their grandfather. The pages were filled with scrawled memories, half-formed sentences, and sketches of the maze that seemed to shift and change with every glance. What if we find something we can't handle? Or something we're not meant to find, Lila whispered, memories of their grandfather's warning echoing in her mind. Some stories are best left untold. But the thrill of discovery was a drug, and the world outside the maze felt distant, almost unreal. Maybe we'll be the ones to change the story, Sam said, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. We can preserve them, make sure they don't fade away. But the shadows seemed to laugh, their mocking whispers curling around them, each word laced with the weight of inevitability. As they stepped into the maze, the air thickened, crackling with energy. The walls seemed to shift as if alive, closing in around them, and Lila felt the stories of the lost swirling in the darkness, begging to be heard. She could almost see them, faces twisted in fear, courage etched into every line. She felt their desperation, their longing for someone to remember them. I remember the tale of the girl who ventured too far, she said, her voice breaking the tension like glass shattering in the silence. They say she still roams the maze, searching for her family, her voice a ghost lost in the wind. Stop it, Sam snapped, though his eyes darted nervously. We need to stay focused. But the maze was a cunning trickster, feeding on their fears, weaving the legends into their minds until they could hardly tell where reality ended and the stories began. The laughter of children echoed, it was both joyous and sorrowful, a reminder that the past was always intertwined with the present. Lila felt their presence, shadows flitting at the edges of her vision, urging her deeper. Do you think they'd want us to find them? She asked, her heart racing as the walls seemed to pulse with the rhythm of her fear. Maybe they just want to be remembered, Sam replied, though it was hard to believe as their footsteps echoed ominously through the twisting corridors. The maze felt like a living entity, breathing, watching, waiting. Each turn could lead to enlightenment or despair, a labyrinth of fate where every choice weighed heavily on their souls. The deeper they ventured, the more the weight of the legends pressed against them, a dark tide rising to swallow them whole. Shadows flickered, revealing glimpses of past lives intertwined with their own, a woman clutching a child's hand, a man staring into the abyss. Lila felt her heart constrict. I remember my dreams of bravery, of saving them, she confessed, but what if I'm just a player in their tragedy? Sam's hand brushed against hers, a fleeting reminder of their bond, the shed blood that tethered them together. We'll create new legends, he promised, his voice fierce, though doubt lingered in the corners of his eyes. We'll be the ones who remember. But as they turned a corner, the air shifted, heavy with a presence that sent chills down Lila's spine. The shadows coalesced into something darker, something alive, whispering secrets meant only for those brave enough to listen. They're waiting for us, she murmured, fear curling in her stomach like a serpent. Waiting for what? Sam's voice trembled as he clutched the journal tighter, the leather creaking under the pressure. For us to choose, Lila breathed, realization dawning upon her. The inheritance of their bloodline wasn't just a gift, it was a curse, an eternal loop of stories, a cycle of life and death that could not be broken. As they pressed onward, every heartbeat echoed like the ticking of a clock, counting down to an unknown fate. The legends loomed larger, pulsating in the darkness, each tale intertwining with their own. Lila and Sam were but threads in a tapestry woven with fear and bravery, a reminder that the past never truly fades, it lingers, waiting to be honored, waiting to claim those who dare to tread into the maze. With every step, the weight of the legends pressed down, and Lila's heart raced. Was she ready to face what lay ahead? The stories were alive, not just words on a page. They breathed, they beckoned, and they would not be silenced. The maze wasn't just a physical labyrinth, it was a battleground of souls, a preservation of memories that refused to die. And here, in this moment, they would either become part of the legends or vanish into the shadows forever. The silence was deafening, an eerie hush that clung to the air like a dense fog, wrapping around the three of us, the only living souls in the dark heart of the maze. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a throbbing rhythm, raw and relentless. It was in that moment, standing on the precipice of despair, that the weight of the labyrinth pressed down on us, suffocating and intoxicating all at once. The walls loomed tall, shadows twisting and contorting into mockeries of what once were, echoes of laughter and screams hung in the stillness like forgotten ghosts, each one gnawing at the edges of my sanity. Zara's breath hitched beside me, her knuckles white as she gripped the cold iron of the map we desperately clung to, the paper now a crumpled testament to our fraying hopes. "We have to go back," she whispered, each word a shard of ice that pierced the thick fog of our desperation. I could see the flicker of panic in her eyes, a reflection of my own fears. It twisted in my stomach, a malevolent serpent ready to strike. But retreat wasn't an option. Not now. Not when we were so close to unraveling the truth. Liam stood a few steps ahead, the weight of his sorrow carving lines into his youthful face. He was once a boy with dreams that sparkled like the stars we used to gaze at, but here, beneath this oppressive shadow, those dreams had turned to ashes. "We can't turn back," he said, his voice low but firm, like the rumble of distant thunder. "More will die. We can't let this continue." His resolve was fierce, but I could see the cracks in his armor, the doubt, the fear that gnawed at him, a reminder of the lives we had already lost in this treacherous place. I remember the first time we entered the maze, laughter bubbling in our throats, naive to the horrors that awaited us. I remember how we thought it merely a game, a twisted puzzle to solve. "Only a maze," we said, dismissing the warnings that echoed through the villages. But each turn we took, each dead end we reached, swallowed another piece of our innocence. Now, with the weight of our choices bearing down on us, the maze had become a grotesque reflection of our own spiraling lives. "Every choice has a price," I murmured, a mantra that felt like a curse, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what we had unleashed. Zara stiffened, her gaze piercing, a blend of fear and determination. "Then let's make it worthwhile. Let's unravel the threads of this nightmare." Her spirit, though fragile, flickered with a light that pushed back against the shadows. We pressed forward, the chill of the air wrapping tightly around us, each breath a struggle against the encroaching darkness. My mind raced, a whirlwind of memories and fears. I thought of the villagers, their grim faces, the way hope had drained from their eyes like blood from a wound. The maze had not just claimed lives, it had consumed their essence, their very will to live. How could we stand idly by while the monster thrived? How could we not confront it? The path twisted and turned, each corner revealing yet another cryptic symbol etched into the stone walls. They seemed to pulse with a life of their own, whispering secrets that danced just out of reach. I could feel Zara's urgency beside me, her fingers tracing the markings as if deciphering an ancient prophecy. "What if these are warnings?" she pondered aloud, the tension in her voice echoing through the suffocating silence. "What if they're telling us to leave?" But leaving was a luxury we could no longer afford. The very fabric of our existence had become intertwined with the fate of the maze. Each heartbeat echoed the ticking of a clock, counting down the moments until the next soul would be claimed. "We have to find the heart," Liam urged, his determination igniting a flicker of hope within me. The heart, somewhere at the center of this twisted labyrinth, where all paths converged, pulsing with the lifeblood of the maze. With every step, the air thickened, charged with a palpable energy that swirled around us. I could almost taste the fear, bitter and metallic on my tongue. The ground seemed to shift beneath my feet, a reminder that nothing was certain. I remembered the stories, the legends of those who had entered and never returned. The whispers of their fate haunted me, shadows lurking just out of sight, waiting for the unwary to stumble into their clutches. As we pressed deeper, I felt the walls closing in, the darkness wrapping itself around us like a suffocating shroud. But amidst the fear, a flicker of defiance ignited in my chest. We were not just victims, we were warriors, armed with knowledge and purpose. The maze was alive, but so were we. And as long as we breathed, we would fight back against its insidious grip. The path narrowed, the air thick with the scent of decay and despair. I could feel the weight of history pressing against us, the ghosts of those who had come before whispering their regrets and warnings. This was never just a game, I thought, dread pooling in my stomach. This is a reckoning. And then, we stood before it, the heart of the maze. A pulsing, throbbing mass of shadow and light, a grotesque fusion of beauty and terror. In that moment, time stood still. I could feel the weight of my choices crashing down around me, the sorrow of lives lost and futures shattered. I remembered every face, every tear, every heartbeat that had whispered their stories into the void. Zara stepped forward, her eyes ablaze with determination, and for a heartbeat, it felt like hope had the power to overcome despair. Together, she breathed, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the darkness. I nodded, fear coiling in the depths of my soul, but the flicker of defiance remained. Together, I echoed, knowing that this was our moment. As we faced the heart of the maze, the ground trembled, a reminder that we were not alone, our hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of the world around us. What would come next was as uncertain as the shadows that danced at the edges of our vision, but one thing burned bright in that suffocating darkness: we would not go quietly into that night. We were here to fight, to reclaim our lives, to carve out our legacy against the relentless tide of despair. And in that somber moment, as we stood on the brink of confrontation, the maze seemed to pulse in acknowledgement, the echoes of our courage ringing out into the void, a promise that the lessons of the past would not be forgotten.